Well, hello everyone. Hey Alyssa.
Good morning,
The
evening,
music
afternoon.
music always gets me pumped up. It's like still kind of early in the morning, but
I was a little confused because it's coming out of my laptop the whole time. And I obviously have my headphones selected and I can hear you through my headphones. So the whole time I'm just like staring at my laptop like it's some DJ ghost. Oh, good morning or afternoon. I hate that. Is there like a good morning, TJ, that I can say that means all of it? I guess just hi.
I know that like for webinars and such, like I remember Todd always used to have like the same thing he repeated every time, which was like good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you happen to be. And he had it down like that he just like, and it stuck
Right.
with me. So like I sometimes do that as well. Just
Oh yeah. I
try
love
to be
what
accommodating to
Sarah
everybody.
said. She said aloha because that means hi and bye, right?
Yeah, it's generic enough to work.
Oh my word. So TJ, today, Throwback Thursday. What are we doing?
We are, well, we're building with jQuery. So that's why I came prepared. The camera's cutting off my shirt a little bit, but I got some jQuery swag. If you stick around to this afternoon, I've got some everybody's favorite, like orange. This matches like everything, right? Uh, jQuery UI stuff as well. I used to have a jQuery mobile shirt as well, and I was kind of disappointed that I didn't have it anywhere because jQuery mobile was the like bright green too,
So
which would have been nice to
basically,
have.
if you're out in a dune buggy in the middle of the highway, or if you're running, then these are perfect shirts for you.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to make sure you're not hit by a car.
Hey, Salt. Welcome to the channel. Hey, everybody.
Hey, so I will say that the primary jQuery color, this is like a nice shade of like it's like somewhere between like navy blue and black. But the main jQuery color is excellent.
Isn't it gray?
Yeah.
Are my
So
eyes like deceiving me? Is there blue in that?
yeah, I don't know with the like so the green screen filter here, maybe it's changing it, but this is like dark navy blue into black.
Mm. So, Throwback Thursday, we're doing the jQueries. I hear we have a guest later on that knows about the Twitch extensions. Yes, are we saving that announcement for later?
No, you should lay it out. Sarah's asking us if we
No.
see a poll, and
Well, I saw Ivana post poll at 9 for my time, and then it said Nightbot invalid parameters specified, possible parameters new / results. Um, so I don't. I'm assuming no one does? Question mark.
there's a new poll, a Twitch poll
Eh,
at
at
the
the
top
top of
of
the
the chat.
chat.
Oh,
Eh,
okay, yeah. So if
eh.
everybody looks at the very top of the chat, I see it now. In
I gotcha.
in Twitch, there's a poll asking. So Alyssa has some headwear
Yes.
options
Uh-huh.
that are debatably retro.
Okay, so we want to get into this, right? We want to talk about what retro is, and B, we need your help deciding what goofy headgear I should wear this morning. So the first option in my mind is My Little Pony. Rainbow Dash is not my favorite. If they'd had a Pinkie Pie earpiece, I would have totally obviously gone with Pinkie Pie. We also have Dragon Ball, which, the bows are going to be less noticeable up in the hair, but freaking love me some Dragon Ball. Both of those, I would say, yes, obviously retro. But when you get into things like the 4th of July, does the 4th count as retro? It is old, right?
It,
I'm
I like
sorry.
the poll because we can let the people decide.
Yeah. Well, TJ, you looked it up earlier. What is the definition of
Yeah, so Google
retro?
says it's imitate, but I'm just going to struggle pronouncing things. Imitative of a style, fashion, or design from the recent past.
Okay.
And I think we were discussing recent past.
Yeah.
Like most people, when they say retro, they mean like, I'd say like 20-ish years ago. 20, there's a range though, like maybe like
Right.
15 to 40 years ago. But
Yeah. Well, and I think the 4th is definitely old, but I think it might be too old to count as retro.
yeah,
Maybe, possibly. Sarah said recent past as in last night. I know. Because if you say like, is that a recent boyfriend? And I would be like, no, I dated that person 20 years ago. Right. So like in that context, recent past is totally different than in retro recent past.
Yeah.
The last two are either Minnie Mouse, which I did get at Magic Kingdom when I lived in the Floridas. I miss that place. They have amazing weather unless you're TJ, and they also have the Disneys. So.
Too hot. Although it's like Florida weather here lately, so
really
not been fun.
Okay, are you being like sarcastic?
It's in the 90s Fahrenheit today, so it's not fun.
Also have the cat ears, which are a classic. They've got rose gold pajamas, and I feel like they're kind of 80s, so that's why I'm throwing them in there as an option. But yes, now you have all seen into my headgear accessories drawer for conferences. Yes, that drawer exists in my house. I hope it exists in yours too. I mean,
Where do you
TJ,
think I got this? I had to get this headband from somewhere.
Obviously, it exists for TJ. But did you just have that like in with all of your hats and things, or is there a designated place for all your cool stuff?
It's not a designated place. It was in with all the hats and stuff. So I actually did used to wear headbands, like legit I played tennis. And
okay.
So like in tennis, a big problem would be I've never had much hair in my life and I sweat a lot, right? So I'm one of the few people that has had like a practical reason to wear a headband in my life, because when you're playing tennis, you don't want sweat dripping down, getting into your eyes, right? That's an actual problem. So I actually did used to wear headbands. So that's probably the reason why I kept this, because I thought, well, maybe if I get back into tennis, I'll have a reason to wear this. So that's why I didn't just get like thrown in the trash or donated or something. So
I love that. There's like an applicable, because I've got some angular stuff that I'm like, when are you going to use this item? And I'm like, it's got angular in it. Like,
So we have a tie in the poll too, Alyssa. My Little Pony and the cat ears tied. So we're gonna have to break the tie.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna just start off by wearing the pony because the only sadness is that it's Rainbow Dash. We're gonna start off with wearing the pony, and we'll end the day with the cat ears. But thank you all so much for participating in said poll. I'm a little sad that Dragon Ball didn't make it, because it's the smallest accessory, but it's also the most meaningful for me because, well, I recently, as in like the last 2 years, watched all of Dragon Ball and all of Dragon Ball Z. It was an epic adventure. I know most people have watched it like back when it first came out. I was not fortunate enough to be one of those children, so I got to live it as an adult, and it was beautiful. So if you haven't seen Dragon Ball, that's my pick for the day.
I have seen it, so
of course you have. You're
I
cool.
Get the reference. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm putting on the headgear. Why, you might ask, was My Little Pony in the running, other than the fact that I put it on backwards because of Rainbow Dash's luscious locks getting in my eyes, but you now see the tag, so no making fun. Okay, we are going to talk about what we're actually building today, and then I'll get into a little bit more of MLP. So
we're going to build a poll.
Mm-hmm. We actually have a gentleman, Erik Guzman, coming on. He is a full stack engineer at Zeal, and he also is a Twitch extension developer, which before prepping for this, I didn't know it was a thing. Like, I knew that there were Twitch extensions. I didn't know that they were customizable, that you could develop your own, et cetera, et cetera. So
yeah, and so I learned prepping for this, the minimal, I say prep, like the minimal amount I did, is that there's essentially two different types of Twitch extensions. So there's some that you can actually show on the screen. And so we won't be building one of those. The other one you can build are panels. And if you scroll down in Twitch, depending on what client you're using to watch this, at least for me on like a web browser, there's little boxes, panels with different things. And we actually have one custom extension we're using for a schedule, for a calendar. So you can see when we're streaming and such.
Well, and a lot of those are like pre-built, right? Like that you can just find out there, like, here's an extension, use it.
Yeah, there's extension libraries. And so what we want to do is we want to build a poll, and there's some things we've wanted to poll our audience. Like sometimes we ask, like, what sort of streams are you interested in seeing? but those only work for the people viewing right now. And so the idea behind a poll that can live there permanently is people that just drop by, see our stream, you get a sense of what people want to see, essentially. And so here's the thing. We also learned that those polls are just basically written using web technology. So they're just really HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And it was a good fit for us because at Progress, we have Kendo UI. We have Kendo UI for just about every permutation of JavaScript library you care about using. And so we figured, well, hey, we've got a pretty good fit with widgets to help us build this. It just sounds like a fun thing to explore. Who knows if we're going to get something actually useful today out of all of this? That's always debatable, but
the conversation was really interesting because we were like, should we I'm really into Angular. I love Angular. TJ's really into React. He's like #React for life. And we were like, what framework are we going to use? We work together nicely. We don't get into too many fisticuffs.
Usually nicely, yeah.
But TJ was like, okay, what do we use? And I was thinking about it and I was like, TJ, if you were actually tasked, Sarah came to you and she was like, TJ, I need a Twitch extension tomorrow and it's an emergency 911. You have to drop everything and build it right now. I said, what would you legitimately use? Would you use React? Would you use Angular? And he goes, no, I'd probably just use jQuery. And I was like, then why aren't we using jQuery? So make fun all you want, jQuery haters out there. But for something like this, that's quick, small, it's a little poll, it's going to sit on Twitch. I don't know. Yeah, I think jQuery is perfect for this, even with the array of front-end frameworks we have available today. And let the arguing commence. But that's where we landed.
It'll be a bit of nostalgia too, because I don't know about you, Alyssa. I used to do jQuery all the time, right? Like anybody did, but it's been a long time since I've touched jQuery. So part of the idea too is just to have a little bit of fun using some of these APIs that we haven't touched in a while. So that's the idea. We're building a poll, and we're going to build it using web tech. We're going to build it using Kendo UI, but we're going to build it with jQuery as well. So
I am so excited. So let me share screen real quick because I want to show application window. My son has, so in the States, we're about to celebrate the 4th of July, and my son, he is a 1-year-old, and he goes to his little school, as we call it, and I just got a notification about his very first 4th of July party with the little 1-year-olds in his class. They're having it today, and he is bringing the fruit platter, the fruit tray, as part of his contribution to said 1-year-old 4th of July party. And I don't know if you know this, TJ, but 1-year-olds can put away the food. Pack it in. So
selectively, though, it's sometimes they'll refuse to eat things, and then sometimes they'll just absolutely devour.
Yeah, I get this little report card daily, and it says how much he ate of what. And the other day it was triple. He had triple helpings of corn on the cob. He's never seen a cob in his life. He had triple helpings, but he had 0 helpings of honeydew melon. And I'm like, that is the most bizarre. So so this is going to be the link. I'm going to share it out that we are going to be hacking away in today.
Yeah, and also while you're putting that in the chat, one thing we didn't mention up front, but we do have a bunch of prizes that we're giving away today. Ooh. So we have a bunch of jQuery trivia prepped, and we'll be giving away some gift cards for those of you that can answer some jQuery trivia for us.
For Amazon, right?
Amazon gift cards. And then we also have a sign up if you're interested in a Nintendo Switch Lite. And so that's also in the chat. So I highlighted the message there for a second.
I put it back up. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yes, fill out the survey because we'll be collecting info all day long. And then I think near the end, right, we'll do the drawing for the Switch.
Yeah, I think the drawing we'll do at the end. So
awesome. But yeah, in the meantime, while the jQuery trivia goes flying, you win a chance to win some Amazon goodies. So yes, there is a Stack Blitz link in the chat. Feel free to follow along. And yeah, Sarah said drawing at the end, no need to be present. So,
but you will want to be present. Yeah.
oh, the fun. Okay, so I didn't know how far I had yesterday. I was like working a little bit on like, what do I want this poll to look like? I like to play around ahead of time. So if we need to fast forward because of time, we will. We are having a lunch hour with Sam and friends in about an hour and 45. And so our UI time slot is kind of gated to that. And then after our lunch hour of fun, we're going to welcome Erik Guzman onto the stream and talk about like actually converting now our front end little web app into a Twitch extension. And then near the end of the day, that's where we can tackle anything that we missed or maybe something that you really, really want us to add to the application. So if you ever see me fast forwarding, that's what's happening. So the stack blitz that I posted in there is actually, it's ready for jQuery, which, you go.
Well, hold on. Right off the bat, I like that. Like this is even a bit of a retro of just like dropping in 3 links from a CDN and just getting started. Like no CLI, no Webpack, no npm.
I miss it so much.
It's a bit of a mixed blessing, right? Because like those tools are useful and helpful, but like, man, especially if you're trying to explain this stuff to beginners, like it's so much easier to just see like drop in these 3 things in your HTML.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, it was refreshing, but I guess the way we do it now is better. I don't know. I personally loved this with the script. I was like, oh wait, that's because I don't have the background in jQuery that TJ does. I still am like, because I learned like JavaScript, jQuery, AngularJS, Python, and Ruby on Rails. I learned kind of all of that around the same time. So as far as like whenever I go back and I do something in jQuery, I'm like, okay, wait, how is it done again? And sometimes the lines blur. So whenever I saw this, I was like, oh yeah, this is vaguely familiar. It's coming back now. So when I was trying to get a stack blitz up and running from the JavaScript one, it took a little bit of finagling. And so you gotta have your document ready. Anybody remember?
Yeah. Old
and then I guess is this needed, TJ? Why are we importing our style CSS in our JavaScript?
No, I would just do it in your HTML.
Right?
Like it's probably because StackBlitz is has some Webpack there by default for you.
Okay.
But like if we're really doing this like jQuery style, I would just do it in your HTML.
Okay. Cool.
And welcome back, Salton Burnham. I like the jQuery is better than React. That's the spirit of the day, at least.
Wait, code smell with CSS and the JavaScript. Are you just talking about my import link? Don't be hating on my import link, yo. Actually, I want to make sure the CSS is still working. Yeah, it is. Obviously, we've got bold working. So I don't have very many styles. I can delete them if we want, but I really want to get into the tab strip. So we are just using our Kendo UI for jQuery, and I want to pull up the link while you explain why we're doing such a thing, TJ.
So we have Kendo UI. We have UI components for, like I said, jQuery, React, Angular, and such. And they're essentially just pre-made components that make building these things kind of easy. So I think, Alyssa, you're going to be using the tab strip and probably charts today as well.
Yeah, there's also some for the poll itself. What do you call it? Inputs.
The radio buttons, or
the radio buttons, and if we ever get to the point where we're actually going to edit the survey, we'd be using like text inputs and things like that to modify what's on the survey. So which of course Kendo UI has all of that. I for the last 2 years have been working with Kendo UI for Angular, and so it's a little bit trippy, like using it for jQuery now. First time, I'm like, whoa, how does this work? And then I look and I'm like, oh, I just put in this script tag and then I put into HTML and it's there. Like it's actually been kind of fun not having to use NPM. So I wanted to use the strip tab because I saw it and I was thinking, okay, actually, TJ, do you know the dimensions that Twitch extensions need to be? And I think it just rhymed.
I think I remember Erik when we talked to him. I believe he mentioned 300 pixels. I couldn't find anything on the actual Twitch documentation. Actually, let me just look how wide the ones.
Oh, that's a good point. Just to get an idea, yeah. Because I'm assuming it'll just scale it, but I'm a little confused.
Let's see. Let me just look how big this.
If we do have 300 pixels of space, that's not a lot of space. And I wanted to have, which we could always get rid of the tab strip in the end if you're like, Alyssa, this is dumb. But just to get up and running, I wanted to have like the actual survey on a pane and then the results on a pane or a tab. And then if you're an admin, a way to edit it. So like an edit one. And so I literally just went down here, grabbed all this tab strip goodness. Tab strip goodness.
Yeah, and it looks like the ones I'm seeing, at least in my browser, are hard-coded 320 pixels. So they all have a width and a min width of 320 pixels on them. So that might be the territory we have to work with.
Okay, we've got to throw that on there then, because I definitely was not, when I was playing around with it, 300 pixels was not the...
That was 320. Don't discount those 20 pixels. You might need those.
320. Okay, 20 pixels can be a lot in UI. Sorry, I don't mean to lie, but it's just cute. It's 320.
Yeah.
It's 320, not 300. Oh my gosh. So here we have copy pasted our tab strip. Sunshine's not showing up, but that's probably because it's linking to an image we don't have access to. Okay, we're going to delete, obviously, all the inline styles, which I asked TJ this yesterday, and we are going to have Erik's help on knowing if a Twitch extension needs to be in one file, because if so, like, obviously, we can put all our styles back into the HTML, put all of our scripted goodness in a script tag. For now, I'm not going to do that just because of gross. Why would I? But if we need to, I think it would be nothing, right, to throw it back in.
Yeah, we'll just toss it in an inline style tag and no big deal.
Perfect. So this scripted goodness, which is obviously taking our tab strip, ID of tab strip, and then it's adding this fade in animation, which you see nicely here. We're actually going to do that in thinking. Wow, that took a long time to buffer. Inside of our document.ready, which I have here, we're just going to uncomment, save it, go back over to this goodness, make sure it's still working. It is still working. Gorgeous. Okay, now I really love this button. Okay, so sidebar. Could it be 350 by 350 like the panel images? Ivana asks. I'm really excited to test this out because I want to just like break the heck out of this Twitch extension and then fix it. But also I love breaking things.
It is good to know that the images are 350 by 350. So I'd say 350 is probably the maximum space we have to work with, though.
Okay.
So we could be optimistic and go with 350.
Okay, so if we scroll up to the very top, I don't need this example wrapper. It's one of my most favorite things to do in the whole wide world. I don't know why I get so much pleasure out of it. Is deleting divs and spans that don't need to exist. The
formatting too. There's something that's great about it.
So yeah, I taught, was it last week? Sarah's gonna have to correct me if I'm totally wrong. I think it was last week, a class with 14 preteens, I guess. There were some 8-year-olds, there were some 15-year-olds. So it was like in that range of, they're creating their first web app, and we were using CodePen, not StackBlitz. But I kept trying to get them to use the format document button. I was like, please, because you can imagine like the tabs are all like getting crazy, and I'm like, okay, I can debug your code, but you have to press this format button for me. So
I think there's some overlap, like in the Venn diagram, between people that software development appeals to and people that are like obsessively compulsive about things. Like I think that those things overlap quite a bit, because I think the same type of person that cares about all these little details are the same type of people that just like software development. So
Not that, I haven't gotten caught on a syntax bug for hours, because been there, where you're like missing something and for some reason your ID isn't showing it. And then you realize, oh, I just spelled position wrong. Like, okay, so we have our tab strip from Kendo UI. And I think K content was actually, I'm going to go back over to the docs and I'm going to search for K-content. Did I spell it wrong?
you got it there.
There we go. Yeah, it's not being used. AK, I can get rid of this, I think. Demo section. Because I want to get, as long as these classes aren't being used, I don't think we need this as well. And again, another precaution I'm going to take, because I'm just making assumptions here, is I think I'm not going to have anything outside of like, well, obviously body is our outer wrapper, but I'm worried that we're going to need like, and maybe I'm just thinking of really weird technologies that say
I know what you're going. Like you need another wrapper just in case. Right, where you're going with this. Yeah.
Basically, I've been told before, like in Angular, where it's like this component or this node needs like one element to point to. Basically, you can't have multiple things scattered in there. So we might have to add something like that. But I'm excited to learn more about it. Okay, so we have our tab strip. It is working. Yes. Yay. We're not doing Paris, New York, London. So this is going to be, I actually want to just let's see. I want to see how far ahead the other version is, because I have some fun data for us. Some very fun and retro-y. Well, maybe if you're a girl or you're me.
So Nader asked in the chat, will you provide the source code at the end? Yep. And actually, if you scroll up in the chat, the StackBlitz link is actually just available. So you can sort of follow along or get the source as we're building this.
I will give you the link. Yes, I will.
And we've been asked to hydrate several times, apparently, Alyssa.
Oh,
we've
whoops.
been ignoring that. So I got to grab my water.
Okay. I'm going to show the link. Dash the link. If you like refresh occasionally, you'll see like my version of it. But yes, the end code will be shared throughout the day and at the end. I have my water here. I was chugging cold brew before the show, and so now I need to make up for it. So I have my water. My little.
Oh my God. You came prepared.
TJ's like, oh good lord, anyone need a bathroom break? Okay, yes. So that is the codes. Go to the codes. The stack of blitz. Okay. I was doing something and it was productive. Ooh, right. So we have survey, we have results, and we have edit survey. And this K-state active, it actually, I have tab 1, 2, and 3 for some nonsense that I want to do in a minute. But K-state active is obviously where we are going to open initially. The active tab initially. Save it. So now I've put it on survey and the survey tab is visible. So now we need to change this rainy weather in Paris, because that's not what we're doing here with our lives. Okay. And let's see, this one, that one. Okay. I'm going to grab. Sorry, guys. I don't want to type this in manually. So everything under the UL must go. And I think we're not missing any. Surely it would yell at me, right? If like I was missing.
I think you're good.
Something. Let's see how good my.
It is funny. Like speaking of like the nostalgia, while you're grabbing this, is like we've been very trained to not mess with the DOM in say like React, Angular, and Vue. So it's funny to go back to like doing things in the DOM that are meaningful, like the K-state active, meaning that that's the thing that's going to be selected.
Yeah.
And like you wouldn't write a component like that in React or Angular.
I mean, it makes me think of like, I guess router link active, but yeah, it's.
Yeah,
a
but
lot of that has
router
been like
router link active though, it wouldn't be like a DOM thing, right? That's like the Angular directive. It's like the framework's going to do that rather than like some special DOM syntax that you need.
Yeah, no, and you're right. It's even like I've heard a million times to remove your logic from your components, even at that basic level of a. I think I don't know. Sometimes I still do silly stuff like that though. I'm like, I'm putting this active class on it, and you all can bite me. I have these really fun ponies from My Little Pony for our fake survey. And the images are not working, as in they're the size of life. So let's debug that, shall we? I'm talking to Pony Pick, and I'm giving it a max width of 30. Pony Pick. Okay, why? Why though? Hang on, let me like refresh. Okay, we're gonna debug this. This is fun. So, anywho, I have put in the 6 debatably most popular characters of My Little Pony, and we have a results tab which will show our charts. I don't always write jQuery, but when I do, I dollar asterisk
Select star.
What do you dollar asterisk, Ed? Is that like a dad joke? Is he making a dad joke? I don't get it.
I don't get, there's like, because it's Ed, you always assume there might be a pun in there.
I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. No, Ed. Salt. If you got it, I need to know it. Okay, so punny. Okay, I'm looking. Why isn't this working? We have a class of Pony Pick on this image. I'm just going to go ahead and open up my inspector because I don't really know where to go from here without my inspector. Okay, so
should bump up the font size for the DevTools portion as well. It's pretty teeny tiny.
Thank you for that. Too big. Okay, I think this is as big as I can go without losing my mind. Okay, we're gonna select the pony.
As one does.
Okay, it says class of Pony Pick here. No element styles are being given, and I'm assuming if I go ahead and say max width, 30 pixels, she's going to pop down to the size she needs to be. So, image Pony Pick, why aren't you applying? Let's go back over to our styles.
So you said the CSS isn't applying?
Correct. Oh, we did remove. Do you think it's... No.
Did you never import style.css?
Did I? Wait. Oh, you're right, because I removed it from...
Yeah, you need a link tag, I think.
Do you know how wrong that feels?
When's the last time you wrote a link rel equals style sheet?
I don't know how to link a CSS style sheet. I literally don't. What am I going to say? Just style.css?
Style.css. Yeah, if it's in the same directory as the index HTML. Is it, or is it in like a CSS folder?
Oh, it's not. It should be just right there.
Need like
what the heck?
Maybe because it's throwing it on like a subfolder. What about like / style.css?
Okay. /. Hang on, let me go back to this.
I wonder, yeah, try putting it in there just to see how it works. I wonder if StackBlitz is doing some sort of voodoo here with like Webpack or something.
I mean, okay, because like if I just downloaded this, it should work, right? Like
I would expect it to.
Okay. Okay. Well, if anybody in the chat knows what the heck Alyssa's doing wrong, I'm going to leave this here and comment it out. And we say why no work. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that looks right. I can only assume that I mean, I don't even know. There's
yeah, so that's how long it's been since I wrote a link. I'm like, I don't know how, TJ.
Ed's found an issue.
A StackBlitz issue. I don't actually know.
Oh yeah, support. So it's like a feature request, support linking to CSS files and index.html.
Okay,
Good catch.
cool.
We actually don't support CSS imports in HTML right now.
Okay, so it is
Huh.
Stackblitz. It's a Stackblitz thing. It's not a
It's not like a
real
browser
world thing.
thing. No,
Right,
like
right. Yeah.
normally that would work, but
Okay.
StackBlitz is doing some voodoo.
That was so 2019.
Thanks, Ed, for tracking that down though, so that we're not like debugging this for the next
Yeah, I'm
several hours.
so I went and found, I literally just Googled like jQuery Stackblitz, and I think this is the one. No, hang on. I don't think this is the one, because if you go, okay, this person, Sebastian Gullion, I'm totally mispronouncing that. This person is responsible for the reason why we have a Stackblitz today that's working with jQuery, and they started me off with an import for my style.css, and so that's why I headed down that route. But if you go to Stackblitz and you like try to start with like a JavaScript one, you're going to run into a couple issues. So that is definitely worth knowing. Okay, so we have our survey tab. We have our ponies. This, of course, is going to be like whatever we want to pull that day. And then I have the results page, which will be a chart that we're going to pull in a moment. And I don't know if we're going to get to edit survey. I think the hardest part about edit survey isn't like, because, you know, it's basically building a form that allows you to edit the fields of the survey. The hardest part, I think, is the admin part, which my brain immediately goes to, let's just Google for login, right? Like, okay. So TJ, can you just like briefly talk us through, like, if we got to that, this would be like, what would you want to use for authentication? Like, how would...
Yeah, I don't even know, because we're in Twitch land. That's why I'm almost wondering whether you'd.
Yeah.
I guess this is one thing we'll have to talk to Erik about, is like, typically when you create these things, or like how you build the interface for people that are like logged into that account to manage this, and then versus someone that's just a visitor.
Right.
And
Ed,
so what
Ed is cracking me up. I'm putting it on screen.
So the answer, so I don't know. This is something we'll talk to
Right.
Erik about later, when we bring on somebody who knows a little bit more about Twitch specifically. But the like a fallback we could do is we could just say, we're going to load this poll data and like post it to a backend, like just basically just do it all hard coded, right? Because like we're just doing this like this. We're not, at least for now, we're not building some robust, reusable thing that people could download and use. Like this could become that.
Yeah, I'm honestly going to be satisfied if we get a survey that you can click on and like see results in, like, and it's showing up in Twitch. And I think even if today, like, we get that far, it's only going to show up for our side, correct?
Yeah. So, I mean, you can do Twitch extensions that are just like for your own personal use for your channel. And you can also do them that are distributable, enter whatever their marketplace or whatever it's called, extension library. And so like, if this ends up being interesting, maybe in future streams, we could do some future work to make this reusable. But I think before we get to that point, we just want to get a poll that works only on our channel, even if it's just hard coded data. And then like, it's the like old programming adage of the MVP, right? Like the getting it out working, and don't build it too abstract before you need to. Right. So we might go down that path, but we could start by just hard coding the poll and just getting it to show up, and that's victory enough.
So the next thing, TJ, that I ran into that I was like, merp, was with the chart. My next instinct is like, cool, let's get something showing, even if it's the wrong chart. And then I'm just going to modify it and learn about the chart from there, the beautiful Kendo UI jQuery chart, and how I can modify it. But my first instinct was, oh, dear Lord, there's already 81 lines of HTML. Help me. So I haven't worked with files over like 20 in a long time. So my first thought was, and I started Googling and I couldn't find much, and it could just be my inexperience with jQuery, but I was like, how do I put you're gonna laugh at me, how do I put my chart stuff in a different file and then tell it to like load in here? And is that even something we want to do? Is it like way complicated? Because obviously in Angular I'm like, just create a new component. and like you're done. Like, so can you walk me through like what that would even look like? And if that, because I ended up just putting it all in one file, which is what we can do.
Yeah, so by default you don't, because like there's no built-in mechanism in like jQuery to say put things in separate files and like chunk them in here. You need to bring in something like, I mean, you could try to get clever with something like Webpack for this, but really this is
You're
where
saying like if I just have these 3 files and I'm like loading this HTML in, there's nothing we can do. Like that doesn't exist. That's not a thing. Like
correct. Well, this was like the big onus behind like this is why Backbone originally got popular, is because Backbone would let you say you're essentially, Backbone would let you create little templates, right? And then those templates you could put in external files. So you could tell Backbone, this is this sort of page and I'm bringing in these little templates, but you're still using a JavaScript library to sort of orchestrate that. Okay. jQuery itself never tried to solve that problem. jQuery was always just, there's DOM nodes, you do things with them, essentially. Okay. Well, so for our purposes, especially, like we could add that in, but we'd have to ramp up the complexity considerably. So for what we're doing, just one file. Just okay.
So this is our chart, which we have this background that of course we aren't going to see. So I'm going to delete this inline style because who wants, I already had it there. Because who wants inline style? That's gross. So really all we need is just this ID of chart that we're going to point to. And then we have all of this goodness, which we have function, create chart. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab this function and we're going to go back over to our index.js, and I already have some create chart goodness, but we're going to look at that in a minute. So TJ, do you know, can I put, again, dumb question, can I put things below document.ready or is it going to break?
You can. I mean, like, so there's different ways. Like document ready ensures that you technically don't. I'm
like broken TJ.
Well, document ready was like, so the old school was like, the reason this exists is because typically you would like old school put your JavaScript in the head of your HTML. And the problem is if you just threw code there that was running JavaScript, the rest of your DOM hasn't rendered yet. So if you try to select something, it's just not there. So document.ready is essentially just adding a DOM content loaded is the DOM event that happens when basically the browser says, okay, everything's ready to go. So at that point, you're 100% sure.
But
essentially, you're good to go.
Is it not true that JavaScript, even just a simple jQuery JavaScript combo, runs in 2 stages? One stage, it reads through it. Second stage, it runs through it. So basically, it knows like if I make like create chart, and then I call create chart, it doesn't matter the order of the like instantiation and the creation. Like, because it's going to have a read through stage where it finds out about create chart, and then it's going to have a run where it actually calls that. Is that a total myth in my brain?
Well, so it's going to parse this. So like it'll parse it in one fell swoop. But in this case, it's what document.ready is it'll queue it up for an event that happens later. So the first sort of when the browser first interprets this file, it's going to read line 111 and say, okay, basically, let me add this to the list of things that I need to do when the DOM content loaded event occurs. And then parsing with that file will end for now. And then when the browser does trigger that event, it's going to go through that array of here's all the things I need to do. And then let me start doing them. So in that case, like what you're saying is basically true. So it's not necessarily two different paths.
I have it right, but I'm explaining it horribly. It's rudimentary.
Well, because it's not like there's no like two-phase thing, but it's in effect it's doing that because it's the first time through. It's just queuing up some stuff to happen later.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I think that's the two-phase thing that I always in my brain locked in because I knew that in a sense the order doesn't matter because it does have that time. Because there's some languages, right, that they don't work like that. And so if you call a function before it's been created, like it's not going to work. I think there are languages like that I've worked with.
I mean, we could get into like all sorts of like hoisting in JavaScript.
Hoisting, yes,
Yeah.
technical, yes, thank you. Not everyone has hoisting, right? Like, does
hoisting
Ruby? Do you know if Ruby does?
Hoisting, as far as I know, might even be specific to JavaScript.
God bless the creators of JavaScript.
I don't know if Chet can help us out with that. We have some versed people that follow along with us. So if you know of any languages that do hoisting
JavaScript
other
specific, Salt thinks it's JavaScript specific.
I think it's a JavaScript thing. So it's a decent thing. It's also potentially confusing too, because I'm
sorry. That is the funniest thing. Oh my God. Thank you, Salt. That was tears. Okay. But no, I can't believe it's only JavaScript. There's nobody else that does hoisting? Like,
no, hoisting is weird, honestly. Like, it's
I've heard this my whole life, but I learned JavaScript and then I learned Ruby, or then I learned Python. Like, so for me, this is the way programming languages should work, because it's the way that I've always understood. Like, it was bizarre to me when it didn't happen. And so it's so funny because I hear it all the time from, like you're saying, TJ, like hoisting's the anomaly here, not.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I still can't figure out JavaScript. I have plop adopt this chart in. She needs some love, but we and I've also set the survey, I've set the results tab to appear by default by giving it that state active class. So this is Kendo UI. Yes. So this is Kendo UI for jQuery. Hi, welcome to our channel. If you're just now checking in, Kendo UI for jQuery. We decided to go for jQuery #Throwback Thursday because we're making a Twitch extension today, and I'm Angular, TJ's React. And we were honestly debating it, and we were like, what would we actually use for this? And we think we'd actually just use jQuery. Tried it. I would not pull in Angular to build a Twitch extension like one-liner, like poll that's like, what do you do? Like, what do you want? And that's it. And the results, like, it just, for me, it seems like way too much overhead for Angular. I don't know about React. I don't know enough about React to know if it would be like.
Still seems like overkill. Like, it's a bit much. Yeah. I mean, you could use it. I mean, people use React for basically everything, but there's a time and a place.
And you're like saying that with like a note of condemnation.
Yeah.
Like, should you be using?
And according to Ed, Python also has hoisting, which is news to me.
Yes!
I've never really done Python. So
when I went to Full Sail and I got my web dev and design degree. I don't know if they did this intentionally, but I learned side by side because I had 2 different classes every month. And I learned Python and JavaScript side by side. And so then when I learned something outside of those, I was like, I don't understand why this is working this way, because it clicked really well for my brain. So it's just always really funny to hear people say that, because I came in, I guess, at a weird angle into development. So we have our chart who is popping in nicely. And the problem is that it's like not at all attached to our data. So I'm debating, it's 9:50. I don't think I do. I think I show my new create chart function. What do you say, TJ? And then I walk through that. Okay.
let's do it.
I'm worried about time with the front end templating. But just to walk through what we have here before we jump into basically the edited create chart function is we're calling our ID of chart, and we are giving it a Kendo chart with these properties. So like this title. And so this is where we would say like my favorite My Little Pony, and then it'll pop in right there. And then you go.
I will say, like, this is one situation where I think React and Angular are definitely more elegant, because really, if you're creating a jQuery component, and I'll put that in like air quotes because this really isn't a component per se,
right?
But like when it's really elegant for short and sweet type of things. But like for this, like this gets really sort of verbose. And I think
Yeah.
like the API is looking at how you do a chart with Kendo React or Kendo UI for Angular. It's first of all a lot more like readable to me,
Yeah.
because
And
it's sort of
and
inline.
I was going through that last night when I was prepping for the stream, and I was looking at, you know, the jQuery docs, and I couldn't tell if it was Angular for Kendo UI for Angular is just better, like the documentation is better, or if my brain just understands it better, like you're saying. Like I don't know.
I think it's inherent to the technology. Like I don't think it's about like it's just jQuery is super elegant for these like short and sweet little things, like select something and do something, customize it. But
Right.
it gets really out of hand for when you get into this complex sort of stuff like this. So it works, right? Like people build important, super cool things with this, but
Yeah.
like I just prefer the Angular React syntax for something when you get this complex.
I do too, especially whenever you get things so easy out of the box, like routing, like components. Like for me, having this many lines of HTML would start like I would have to look into like Ajax and how to just pull in different pages or something, because I just can't handle it. So, but yeah, so we have our legend, which we're setting to false. If I set that to true, you can go ahead and see what that looks like. And then which is over here, legend series, we're saying we want a bar chart. We can change this up later. And actually, if you want to check it out, I'm going to send this over because we have all these different, well, bar chart types. But if you go back to components, I need my components. Wait, I'm lost. How do I get to the components? Sorry. Don't look at me. I'm floundering.
Dead Pixel said we need a full Next.js project for an extension. Yeah.
Okay, I've totally lost it. I'm just going to go back.
Definitely overkill. And Ed wants us to bust out blockchain and machine learning too. So this is like there is a time and place for over engineering, and Twitch is probably one of those places. Like we could over engineer the crap out of this, but
okay, I'm putting it in the chat. Here is the docs that I'm using right now, and here are the chart types. I chose bar because I'm a boring person, but we can get into what fits best. You have your series data here, which we are going to talk about in detail and I need you to like prep yourselves, mainly you, TJ, because I had some series issues. So our value access, category access, and our tooltip hovering, you can see we're pulling in the series name and the value. And then down here we have the document already, which we're duplicating, passing it, create chart. And then we're also doing this binding here for, I want to actually show that when I customize the chart. So I'm just going to get rid of this real quick, go back up, and I'm going to comment in, because you can comment out. So that means you can comment in, I think.
Uncomment is probably
uncomment. I'm going to comment in. Yeah, that's a thing, Alyssa. I'm going to uncomment. Okay, so I'm trying to find the.
I mean,
that's
you can comment in. No, I don't think comment in works actually. I think that's just like objectively wrong.
Oh, it feels like I'm talking to my husband. He's very sassy. You both would get along very well. Okay, I'm moving K-State active. Wait, what? Why are my results not showing in? Hang on, I don't need to move that. Hang on. No one panic. Oh, wait, did I mess it up? I don't know what I did wrong, DJ, but I did something very wrong.
Okay. I didn't catch it.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to go back up. I have my create chart. I'm like,
sure.
And then up here, we're going to comment all of this out because
I don't think we need the theme stuff. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to just customize it in a bit. And then we're calling our chart and we're giving it a kendo chart.
Is it because you might need to comment out the bit about the theme as well there, because you're referencing a theme that doesn't exist. If you scroll up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Line 43. But I don't think it's going to. I don't think that's going to fix the
Nova. Okay, so we got that. We've got. So we just should have title. Like, okay, wait. I have. Sorry, going down. I have an ID of chart. That's a thing. Got to check that.
And is this is wrapped with document ready as well?
Right, I forgot.
You got to uncomment
that, and then I'm not calling create chart. Herkadurka. Sometimes, Alyssa, sometimes.
There we go.
Sometimes my brain. Okay.
The colors look
So
very My Little Pony. I don't know.
thanks.
I don't know what My Little Pony color palette would be, but that looks like what it would be.
I went for that because I was hunting through. I'm gonna actually pull this up real quick. Not enough purple. I know. Okay, I'm gonna pull up our customizing chart theme, predefined themes. So we have some predefined themes in the Kendo UIs. And I don't know, can you tell me, TJ, are these the same across like everywhere, or is this just I don't know if we have like Nova, for instance, which is the one I picked. If we scroll down, you can actually see the charts. So these are themes that are specifically for the appearance of charts, and this is Nova that we're using right now. But I don't know if they exist in.
No, I don't think they do. Or if they do, that'll be news to the two of us. It feels like if they did exist for Angular and React, I feel like we should know about that. If not, I guess shame on us. But
so, I think Nova looks so much better than the default for My Little Pony specifically. But the big problem I was having. So before I was giving category access like that. And okay, this is going to be painful, but we're going to do it. So before I had this, I was doing, I had one series, and I had each of these numbers. So I think 4,500 is like the top. I didn't expect to get any more than 4,500 votes, but who am I?
Yeah, if we're getting thousands of votes for our My Little Pony poll, it's a good day.
Hey now. Oh, I could just type 25, so much easier. Okay, so we have our series. Instead of I'm actually gonna, I don't want to retype Twilight Sparkle. Gag. Twilight Sparkle is like the main pony, and I don't know why. It's not like she's got that much going on. Ugh, I'm a Pinkie Pie fan though.
You have some Rarity hating going on there. Like there's some shade.
Listen, Rarity's fine, but like okay, you want to know what I did? Generate random. I did this yesterday because I literally cannot be responsible. I can't be. And so then I did like 4,500, and I just, for each one, I did this.
Gotcha.
And I modified the Pinkie Pie one to be the highest one. Anyway, so yes, Rarity did get lots of hate, but she's fine.
And Dead Pixel, I have not used High Charts, so I don't know specifically
if it's.
I think it's another charting library.
Do you know what High Charts is? Oh, it's a jQuery thing. My husband just walked in and he was mocking me. What is High Charts? And so I was assuming it was like a very popular jQuery thing. So the problem that I was having was when I had it in one series and it was just like votes for ponies. It was beautiful because like I had the names like Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie, like over off to the side. Because I had these categories. So that was nice. However, the colors were all the same. And I even added like my own theme up here. So basically with Kendo UI charts, I'm going to uncomment this. And then I'm going to go, yeah, I thought
Kendo.deep extend. We're getting in the weeds here.
Okay, so yes, we are, right? Well, I went down the rabbit trail because I was like, I really, really want to customize this. I'm going to pull over the documentation and show you all. And then I can share it as well if you're interested. Okay. So yesterday was like, how do I want each bar to be its own color. And I eventually made my way to the customized chart themes documentation. And that, of course, is where we got this deep copy. And so in our code, I'm going to show you what we're doing. I basically picked a theme to like base everything off of, which I went Nova. And then I'm passing in what I want to customize. And the series colors are the ones that I want to customize. And then, sorry, I don't know if that form actually, it did. Beautiful. Yeah, if you're just now joining, we're giving away a Twitch Lite, right? That's what it's called?
Switch Lite, not Twitch Lite.
Twitch Lite. I'm making up consoles now, and you're gonna be excited to get one. Yes, please fill out the survey if you want a chance to win. So anyways, yes, then we just changed this to my theme because that's what it's named. And at that point, we are getting the exact same problem where my beautiful hot pink color is the only one shining through. So we don't need, I'm just going to stick with Nova for now. Nova, unless TJ, you have insights to share with me. And then I'm just going to get rid of the customizing for now. And I'm going to go back to basically not having,
I wonder if you did like, yeah, because couldn't you do like the series again with just the data? So if you leave all the series, right? So you have 6 different series, but each of them has one data point. Does that work?
So hang on, I'm trying to think of what you just said. I left the series. Each one has one data point, but then we have to go down to the category and kill it with fire.
Right.
Is how it works, because I don't want everybody under Twilight Sparkle.
Yeah, so what happens if you do that?
We get rid of this side name from the categories, which there might be another way of getting that. But like on Hover, you can see votes for Twilight Sparkle, votes for Pinkie Pie. I would literally rather have the colors if I'm choosing. But
I'm sure there's a way of doing this.
There's got to be a way of adding
a
name.
What if there's just a legend like on the bottom? That might be sufficient, because the thing is we might not want the category access anyways.
Wait. I set legend to false. You're saying if it was true, and then you'll be happy with that?
Well, because now see if on the docs you can put the legend below. And the reason I'm thinking this is we might not want that access anyways, because we're going to have to shove this into 300-ish pixels, right? So like, if we can get like a legend that sits underneath, it's probably going to fit better. Anyways,
setting series.labels. Is that a thing? Okay, hold on. Everyone who is new to Kendo UI for jQuery along with me, the docs are separate. I'm doing my separate hand motion from they're separate from the demos. So right now what we're in is the demos section, but if I actually, is there a link to the docs? Is there a link to the documentation? If I actually went to the docs, see how they look different. You kind of have like a different demo-ish here, but for like checking out the overall, like what does the bubble chart look like? I definitely love this demo section. Like it's just slick. So that's complicated and I don't know if it's necessary, but we have to head over to the docs. And now I'm going to drill down into, I guess, the bar chart.
Can you try back in the code?
Yes, tell me.
The API docs. So for legend, so within that same object, can you pass position bottom?
Wait, can you please share where you found that? Because that was like really fast. And I don't know how you found that so fast. Is that a string? I'm thinking it's a string.
Definitely a string.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, did that break like everything? How did that break
bottom wrong? Does it need a trailing comma? What's wrong with it? Position. Last time I spelled position wrong. I don't think that's the problem here.
But why would that break everything?
It's like the question of my life. How do you people get things out of the chat? I don't know how to copy paste that. Docs, Telerik, Kendo, JavaScript, database, charts, configuration. So you're under chart configuration. I'm going to find it via that. So charts, configuration, not seeing it. I'm going to actually just look for.
So it totally works for me.
So thank you, Dead Pixel. Chart configuration. Sorry. Almost there.
I'm just wondering, like, because I just gave this a shot and position bottom did exactly what I wanted it to do.
Okay, hang on. Is there something weird about, like, do you have categories? No? Category access, like, did you get rid of that completely in yours? Is that part of?
I'm just looking at a random example. I think, so wait, if you comment out line 23 right now, does this code still work? Is like that definitely the problem?
What is happening? What?
Oh.
What?
Okay, so now get rid of position or re-put in position bottom and see if that works.
Comment in, you mean?
Yuck,
yuck. What the heck? I'm gonna throw something. Something is being thrown. Why is this working?
I don't
Why
know.
wasn't it working before?
I don't know, but I think this might be the best we can do because
because of the space. I actually want to see what it's going to look like if we go to. Sorry, we're going to need
probably set tab strip to 300 pixels.
Yes, thank you. I was
or
buffering.
320, maybe 350.
I was buffering hard there. Okay, tab strip, max width. I always type max width. Okay. Of 320 pixels. Acres.
Oh, that's not bad because those numbers aren't going to really be that big. Or I should say that the difference between, I don't think we're going to have one with like 5 votes and one with 4,000, right? Because that's the only thing making the access look weird is because there's that enormous gap.
Let's normalize it a little bit. Let's get rid of all of this.
I mean, you can still have Pinkie Pie win, just win by less, right? You don't need to like
win by less. Oh crap, she wasn't even winning in the first place. Okay, wait. Let's what's the top? 1,000?
Yeah.
I don't know. Save.
Yeah.
Why? Why can't I numbers? Dang it. Freaking Rainbow Dash. All right, hang on. We're just gonna do this. And okay. Happy. And I mean, it's still a lot of lines for that, but
well, I think so we could turn, there's a line on the value access, get rid of minor grid lines. So line
that
63.
Is cracking me up. 63. 63. Thank you.
Dead Pixels got the right idea. That's when you asked how I found it so quickly. I didn't use the search on our site. I just used Google.
Why didn't you all just tell me that? Okay. Minor grid lines. You wanted me to set that to false, you said?
Yeah, just there we go.
Oh, okay. This is much better. This is much prettier. It's still kind of. I'm worried about the height.
Get rid of the votes for string too, because we don't like, and it can just be the names of the ponies, right?
Where are you talking? Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I will do so promptly. Also, I'm thinking what we should do is maybe get rid of, because we're in need of some vertical space here. We're going to go over our 320 or 350. So I want to get rid of the headers. I'm thinking they're superfluous because you can see what we're on. So unless you think that's a horrible idea, I'm going to get rid of them.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, survey and results. Oh yeah, for sure. Those can die.
Survey, that saves us some space. Also, like this one, we're just going to leave it to say that for now.
Yeah.
The next thing, okay, let's just do this. What we're going to do is just to get a feeling of it. Height of 320 pixels and overflow of hidden. I want to see what we're going to. Oh. Yeah. So.
Well, I don't think, no, the height's not capped. So you can have long panels.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Hopefully we don't find out later that that's not true, but that's awesome. If not,
I don't think so. There's no hard coded height.
Okay. If that is true that we need to shorten it, then we can make that happen. This is going directly to our SEO team. Ivana, beautiful. Okay. What is favorite MLP character? Yes, we got that going. We've got our results coming in. One thing that I did do last night that I'm just going to show is, which we can all make fun of in a minute. I did an ad survey event listener. Can you tell I write Angular? And I am going to call that from my document.ready. Yes. And so essentially the idea here is, and then back in the HTML, I'm going to set the active tab to initially be boop tab 1. Okay. So now whenever you load in our page, you'll see this gorgeous My Little Pony survey. You'll click Pinkie Pie because you're a smart person, and then it'll go over to the results immediately. So I was kind of thinking of it more as like a Twitter poll without a submit button, where like you just click on your option and then that is your submit. And so I used, if I go back up, I took a bit of Googling because I was like, how do I know? How do I know if it's been submitted? I'm just checking on this.checked for inputs with a name of pony. But I know there's also this.value, which used to be yes, apparently. You know what I'm talking about, TJ?
Yeah,
It
it
used to be
makes
yes,
no
now
sense.
it's on. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's
hang on. I want to show this real quick because it's weird. We'll do alert.
this is why we switched to JavaScript frameworks that meant you don't have to worry about this because the DOM APIs are bonkers.
Try to get data directly from radio buttons is mega weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever I click Pinkie Pie, on is logged out with this alert for this.value. So I could check for like and this.value is on, but I don't know why I would need to. Maybe we'll get to that point. I'm literally just like,
I honestly I don't even know if you need the checked bit because wouldn't it just be
wait, what?
if it changed then
Oh.
that means basically the user interacted with this. So at this point,
I'm scared, but
because how would they
we'll
change it and one not be checked,
and
right?
one not be checked? You know, it's a good point. I'm just okay. We're gonna do it, but I'm still scared, TJ. Like what? Okay, whenever you're using a screen reader and you're tabbing through, does it alter the state at all if you're tabbed on something?
If you tab to them, so I think that'd be one reason to have a submit button because there's no way that when you tab to a set of radio controls,
well, it would tab over the labels, right? And then you could like enter on that label, and that would activate.
It's going to select the first one by default, and then you can use the arrow keys to move between your choices.
Ew, no, hang on. I'm gonna. How do I get this?
So actually, try this. So comment out
in a new window. Oh wait, you want me to comment out first?
We got to comment out the change listener, else you won't be able to actually tab through it.
Okay. So oh wait, actually, I'm just gonna comment out the call to it. This one.
Yep.
Okay, we're over here.
So now tab to give focus to the radio buttons.
Because we don't have ARIA roles.
Let me see. Let me try it on my own. Then you should be able, once they have focus, you can use the left and right arrow keys.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's working for me.
Why? Okay, can you show your screen?
Sure.
I want to see it working. Wait, are you using Chrome? You're using Chrome, right?
Firefox. I can try it on Chrome.
No, do it in Firefox. Show us it working, and then try it in Chrome and tell if it's broken for you. Or someone in chat. Is it working in Chrome for Firefox Developer Edition is Bay?
All right, so you seeing my screen now? Let me bump it up to like ludicrous size, right?
Okay.
So I'm going to refresh so that we have a clean slate. And so I'm giving focus to the browser window. I hit tab a single time. So actually, you're right. We might be fine here. Well, okay. So I might have to bump this up even more. Do you see how it gets like this is custom kind of styling, right? So that's like the focus outline to show that has focus.
Right. Yeah.
And then I can use the right and left arrows to go between those. But to your the reason the no button approach doesn't work here is because if I wanted to select rarity with just the keyboard, I have to go through the options sequentially. I have to do this to select rarity.
Okay, so are you telling me we need a submit button? Is that what you're?
Well, if you care about accessibility.
Obs. Okay.
Like you could be really condescending with that too. It's like, if you have morals, Alyssa, then yeah, you're going to need a button. I mean, if you don't care about these
seriously, the Twitch polls though.
let me see. Hold on. But hold on. I'm
pulling
trying to.
poll.
So while you're
Image.
doing that, I'm going to try this in Chrome.
Yes, please.
Just to make sure the same thing happens as like a sanity check. So I'm opening this up.
There is a vote button, maybe. Wait, no, that's a Twitch one. I went the Twitter one. Sorry, Twitch is not. Twitter poll image. I'm pulling up.
Right, so opening a new window. Oh, yeah. See, there we go. It's the same thing in Chrome. You give it focus, and actually, this is one of the nice things about Kendo UI is like normally doing this is really, really hard because the accessibility bit is built into native browser radio buttons, but when you want to build something custom with a custom look, which is what this has, it's really hard to get the accessibility parts correct.
Mm-hmm.
And so Kendo is doing that for you. So we get this out of the box.
Okay, so I was totally wrong. I guess there is a little. Well, no, because the new Twitter polls, it looks like the buttons are. I thought they were radio buttons, but it looks like I'm actually just going to share you this.
Yeah, my guess is they're not implementing it with radio buttons.
So this is like, I'm just going to pull this up really big. There it is. Boop, boop. So I'm thinking they're just individual buttons for each option.
I'm guessing they're buttons because then you can tab between them just fine.
If I change all my radio buttons to normal buttons, that would be better. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what's happening here. I just, in my brain, was like, these are radio buttons because of the way they're working. Like they have the label that is the answer for that option, and like whenever you click on it, it goes to the results. So in my head, I was like, oh, I'm doing what Twitter does.
I think though, like radio buttons are, you select one of these while a task, whereas like buttons are something you expect an immediate action to occur. So I'd say you either want the radio buttons totally work here, but then the radio button, like selecting a radio button is not normally associated with taking some action. So you either need a submit button, which is a totally valid option, or you need just to make them all buttons.
Okay, yeah.
Either way works.
Okay, first of all, I think Salt's making fun of me. Second of all, it'd be a very fun version of JavaScript you'd learn. Let me tell you that. So submit, there's no reason for the radio buttons because you could select multiple, right? I'm being for real. Salt, I love you, Salt. Okay, so I don't know what to do, TJ. Do we want a submit button? Hang on, let me go back and look at the actual thing with the. I want my preview. I don't know where it open. There it is.
I mean, which do you prefer? Because so we could either make these buttons, but I kind of like the look of the radio buttons. So my vote would be to just toss a submit button at the end of this.
Okay.
And all you'd have to do is change the existing add survey event listener and just make that an event handler on the submit button click. And then it should more or less just work.
Okay, so I want to go to, where am I? Chart.
This is your problem with the like hundreds of line HTML file, right? Where the hell am I?
I get a little overwhelmed with this. Okay.
It's funny because we started this off with like the whole this. We're remembering the parts we liked about jQuery, but you tend to forget the parts you don't like.
No, I refuse to believe this is how people did it. There is a way that they loaded in HTML, even with Ajax or something.
It was like Backbone and like Knockout, and like the very first phase of JavaScript frameworks was how you did it, basically.
Okay. I am looking at this. Sorry, I'm getting a little. So outside of our field set. Wait.
I think you can throw it in the field set.
In the fields. In the outside of the OL button. I don't know what I'm doing, DJ.
And if you're going for accessibility too, there should be a form in here as well. I mean, it depends on how deep down the rabbit hole you want to go here.
Okay, I want to go. But like,
so that div could just totally be a form, like
okay.
line 32.
All
and
right.
it shouldn't change anything.
Well, do I need to like have some kind of Kendo UI special form?
Nope. We don't need Kendo to do anything special here. I wonder if, so Kendo might need that to be a div. I think that's what broke there. So you might need to do a div that the first child is a form and clutter up your markup a little bit.
I'm with you. But what about the action? Oh God, it's been so long. We match.
Don't need an action because you're going to prevent the default action.
Why?
Can we not use old school DOM? Well,
the default use the default action.
The default action of a form is to submit to a backend. Like it was built very much with the expectation that you would hit submit on a form, like think old school style, and you'd go to some backend process to do things, and then it would return you to someplace completely different.
Now, when you say backend, you don't mean Firebase.
No, like you're probably talking like you've got your C# backend, your Java backend, maybe your PHP backend.
Hang on, let me see if this is working. I think it's working.
Yeah, you're good.
But do I need anything in the button?
I think you should make it like a Kendo button, right? Because it should match your theme.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this. This. Hang on.
Oh man. Okay. So yeah. So back in the day, right? If you want to just store some data associated with a DOM component, the way you would do it is you would use like, this was like back in the HTML5 buzzwordy days, the data attributes, or like there's ways jQuery basically, actually I think this was custom to jQuery, giving you a way of associating data with a DOM node. So like, no, there's no data binding. The browser doesn't know what the hell you're doing there, right? Like that's straight up, like Angular makes that magic happen. And Angular makes sure the browser never gets that stuff. Angular does its nonsense.
I don't believe you. I want you to prove it. I'm going to put it in here, and if it works, then you owe me an apology.
It won't work, so I'm not worried about this. Like the browser's just going to straight up laugh at you.
Okay, now we're going to go and try it your way. Oh my God. I should not have started off with using Angular first because everything is ruined for me. I'm like, I would literally try that and then I'd be like, oh, Kendo's broken. When it's really me using jQuery horribly wrong. Okay, so inside of document.ready, right?
Yeah, so you just select the button. So you could say like form space button, and then you just say .kendo button probably, and that's it.
Oh, this feels so wrong.
And then I think just that Kendo button is all you need. Just so not that data, all you need to do is turn it into a Kendo button. So you are on the documentation for how to like disable a button, but you don't need to do that. You
want me to do that.
That should do it, yeah.
Shut the front door. Okay, it did it.
It did it.
I don't understand why it did it. I don't understand what we're doing here. What are we doing here? We're calling a Kendo button method on a DOM element.
So these are like jQuery plugin days, basically. Like everything. So the way the jQuery plugins, the way they work is basically they're things that you can call after you select something with jQuery. So after you do the selector bit, right, your classic jQuery, I get all my buttons. And the plugins basically are things you call on that. So I have my button.
Are you calling this a plugin? Wait, who's
that is a plugin? Yeah. I mean, like I said, in jQuery world for Kendo, we don't have components because there's no such thing as like the browser doesn't have any concept of components. And components are things that are created like Angular, React, Vue help you create these things. But the browser has no concept of this. jQuery has no concept of this. So essentially all of our components, so put those in air quotes again with jQuery, are really just a bunch of jQuery plugins because we're just grabbing some chunk of the DOM and saying, turn this into this sort of augmented. When you say
plugin, I hear fuzzy noise. What does that even mean?
It's basically, it plugs into just
Are you saying another word for method? function.
Well, there typically are methods that you attach to essentially the jQuery's sort of function prototype, essentially, but they are in a sense just methods. That's sort of the implementation, but they're just called jQuery plugins, mostly because they're not native to jQuery itself. Like jQuery doesn't ship with a Kendo UI button in it.
Oh, okay. I'm with you now. Everything makes sense, I think. But how do you, okay, you're brand new to jQuery. How do you know that you need to call Kendo button? I go to the docs and I make it not the size of my life. And then I go.
Well, you're on the API reference. What you want to do is like be on the demos.
The demos. Okay, so I'm over at the demos and then I'm going to look for button.
Yep.
And then did I search? What did I do wrong? Did I freeze it? I broke it. I should not ask for a button.
Apparently, our search is just totally unusable. You might just want to go to like
Google.
There
Hang on. Hold. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to go to Google. Or actually all components. And then unless you know where it is.
This is why Google's nice. Kendo jQuery button. There you go. First one.
Source. Okay, now I need to.
And so then you would scroll down, right, and see how there's a couple different types of buttons here. So like text button, primary text button, and in fact, like Cabe-primary is something we might want to add here. And if you keep scrolling down, there'll be a bit of jQuery code on the bottom that's going to show you how to convert these. So see.
So when I saw like up here, I guess maybe because I'm used to like Angular or whatever, but I'd be like, oh yeah, K-primary, ID of primary disabled, ID of text button. I'd be like, that's all I need to get going. But they're just using that down here to call these plugins that have been added to jQuery.
Correct. Yeah. The IDs in this demo are there solely so that they are unique selectors later on to show the different permutations of ways you could do Kendo buttons.
They're talking about getting a dad joke emote, and Ivana said, "Oh, it'll be easy. We'll just use Ed's face." That makes me so happy. Okay, so all we have to do is call Kendo button.
Yeah, I think you're going to want the K-primary class name to get the same color scheme.
Okay. Oh, as Nova?
Yeah, it should match like it's probably going to be the same.
I was only applying Nova to the chart, I think. So I need a way of applying Nova because like these colors look, although I actually don't even know if Nova is something you can use. Like if it's an overall theme or if it's just a chart theme. Hang on. Let me go down to, what am I doing? I'm on the wrong thing. Down to the button and say K-primary.
I'm guessing it's going to make it that same red. Yeah, the same like, well, I guess orangish red that the tab view uses.
Okay, I'm going to say Kendo UI for jQuery theme. Theme builder, less space, how to get a theme from my grid, changing themes on the client. Is that what I want?
No, because that's like, think dark mode, light mode for that. Like if you wanted to give users the ability to toggle a theme, which is going to be like ridiculous overkill for this.
I don't want to build my own theme. I just want to know the default themes. Maybe I say default theme. Because I know for us, we have Material, Bootstrap, and Default are the three that we have. But I don't know if that's the same thing for Kendo UI for jQuery.
I think it is. I can't say I'm positive either. See, that's an Angular link. You need the top one.
Themes. Okay. I don't want a Sass-based theme. We're not using Sass, right? I don't.
But I think that's just for the limitations. Because I think if you scroll down using the pre-built CSS, because that's what we're essentially doing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so there you go. There's three. Because if you look under using the npm packages, the default theme, the Bootstrap theme, and the material theme.
Okay, but it's like, do I just change Kendo theme, default Kendo theme? So I want to go back over here. So we would just change our.
What are you trying to change as part of this?
Well, I don't love the orange. So if I want to change it to like material, would I literally just change this?
Default to material should do it. and we'll see what it looks like. Yeah, there you go.
Hey! Oh my God, I'm so happy. Okay, awesome.
I do like that. That you're right. That blue is better. And actually, the radio button should match that too, because Kendo's kind of cool that way.
Look at the little animations.
Oh, it's got that's actually a nice touch.
I love this. Okay.
Somebody spent a good amount of time perfecting that, and they did a good job.
I'm so happy. Okay, so, and I actually learned yesterday that there's like a bug with Angular animations, and like they still haven't fixed it yet. And apparently some of our components depend on those animations. And so I was like, oh no, like, and we had decided that it would be kind of weird for us to fix it on our side, because then when the framework fixes it, it's going to be.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyways, that was a random side note. We can take out this why no work. Okay. So let's go over what we have. We have, is there a way to say, because I know there's a way in Angular, but like whenever I refresh this page for a second, you see the flash of unstyled content. Is there a way in like document.ready or something for me to say, don't load until the styles are here? Or is that not a thing in jQuery?
It's not really a thing. And actually the flash you're seeing is not necessarily waiting for the CSS. It's because originally, right, the DOM loads and it's not, because Angular and React will take it and put it in its final structure and then toss it in the DOM. Right. Whereas with jQuery, you see that initial, like say that UL, right? It's going to show it as an unstyled UL. Yeah, and then your JavaScript's going to come in afterwards. And so the only way around that is if you throw in some sort of like loading, like put up some sort of like opacity and then fade it in when it's after you've run all your JavaScript.
Okay, yeah.
So we could go down that route and do that and basically say...
I actually can't get it to happen again. Hey, God, Command-Shift-R. Let's do that. Oh my gosh, what?
Yeah,
Did I break the internet? I just Command-Shift-R. Like, it's completely...
Did you clear, like, every cache you've ever made?
Wow.
That spinner in the top right is really working, too.
That's confused.
That spinner is giving me anxiety. That's...
Okay, I actually broke it.
Honestly, though, like, I wouldn't worry, like, for the context of a Twitch extension... People are probably never going to, because you have to probably scroll down to see these things. So it's probably not worth caring about too much, because I don't think anybody's ever going to see the tiny little time it takes to load this.
I should know if it was in my brain. There's like all these magical one-liners that I just don't know about. So if I ever bother you about something like this, it's because I think you're just gonna be like, yeah, just say like document.onload blah blah blah, and then like it's done. So I'm just double checking with you that it's not like a built-in thing.
No, this is like, these are like the jQuery problems that you forget about, because like we could solve this, right? Like we could put in like a make sure all these stuff is rendered, and then you could do like a CSS animation of some sort and like fade it in or whatever the case may be.
But you're saying there's no magical one-liner that was built in for this issue.
It's
okay.
Usually if you cared enough, you would like put up a loader or a spinner or just some like opacity animation.
So I'm going to clean this up a bit. We have like 25 minutes before our lunch break, and we haven't done any, what am I saying here with the surveys and the winning prizes?
Oh, yeah. We haven't done any trivia yet. No, I totally didn't think about that.
For those just joining us, hi, Alyssa here, TJ. We are doing a Throwback Thursday jQuery Twitch extension. That's going to be a poll. And we are going to be here all day. And we're giving away Amazon gift cards for jQuery trivia. So it's going to be a blast. And also, I'm going to actually put up there's a huge prize at the very end, and it's not a Twitch light. It's a Switch light, right? I can't find it. TJ. I'm trying to give you all the beautiful, beautiful progress survey.
Sarah just tossed in a bunch of gift subs. Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, How did you know? Are you on the actual thing? Because I don't think we see gift subs through our interface.
We don't, so I've got Twitch open over here to see it.
Nice. Okay, so let's do our very first, because we've got so much trivia to get through today, and I want to make sure that we give away as many prizes as possible. So I'm going to clean up the codes, but let's while we're doing that, do some trivia. So trivia. Oh yeah.
And hey, it looks like Eric dropped in the chat as well. Hey, Eric, you can get a sense of what we're building. Very, very professional application here.
It's gorgeous. You get to vote, and then you get to see who's winning, and it's like obviously going to be Pinkie Pie, and I can't wait to see this in a Twitch extension. Also, over the break, TJ, if you wanted to change it to like Pokemon data, that's a throwback, and we wouldn't be overgirling it today. So
no, that's all right. I'm comfortable in my masculinity. I can build a pony app.
I actually just lost my pony ears, but seriously, I mean those button animations though.
We were just talking about how like somebody really took the time to configure the radio buttons to get that just right.
I know,
and I appreciate it.
I'm actually gonna open it and then do this real big for everybody to see while we're waiting on a beautiful, beautiful trivia question. And I want you all not to be frightened, but they're jQuery trivia questions. Drum roll for the trivia that's about to be in our lives.
And the animations, B-Boss, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. They are jQuery only.
What versions of Internet Explorer did jQuery 2.0 drop support for? Wah, wah.
We need the Jeopardy music. Like that's for next time. And I think like first one to specify it.
Salt wins. Says IE8 plus. I'm gonna get my ponies.
Do you have the correct answers there, Alyssa? Because I don't.
Oh, yeah, I totally do. I should be.
Because I don't.
I should be looking at them.
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Oops. 6 through 8, and he said 8 plus. Does that count?
Oh, you just gave out the answer.
Whoops. Well, I totally thought that was counting. Does 8 plus not count as 6 through 8?
I think.
I'm sorry. We're giving it to Salt, and I'm going to do better next time.
Salt has earned a gift card. So very much. Thanks for being around all morning.
I do this all the time.
I do think you need to work on how you like. We're going to do a few more of these next time. Maybe don't just announce the answer before anybody gets it.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was like 8 plus. That's in the range of 6 through 8, right? Like.
Well, at the time too, so that was I couldn't remember the exact versions, but it was kind of a big deal because most people were still supporting those. So like the 2.x line existed for a while. Well, the 3.x one continued to develop, and there was like you wrote articles about are you okay to switch to jQuery 3.0 and these sorts of things. So
okay, I want to change. Before we run out of time, I want to change this to work with the button, but I was thinking maybe click isn't the right one. So like, is there a .submit? Do I need to Google this?
Yeah. So you want to put the event listener, you actually want to select the form. So on line 5,
we gotta select this form. Oh, this makes me so happy. Okay, hang on.
Right. Because you don't want to listen for the button click because
ID or class.
Technically you don't need either because you could just
come on.
What do you want to call it? You're the
no, I'm
HTML.
saying I'm saying like back in the day, what was the proper thing? Because calling out form was definitely not proper.
I think so. Like in this case, okay. If you were building something reusable, you'd probably want a class because you'd want to say like, give me all the forms that are this way for doing it.
Right.
And if you're building something or if you're adding some functionality that's very specific to one individual element, then you would want an ID. But this was because nowadays IDs are sort of frowned upon, at least from a CSS perspective. But this was way before that movement ever started. So I think
TJ, I want
IDs
you
were
to know,
way more common.
while we're debating ID your class, Chad has moved on to smoked meats.
Okay. Well, so in about 20 minutes, Sam's going to take over, our colleague Sam, for some interviews while we go get some lunch. So I'm totally game for this chat.
Just like, okay. Okay, survey, submit. What am I doing here? What?
So line 5 is you got to change that. You don't have any radio buttons anymore.
I do, but I don't want to listen for on change. You're saying I want to talk to my
Okay. Yeah, you're right. You do have radio buttons, but you don't need to listen to anything on those.
submit. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. It feels weird. Okay, I want to say it. It feels weird.
And I think you're going to need the good old event.prevent default in there as well, but leave it out for a second just so we can see what happens. Because I think it's going to try to like submit and navigate you. Let's see. Yeah, so see how it refreshed the browser there? It's because the form action by default is going to straight up like do a full on like browser submit.
Okay, let's say we were using Firebase right now, and if I had like something like Firebase functions or something that was called, and I was like, I could plug in technically something there and use that default, or would I always basically want to cancel this? Like, is that a we wish this wasn't part of the spec anymore kind of thing?
Yeah, I think Ed mentioned this in the chat earlier, but like forms were, if you think about it, they were from like the mid 90s, right? So it was before even Ajax was a thing. So it was designed to be, you're filling out this like government form and you submit it and it goes to some server to do something. And then it comes back and shows like a results page. And so ever since Ajax was a thing, pretty much you always want to prevent the default action of the form, because you almost never want to say submit this and like fully navigate me. You almost always want to say, don't do a full navigation because I'm going to do something custom in my UI.
Actually, I want to go back because I want.
And I think actually now I'm curious if like React and Angular, because I'm pretty sure they just do this for you. I can't say I'm positive off the top of my head.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, and the turtle guy as well. Yeah, you're right. Basically that's when you would do like old school. You do your validation on the server as well. And so you might need to do, this is before people commonly did client-side validation. You do your servers and you might need to pass back to the same page to show the errors as well.
Okay. Types experience. And yeah, I've heard of stop propagation, prevent default. I don't know if we actually need to call this on forms. Prevent default on form. I'm curious now. So.
Yeah, if anybody knows if Angular and React do this for you, I feel like I should know the answer to that.
I don't know what page that is. I'm going to go back over to this and make sure I get this finished real quick.
And BBoss says, can you just return false? And yeah, you can. So you can just do return false there.
But I want to navigate away. I don't understand. If I return false, I wouldn't be able to do any of the functionality.
This gets into like the weeds too. I'm just saying like the end result is going to be the same. Prevent, but
no, because return false would return us out of this thing, right? I wouldn't be able to do anything else after it.
Let's show this both ways. Okay, so hold on. So comment this out. You're going to need on line 5. You're going to need to event is the first parameter passed to that function, because otherwise event doesn't, like on line 6 you're using event.
You need to here.
So okay, so try that just to show that it works.
Maybe I didn't refresh. Hang on.
At least it should work if we're doing this right. Oh, it's still.
I don't know if I did it right. I would definitely not count me in for this being right. Hang on. Prevent default.
That totally looks right. All right. So
that's it.
So put in return false, like on line 7, just for funsies, because I totally expected that to work, and I'm actually not sure why it doesn't. So that doesn't work either. Is this line? Oh, did we re-add this code? Like, is line 4 even being called? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
How many times, like, we need a counter for this stream for how many times we're going to debug this
This is
function
like
without it
3.
actually
I think
even.
this is like the 3rd time today I've tried to use like a method that I'm not calling. So you're welcome. Okay, let's get back out of false, and we're just going to try our OG way. And I really expected the interface to refresh. Okay, nothing's happening.
Okay,
now, if
which
we
is good.
go and we want to toggle that, and we want to toggle that, and then we want to say save, and also this feels like cheating, the return false bit.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I didn't vote.
So
Okay, so they're both working.
At the end of the day, it's 2 ways of writing the same thing, and like I
Is
remember,
is it TJ?
It's like not technically, but in reality, it kind of is. But because like I remember, if you were self-righteous back in like what 20 the early 2010s, you probably wrote articles about which one. I might have wrote this article for all I know.
If you
like,
were
which one is preferred?
self-righteous, that makes me so happy. Okay, we are going to inspect.
I think though the prevent default is more preferred because it's more explicit. Because you look at that code and you know, oh, okay, I'm preventing some default, versus return false is kind of hiding what it's actually doing. It's sort of a weird way of preventing an action.
Return false also stops propagation, not just prevents default. Turtle Guy says. So are you saying we need both? Is that what people are agreeing with? But again,
so the event's going to propagate. Return false will prevent the propagation, but in this case, you don't care to prevent the propagation. It's sort of irrelevant.
Okay.
So in some cases, you might want to know. We could go into like jQuery event handling and like .live and all these craziness things that you can do with event propagation. But in this case, like a form submit, there's not going to be something that listens higher up for form submits. So
we need to do Fortran. What?
It's funny though.
Why is that a request?
It is funny to me thinking about this of like back in the day, if you wanted to learn like web stuff, event propagation would be like one of the first tricky topics you'd have to really learn in and out. Whereas nowadays, you don't need to, like, I don't think people that are learning web development today even know how event propagation even works. And because you don't really need to know with React, Angular, and such. It's just sort of you're explicitly data binding to these things. But it used to be a concern back in the day. Making the button bigger.
Yeah. Why is freaking text align not working? Text line center. What are you doing? Let me look at you with more of a. Oh dear lordy, that's not what we want.
Is there a child at the button? Is that maybe the thing?
Why would there be a child? Oh no, it's just
there's not. Okay,
that's a pseudo element, and the yeah.
I was wondering if there was something there just for the purposes of doing like some fancy material animation.
Do 100%.
Wait, what you just did worked.
Yeah, well, so 100 view width was setting it. This is technically centering the text. It thinks the view width is bigger than the form, and so I need to say 100% of my parent element, not view width. So I'm gonna go back, refresh, and then go over to my styles, and I'm gonna select add button. I forgot what I needed. Like, and I think it's survey button. And width of 100%. Save, please. Okay. What the heck? Survey button class. Go over to this. Go down, 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 down.
Is it overridden by something maybe?
Button. What the heck? Survey. No, you have to actually match the class to what it's named. It's like a thing. What the crap?
But is it no longer being a kendo button? Because I think you used vote button to select it in your JavaScript. So.
Oh, you're so smart. Oh my God.
This is like it's. Oh man, this is bringing up like problems that I haven't thought about in web development though in a long time.
TJ, you are so smart. That you don't even know. That would have taken so long. I would have been like inspecting it and like, where is my kendo stuff? Oh God. Okay, march it down. Oh, that's probably gonna be okay. What are people saying? It's live. It's live pair programming. Yes.
Thanks, Quantum.
Okay. Let's see. I'm thinking this font size is too big, so I'm gonna go back up to my legend. Do you like my use of legend?
I never really totally understood like that's the way I was taught to do forms like way back in the day is you had a field set and a legend and like that was the quote unquote proper way of building a form.
Yeah.
And I think it looks really nice here actually. Just like because the browser's default styling. I just remember that in the cases where you don't want the browser's default styling, fighting against that is an absolute nightmare.
Well, so it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Like because I too was like, oh, I remember this being painful, and I don't know if it's just updates to things, but when you go and you select the filled set, and then you actually are just like, I don't want a border.
It just goes away.
Yeah, it just goes away. And then you've got your, semantic legend that belongs to the field set. And the reason that I did this was I liked the look of it. Yeah, that's silly. I know you shouldn't pick things like that because you can style anything to look like anything. But B, when I had originally this list of radio buttons and I didn't have a vote button, I felt anytime that I have a list of radio buttons, like these are the labels, but I needed a label that belonged to all of them. And so the only semantic way I know of giving a label to all of them without just literally having a random label is legend and filled set, because that's like the way of saying this legend belongs to all of these things. So that was why I used it. So.
And Ed says too that you can do things like disable a group of inputs within a field set as well. So it gives you like semantic grouping points.
I didn't know that. Did you know that, TJ? I did not.
I didn't know that either. No.
Okay, so we have like 5-ish minutes till we need to start easing into the lunch hour, and I think we have real quick. I'm gonna go in 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we've got like 12 plus survey questions. So if we do a math, we're 2 hours in and we only have one survey question down. So I think we need to do at least one more survey question and then maybe a little bit more cleanup before lunch hour.
Yeah, I think we do a survey and then like just sort of maybe do a quick summary of where we're at, where we're going next sort of thing. But why don't we do a survey question first?
Survey question.
And I think, Alyssa, the trick this time is to not give away the answer.
Right. I'm totally, it's like, I read it and I'm not going to say it like... Maybe, hopefully we got this. Okay, I'm going to swap out the ponies now that we all welcome to the channel. We're doing a Throwback Thursday jQuery version, and we are waiting on our next jQuery trivia to win a $25 Amazon gift card. First person in the chat to type the correct answer. Drum roll, please. We're moving on to cat ears. My best desk drum roll. Okay, I'm ready. I'm so ready. This is gonna be epic. I could probably paste these in, Sarah, if you wanted. I'm sorry. It was like really rude of me to like throwback. I work with JQ every day. I know. And jQuery is awesome. I know.
And actually like we're actually not doing this as a way to like poke fun at jQuery, actually saying like it's still a very like legit tool for doing legit things. Yeah. So it's not for everything, but
it was actually the first thing that came to mind with, whoa, I just heard like this cool pop noise. Hey, we got someone in the backstage, a super secret person backstage. It was actually Quantum. It was the thing that we thought if we were going to build a Twitch extension real quick with the poll, what are we going to use? And it wasn't Angular and it wasn't React. We would just use jQuery real quick and make it happen. And so that's why, the theme is Throwback Thursday, but it's still a valid tool. So trivia question number 2. What is the, oh my gosh.
We keep on doing it.
What is the name of the jQuery selector engine? Go chat. I was born in the 90s though. Hey, 89. I just barely made the 80s.
85 here.
85.
Oh, and Quantum's got it. That's Quantum got it right away.
Oh, that was awesome. Good job. You are the winner of a brand new shiny Amazon gift card for $25. Enjoy. Okay. So Selector McEngine. It's cracking me up. So if you're just now joining us, this has been a fun morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are so far. A couple hours of UI work, and I'm going to share it real quick. So this is I'm actually going to just open it in a different window and make it real big. It already is real big. So today we're building a Twitch extension, and later this afternoon we are bringing on the Erik Guzman, who is a full stack engineer at Zeal and a Twitch extension developer, and he's going to teach us all the ins and outs of creating a Twitch extension. But we are getting started early before we jump into the Twitch extension side. And we created a little poll that we are going to display on our Twitch webpage. And whenever this is what we did this morning so far. So we have our survey, our results page, and then we also have an edit survey page, which we haven't touched yet. But if we have time this afternoon, it's gonna be awesome. So yes, you pick your favorite pony, Pinkie Pie, obviously. You vote, and then it pulls up the results. So that's kind of the flow that we're thinking. We haven't plugged it into Firebase or anything cool yet. But yeah. So oh my gosh. I didn't have the thing up that whole time. Dang it.
That's all right.
Sorry about that, guys.
So as Alyssa's bringing this up, so this is where we're at so far. And just to give you an idea of the flow for the rest of the day, because we will be here for about 5 more hours or so building this thing up. So our coworker, Sam Basu, is going to come in here in a minute with some special guests, and he'll be here for about an hour. Then we'll be coming back on in about an hour to build, basically start to work this into Twitch itself and to learn a little bit more about that. And I have some special swag. I'm going to be doing a wardrobe switch in the meantime, so you can look forward to. Here's a little bit of a preview, right? Some old school, if I can get it in the camera right. So I'm going to be switching up to that. But I think, Alyssa, we're probably all set. I think so. Is there anything else we want to mention? I'm going to throw up a thing here in a minute while we sort of do our switch over to let Sam take control of this.
Yeah, no, I think we should welcome our lunchtime guests on screen, and we will see you back in an hour to welcome our guest of the day, Erik Guzman, on to talk about Twitch extensions. So stick around.
Stick around. We'll be back in a bit.
There you go. I was speaking with my microphone off. All right. Hello, friends. No audio, Sam. No, I fixed it, I think. Yeah. All right. So good morning if you're joining us from West Coast of the Americas. Good afternoon. I'm in the East Coast. Good evening if you are in any other part of the world. And welcome again to Coded Live. Thank you for all of you who's been hanging out with us. It's been great to see TJ and Alyssa do a throwback on jQuery and build some cool stuff with it. Now, this is the lunch hour. They really saved the best for the lunch hour. Folks who just cannot code, folks who struggle to do just about anything. So they have me. So I'm Sam Basu. I'm a dev advocate here at Progress Software. So welcome. And I'm going to bring on a very good friend of mine as a guest. And let's see how that's going to work. There you go. And unmute you. Cassandra, you may have to unmute yourself. There you go. Yeah. All right. So, folks, once again, welcome to Coded Live. Let's see. Not true. Yeah, no, you do not want to see my coding streams. Those are, I don't know if some of the folks are still on, like Dead Pixel. They have seen me struggle through a lot of code. So I'm glad to just be able to chat today. So this is the lunch hour, at least here for me in the East Coast. So we're just going to chat about food and the dev community and some good stuff. So with me, I have my very good friend, Cassandra Ferris. So Cassandra, please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Ferris. I am the community manager at a company called SaltStack. We're a startup that focuses on open source based SecOps and DevOps. So in my role, I manage both the community of our open source contributors as well as our internal people who work on our enterprise product. Aside from that, I am the president of the STIR Scholarship, which is a scholarship program for high school girls who are pursuing degrees in STEM. We are in year 2 of that scholarship program. I'd be glad to chat about that a little bit as well later. And when I'm not being a tech fangirl, I'm into soccer, corgis, as probably some of you saw on Twitter. Like to travel, like to play board games. That's me.
Yeah, well, you said a lot of different things. I want to break down every one of those things. But in the meantime, welcome to my palatial summer home. If you want, like, I can break out and go play the piano in a bit. I'm just kidding. It's funny. Like the wife and I joke. Like literally everybody in my family is artistically challenged. Like we can just do nothing that is remotely artistic. But the professions that we are in kind of work out. Now, some might say code is art. My code is not art. It just barely does its job. All right, so let's break this down. So I know Cassandra for a long time now, right? At least 5, 6, 7, 8 years now. So
Yeah, probably 8.
yeah. So you live in Columbus, Ohio. I used to live in Ohio for about 6, 7 years, and that's where I knew the community. And I still have some of my best friends in Columbus, Ohio. I keep going back. Let me check the chat room here because I am not seeing that. Yep, there you go. Yeah, for those of you joining us, we are doing a throwback Thursday on jQuery. We are building some very cool stuff, and this is the lunch hour. So I have Cassandra on, and I'm going to bring on somebody in another half an hour just to chit-chat and just get us talking about the dev community that we're all part of. And at 1 o'clock Eastern, you can see Alyssa and TJ come back on and have some more fun stuff. So Columbus, Ohio is a fun town. Like I have such fond memories. I think the dev community is actually really awesome. Do you want to talk about like how you got started, Cassandra, in your role in this industry?
Yes. So I was a tech recruiter who went very much off the rails for what a tech recruiter does. It started when I first started as a recruiter, I was given the advice, don't be the dumb recruiter who doesn't know what Java and JavaScript are different things. So that kind of motivated me to learn a little bit more about the technology in addition to the job requirements. And over time, I started getting involved in user groups in the tech community, and then took a position at a company that hosted a bunch of user groups every month. And so from there, I kind of took over managing the user groups, managing the meetups, and at some point got bit with the bug of, I don't just want to organize events, I want to start speaking at them. So I started speaking on human skills, professional skills, basically putting a process around things like professional networking, personal branding, do some talk about mental health and tech, all sorts of different things. And then over time, I realized that my true passion wasn't so much the recruiting aspect as it was the tech community. And so on my last job search, I went into jobs in what's called developer relations, and I took a position as a community manager. So it's less of a coding-based job and more very much a communication-based job.
Yeah. Now, I mean, to me, like the software industry, as we know, it's made up of so many different roles. We all are parts of the clog that keep the whole thing going. There's marketing, there's engineering, there's product management, there are PMs, there's testing, QA, everything. And recruiters are a big important part of that whole clog because, I mean, everybody needs to know what's going on in the industry. We need to find the right jobs. But sometimes some recruiters get a little bit of a bad rap because like you may not know exactly the technology that you're talking about, which you're not expected to know, but at least being able to talk about it intelligently, like Java is not the same as JavaScript, or things like that, right? So I think to me, like you are the epitome of what, like when you used to be in technical recruiting, like that's what we want in our industry. Folks who care, folks who are in the community and out there wanting to learn, wanting to interact and build a network and then recruit. So yeah, that was amazing what you did, I think, back in Columbus, back in those days. So what got you started in speaking? Like you were at a lot of events.
It was I went to so many user groups and so many meetups and felt like I learned a lot from everybody. And so I started speaking as a way to give back, because after interviewing hundreds and thousands of people and hearing all of their stories and their motivations and watching them grow their careers, I started to pick up some patterns as to what some best practices are, what are some frequently asked questions, things people who are more technical want to know. And so I realized, I could do talks on that stuff. And I submitted a talk kind of on a whim to a conference called Code Mash up here in Sandusky. It takes place in an indoor water park in the winter. I submitted a talk called It's Okay to Talk to Strangers with no intention of actually speaking at the conference. I thought I'd start at user groups and stuff, and then I was accepted to speak and kind of got bit by the bug. And then a lot of times my material for my future talks actually comes from the patterns I pick up on the Q&As after my talks, the hallway, the chit chat between events, and between talk sessions at conferences and stuff. So that's where most of my material has come from.
Yeah, and I'll go on the record to say you are an amazing speaker. I've seen most of your sessions, and you talk about things that are so relevant to software developers. And you talk about mental health, you talk about physical health, things that we all need to know and care. So how do you go about like picking the things that you are so passionate about? Is it like more of the things you hear?
It's a little bit of what's interesting to me, what I think might be fun. Like I'm working on a talk right now on emoji and visual communication and how we increasingly use those in a text-based world. And then I'm also writing a talk on how business and technologists can communicate with one another. And so these are just things that I've seen as we've changed the way we work and as I've gone from consulting now to a product company. So I'm building my talks based on that stuff. But it's just, the talk process is a lot of like, I have pages in my little trusty notebook with just random ideas, and eventually I'll build onto them and they turn into talks.
Yeah, well said. In the meantime, Sarah in the chat room is dropping subs all morning. So thank you for that. Now, what you said is like so important. Like one aspect of what you said, like when we talk about like career skills, and whenever we go to tech conferences, you hear this term like soft skills. Mm-hmm. But it is important. We are all humans. We are not just churning out code. We need to know how to work with business, how to work with all other aspects of our business and this industry to move things forward, and even like climb up the ladder ourselves. So it is so important for developers to be able to communicate well. Yeah.
Yep.
So you've been at SaltStack for how long now?
7 months.
Okay, so new gig. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you all do?
Yeah, so we do, like I said, it's a Python-based product, but it helps automate your security and your DevOps. What I do day to day is, it was originally an open source project called the Salt project, and our enterprise product was built on top of the open source product. So a lot of what my role is in that process of deploying and selling the enterprise product, our open source community contributors didn't maybe get the love that they deserved. So I was brought on to be our person to help pay attention to our community, listen to what it is that they want and they need. And a lot of the requests that we're seeing are just consistent communication about events, about changes to the product, about releases, about change proposals to the product. And then people are looking for kind of more just wanting to be able to give their feedback, wanting to give their input and feel like they're heard and that we actually care about them, which is a thing that I'd like to think I'm pretty good at doing, is listening to what people have to say and picking up, oh, several people are requesting that we start this sort of thing. Actually, a Twitch stream is a good example. We had several requests for a Twitch stream, so we started one up at work. And just kind of, when I can, figuring out what community needs we can actually act on. If it's not something that we can do, how can I get groups of my contributors together to work on a specific project or a specific, maybe a PR or something that they want put into the product. So it's a very nebulous job. We're only 7 months in, so it's a lot of trial and error, but this last quarter was focused on a very quick pivot from organizing in-person meetups and a conference to taking all of my events virtual and then making it easier for people to find information about how to get started with the product, how to get started contributing, how to find out about events that are going on, how to find documentation. And then this upcoming quarter, so we do a release every quarter, this upcoming quarter, it's going to be really focused on having a community. We're doing like a PR merge jam where our community members will all come together and try to work on the backlog of PRs. And we'll be doing a communication plan and stuff that I have to be working on as well.
Yeah, very nice. Feel free to, Cassandra, drop a link to SaltStack in your website in the chat if you want. Yeah, there are multiple things that I want to pick on from what you just said. In the meantime, Sarah is wondering if that's a Pittsburgh thing on your wall in the background. Is that I can't? Oh no, that's Crew. Is that
It's
okay? Yeah, I recognize the color. So Cassandra, like me, is a big. I mean, she's a much bigger soccer fan than I am. But you're into soccer. You're into a variety of sports, and so tell us about the Columbus Crew.
Columbus Crew, yeah. So the black and yellow behind me, that is the Crew's colors. I saw that. I was actually starting to type a response in the chat. So I moved to Columbus in 2009, and a friend of mine invited me to a soccer game a couple months after I moved, and I was just hooked on how it's kind of a nonstop action sport to me, like there's constant movement, constant motion.
Mm-hmm.
And over the years, I went from going to a game occasionally to getting season tickets in the Nordeck, which is our supporter section. So for several years, I wore a black and yellow wig while screaming my head off and cheering. Black and yellow, yep. And then I actually found through Twitter, of all places, I started to find several people who work in tech and are into soccer. And so we started meeting up at the before the games and doing tailgates, and that's evolved into this geek tailgate that's been running now for about 5 years. So it's anywhere from 15 to 40 people at the tailgate for every home game. We use a Slack to organize who's bringing what. This year we were really organized to do like themed tailgates, and then of course that all got canceled. But
yeah. Well, you know what? I know exactly why Sarah or anybody would think that's Pittsburgh, because I'm in Northwest Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. I'm about 2 hours north of Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh Steelers, which is an NFL team, and then Pittsburgh Penguins, which is in hockey. Both of them are in the yellow and black mode. It's funny. The Steelers, once in a while, they'll come out in their like bumblebee jerseys, which is just patterned yellow and black sets. It's funny. I mean, I'm literally in Steelers country. But I'm not a big Steelers fan, essentially. But yeah, good to know about the Crew. Now, you mentioned several things as a part of your job that I think is interesting. So you are essentially trying to build a dev community out of an open source project. Is that right?
Yeah. So the community is there, and it exists, but the community is looking for. There's a lot of people who come into the project, maybe even hang out in the Slack, but don't know how to get started contributing or where to look for details or where they might be able to get involved. And so that's one of the things I do, is help find people find ways to get involved and ways to learn.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it's so important to be that person, to be there to handhold and get folks to be not just participating, but actively being a contributor, helping move the open source project forward. We do a ton of open source work, and I'll tell you from experience, it's not easy. Managing that whole community, managing things forward, it's a lot of work. So I'm so glad that you're doing that. Yeah.
Yes, a lot of opinions. Everybody has very strong opinions.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I always emphasize when we have our meetings is it's great to state your opinions. It's great to if you need to vent and complain, do it. But I always try to make sure that any of the open hours, the working groups, all the various events that we hold, and even the online chatter is, okay, good. Like you vented, you explained your problem, but how do we work together to solve that problem?
Right.
What can we do to make this better? Because if we just sit around and complain week after week after week, nothing changes. And it's been really cool that as I've started to emphasize this focus on finding solutions to the problems, we've started to see a more positive sentiment in the community in only the 6 months that I've been there, and starting to see more and more people step up to be leaders and to help with various things. It's been really, really cool to see. Once I got my feet on the ground and got underway,
Okay, so I don't know if you have a drink with you nearby, but folks in the chat room are asking us to hydrate. So yeah, let's hydrate.
Okay.
And you got some Python fans in the chat room.
Yay! That's what we're based off of.
Yeah, cool. All right, so let's talk about some of the other things you do, because again, tech is only a small part of our everyday life. Again, what makes us a person is everything else that you do. So I love your Twitter feed. I love everything that you do. So you're into corgis.
Yes.
All right, and I've known you, and I think I've seen the first one that you have. What's the name? I forget.
His name was Ein, after a
Okay.
dog in an anime called Cowboy Bebop. There was a corgi.
Oh, nice. I think I've seen your first one, but you got another one
I did. I
in the
got
middle of a pandemic, right?
that's the third one.
Oh,
So
that's the
Ein
third
was
one.
my
Oh,
first corgi.
okay, I see.
Had to say goodbye to him a couple years ago in the
Oh.
fall, and I'd been planning on getting a puppy, so I got Katie. So she's the black, white, and orange corgi. And then my plan had always been to get a puppy once Katie hit about 2 years old, and then we got a pandemic. And so I decided, all right, well, I'm going to get my corgi in the spring instead, which has actually been really good. Good for me this summer. So I have now Pippin, who's about 4 months old, and then Katie, who is close to 2. And they are great little dogs. I didn't expect the whole corgi thing to be like so much a part of my identity, but it's kind of become a thing over the years.
Yeah, see, Quantum in the chat room is fond of corgis. Lots of people are fond of corgis, but I mean, it's a lot of work, though, right? Having 2 little ones.
Yes.
Yeah, I bet. And I see pictures of you like stepping out in the patio and working with your puppies. Yeah.
Yeah, it's especially being locked down. I'm so used to traveling and working in different venues and working out of airports and co-working spaces and coffee shops, and that's been a hard thing about the pandemic, is being stuck at home. So when the weather got nice,
it's been a change for every one of us.
I know.
I was telling somebody that, I mean, for the first like 3-4 months, like I was excited to like cook up a storm. I was like making dinners. I'm slowly realizing my energy and my enthusiasm level is fading a little bit. Mm-hmm. So hopefully we can get back to some form of normalcy as we go forward. Yeah. What else? What are some of your experiences in building or being involved in the dev community? Like, let's talk about Star Trek, because that's something you mentioned. So, folks in the chat room, you may or may not know about this, but Star Trek is a very big conference that happens in Columbus, Ohio. It's polyglot. It's probably 2 days long, and it happens, I think, at the beginning of May. And the nice thing is it's like a movie and a flick. So they try to align that with an Avengers or a Marvel movie release in summer, like the big action blockbuster release. And they host the entire conference in a movie theater. So we get to have these amazing screens where the speakers present on. It's one of the things I absolutely love. Like, as a tech speaker, you will not get a better screen to present on than a movie screen. And then the acoustics are fantastic. So we absolutely love that. But again, just like every other conference this year, things have not gone well for a lot of the conferences. And then we are taking things virtual. And so, Cassandra, you've been involved with Star Trek for quite some time, right? Oh, I see a guest. Who is this?
Katie. This is Katie.
This is Katie. Oh, look at that. Hey, you're internet famous, little puppy.
Yeah. So I'm not involved with, I'm involved with Star Trek in that I've spoken at it or worked for sponsoring companies. What I'm involved in is the Stir Scholarship, which is a 501c3 nonprofit offshoot of Star Trek.
I see.
And the story behind it, Jeff Blankenberg, he's the president of Star Trek.
And folks in the chat room, Sarah did drop a link to the conference that we're talking about. Yeah, and like you said, like there are these like wonderful things the conferences are doing to branch off and help build the community, even if it's a few lives you can touch every year, to get them the education, get them excited. So yeah, let's talk about what you're doing.
So what we do is, the story is that Blankenberg's daughter had walked into a computer science class and in high school, and the teacher basically asked if she was in the wrong room.
Oh boy.
And then the other guy, Rick Kerner, who's kind of the founder of this scholarship program, he's got daughters as well, and those guys were talking and decided we need to do something with the pool of Star Trek and the amount of influence that we have to help make it easier for girls to get involved in technology. And so they started the scholarship program, and then about a year ago approached me to run it. And at the time I had stepped away from organizing Dog Food Con, which is a Microsoft and open source conference, and was kind of looking for my next community thing. And so it was a little bit of it's definitely a challenge. I've never run a nonprofit before, but I've run other things. And then amidst all of this, just as we were getting into a cadence, we all got locked down, so we couldn't do meetings in schools. We couldn't do the big award ceremony we planned on for these girls. So I've been working on finding alternatives for that. Rick does the fundraising. I basically do the kind of PR and outreach to the schools for the STIR scholarship. And we award, it's a renewable scholarship, $3,000, 4 years renewable, and we award at least 3 of those every year.
Wow, well done. That's amazing. I was talking to Chad Green, which is another friend of mine. He runs Codepalooza down in Louisville, Kentucky. And
I'm on his Twitch next week, so there you go, on Monday.
Yeah, and Codepalooza, folks, is another conference that we are fond of in the Heartland, and that is doing all virtual in August. And Chad is getting all of the speakers to show up on interviews like this, where we just chat about technology and community. So Chad has a similar thing where he's doing scholarships, and it's just like every few lives that you touch, everybody that you can bring on board and make them proud of their STEM careers, everything helps. So thank you for that. Yeah. All right. Well, what about stuff? Sorry, were you about to say something?
I do think it's really encouraging to see. The tech industry is a lot of white guys, and so I think it's really encouraging to see guys like Chad, guys like Rick, and others helping encourage, diversity in tech and diversity in STEM. So I'm glad to see. I didn't know that Chad was running a scholarship. That's really cool. We'll have to compare notes on that on Monday night.
Yeah. What about stuff outside of work? Obviously, you're super busy building up communities. And are you completely working from home now?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. So my job was meant to be remote. The company was initially, about half of the people were in Utah, and then the other half of us are scattered throughout the US, Europe, and South America.
Nice.
COVID hits, and we decided to go to a fully remote company, which has had some really cool side effects. Like with meetups being online and events being only online, more, people can attend who couldn't attend otherwise.
Yeah.
And that, but yeah, I've been working from home now for about 2.5 years.
Nice. Yeah, I think at the end of all of this, if we can take some lessons learned, obviously we cannot replace the in-person learning environment and the experience and the hallway tracks, but maybe we all tweak how we do things a little bit and try to leverage the technology that's all here for us to use. So yeah, what about stuff outside of work? Like what do you do for lunch nowadays? Since it's lunchtime.
So I do a lot of, for lunches, I try to make an effort to cook a breakfast or a lunch, depending on how my schedule goes, because most of my coworkers are on West Coast time. I'm not they don't pay me or anything, but I like HelloFresh because it sends me these meal kits. It forces me to try new recipes, and I can cook meals that are different from what I normally would do. And so that's one of my work from home, get away from my desk tips, is I get up during the day and I go make lunch. Nice. And then if I'm really good, I go eat lunch outside. So normally my hobbies are soccer and board games, or, soccer tailgates and board games. We don't have tailgates right now, so I've been having a couple friends over here and there for cookouts and stuff, just to keep some social life going. I'm very much missing conferences and people like you and all of our other friends.
Oh, tell me about it. It's I think we are all trying to keep our spirits up, and work and progress just fine. It's just the human aspect is what we're missing. But yeah, good for you that you take time to make some lunch and enjoy stuff. I've been a remote worker for 10 years now. I'm lazy. Lunch is just not my thing. I'll just grab whatever I can from the fridge and just call it a day as quickly as I can. But I do try to make some time, both me and the wife, whenever we get opportunities to make a nice dinner at the end of the day. But yeah, whatever we can do to kind of keep our spirits up and have a little bit of cheer in the middle of the day, that's always great.
Yeah, in normal times, I do a lot of meeting friends for lunch for technically networking purposes, but it's a lot of just catching up with, my community friends and acquaintances. And so I'll have, lunches scheduled a couple times a week, and I actually have a list of people that I kind of mentally keep in mind. Oh, I haven't seen this person in a while. We need to grab lunch, or we need to grab coffee, to kind of keep those relationships going. and those always wind up being really fun.
Yeah.
Fun lunches and fun ways to connect. I'm very much all about anything to be around people. So
Absolutely. And Quantum in the chat room dropped in something that's important, like
Yep.
especially where like we are at home all the time and we have little kids around at home running around and doing their thing. Maybe you have other elder family members you take care of. So a little bit of prep goes a long way when you can just quickly throw together a lunch or a dinner when you already have prepped something over the weekend. I love that hint. So yeah, so Cassandra, where can people find you online?
you can find me. I am at Cassandra Ferris everywhere.
Yeah,
So
there you go. That's easy. And I have your Twitter handle right there. So yeah, folks, if you're doing open source stuff, if you're into DevOps, if you are looking to build a community, if you want to hear kind of opinions about the human side of tech, the health aspect of tech, go talk to Cassandra. She's awesome. Yeah, so Cassandra, I cannot thank you enough for taking the time to come and hang out with us. Like I said, I have been friends with you for years and years, and yeah, we just love who you are. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right, folks. Cassandra, I'm going to say goodbye to you and bring on our next guest here. Okay, so thank you.
All right, cool. I'll see you.
All right, folks. Let's see if I can get our next guest on. There you are, Mike. And if I can unmute your microphone, there you go.
Sam, how are you?
Now, hang on. Hey, yeah, I hear you. Now, hang on for 1 second, because one does not just do 2 interviews with the same screen. So hang on. I'm going to go a little corporate on you. There you go. Because you are my coworker at Progress Software. So good to see you. So this is Mike Kulopoulos, folks. Mike is a coworker with us at Progress Software, and he's out of Boston. And this hat is for you. It's Boston Red Sox.
Oh, I'll join you.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Oh, nice. The Bruins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. And I see the old Telerik logo up there. Nice.
Yeah. That's the one actually from the Waltham office.
Very nice. All right. So, folks in the chat room, if you're just joining us, this is Code It Live. This is a channel where we code about a bunch of different things throughout the week. You see like 4 or 5 of us do so. I do CMSs on Monday. I do Unity on Tuesdays. Wednesdays, we do React and UI. And Thursdays, which is normally a day for me to do Xamarin and XAML stuff. But today we're taking a break because we are doing a full day of Throwback Thursday with jQuery, which is so much fun. And if you are just disgusted and just cannot wait to see code, give it another half an hour, folks. I'm the fluff. Mike and I is just going to try to entertain you for the next half an hour. And then Alyssa and TJ will come back on at 1 o'clock Eastern time and have some amazing guests and continue building what they were doing. So yeah, whenever your time permits, come and join us. Thursdays, we normally do a chat show. I do have our chat show logo because this is just a conversation. Because this is something we are missing out in this pandemic. We are missing out just like hanging out with people, friends that we work with. So I'm glad to have you on, Mike. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, no, thanks, Sam. Good to see you too. I think it's been like 6 months already since we've been able to been together in person. No, I like you said, I work with you over here at Progress. I've been there about 5 or 6 years. On the personal side, I'm really big into dogs. I got 2 boxers at home that unfortunately aren't going to be a guest appearance today, but I love taking care of them, and we've been, I guess, trying to find some new stuff to do and dive into during this whole new experience.
Nice, yes. And what all do you do here for us?
I'm an account manager, so I work as part of the global account management team. So I do a lot of the customer success and sales aspects, covering everything from dev tools and the ALM testing side with Test Studio.
Wow, that's a big portfolio of things to manage. Yeah. So folks who may not have heard, like we make the Telerik side of the tooling in Progress Software, and Telerik DevTools is a big bundle of all the things we do for .NET developers, UI across web, desktop, and mobile, CMSs and testing solutions, everything under the cover or under the sun to make developers more successful. So yeah, thanks for all that you do, keeping the clogs moving for us, so we can have the fun stuff while you manage the difficult stuff. So, thank you. So how long have you been at Progress Software? You said 5-6 years?
Yeah, so I started with Telerik first and grew into the Progress family from there.
Nice, nice. So since we are doing a throwback on jQuery today, do you deal with Kendo UI a lot?
Oh, every day, yeah.
Okay, nice, nice. So I have a little story, and I thought I'll share this since we are talking about jQuery. So I remember the days where Kendo UI, Kendo UI, for folks who may not know, it's our front-end framework for all things HTML5, JavaScript. Bring in whatever framework you want to use. We'll give you the right UI tools, and you can render them however you want. We are doing jQuery today, but you can also do Angular and Vue and React. So everything is good. Just build your web as best as you can with whatever framework you want to use. But things were not like this, like 6-7 years back. I remember. So Kendo UI, I think, formally launched 2011 or maybe like early 2012, something around that time frame. So things were simple. The web was simple. It was just jQuery and nothing else, and it worked across all browsers. And we were like, my goodness, this is amazing that we just don't have to recreate the UI for every browser. Because prior to that, we had the IE days, and yeah, things were bad. So I started with Kendo UI just being on jQuery. Do you remember like what Kendo UI was when you started?
I do. I remember we were sort of first branching out into exploring the .NET Core side of things with the wrappers. So it was pretty mature and fleshed out by the time I had joined already.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. Mike K's in the house. Yay. Hey. Good to see you.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah and Ivana are our teammates who have been with us throughout the whole day. Ivana is actually in Europe, so she stays on from mid-afternoon to late at night trying to support us. So thank you for all that you do. So I have a story, and this was when we were just doing jQuery, and it wasn't too difficult to shoot ourselves in the foot if you were not sure what you were doing. So a month into my gig, and I actually started off as a trainer. I do dev advocacy now, but I started out as a trainer, which was very involved because you would go into an enterprise and you would try to teach other developers how to use Kendo UI, which was interesting. So a month in, and I'm also trying to learn. I've been a Telerik customer before I joined, but I'm not that much of an expert in a month. So I'm really trying to learn, and oh, hey, our good friend Joe Mello is here. Look at that, Joe. Hey, good to see you. I don't have my Stream Deck hooked up. Otherwise, I had like rainbows and fluffy things and chickens. We are big into chickens, folks, here in this channel. You're going to see us like do lots of chicken emotes, and I have a whole Stream Deck row that's full of like chickens, because why not? There we go. Sarah's posting chickens. Yeah, I might actually highlight the chickens. Yeah. So a month into the job, I go into a very big government contract company, and they're using Kendo UI all over the place. And it's like a full week of Kendo UI training, which is great. And then I do all of the training, and then they start asking me things that they're struggling with. And one of them is like they have those gigantic grids in a page, which is what everybody uses. Enterprises use grids all over the place. But they have a grid which is taking like a minute for the whole page to load. And I was like, okay, I'm new to this. Why is it taking a minute? And then I actually called up some of the Kendo UI engineers. And so here's where we could do things wrong. So we do like virtualization things where even if you bind the grid to like 100,000 records or 1 million records, it's going to still function fine. But you should not do that because it's going to hurt. You should not be like schlepping so much of data to the client side. And then this particular grid has like subgrids. So every row opens up to be more drop downs, more subgrids, and they're loading it up all together. And the Kendo UI engineers were like, yeah, don't do that. We're going to try to help, but you should probably try to rewrite that in some ways. So yeah, it's been quite an experience seeing Kendo UI grow, right?
Yeah.
How long have? Yeah. No, sorry. Go on.
Do you remember the 1,000,000 row challenge that we used to performance test?
I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do remember that. So we used to have some test data. I don't remember if it was like something we pulled down or we shipped locally as a part of a demo. Yeah,
Yeah.
so you could bind the grid to like a million rows and still scroll through it. Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, gone are those days. So do you remember like when Kendo UI started shifting to outside of jQuery, like into Angular and React? It's like
Definitely.
probably 3-4 years back now.
Yeah, I'd probably say that's about 3-4 years.
Yeah, yeah. And then how the web has changed. I think like jQuery unnecessarily gets a bad rap. I mean, it's fine. I mean, if you look at like all of the like Fortune 500 companies, probably a huge percentage of them end up using jQuery.
It's jQuery. It's someplace everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Mike is staying true. Yeah, retro theme in the Mike's background. We actually talked about this, Sarah, but yeah, folks in the chat room, if you do not know, we are happy to tell you about that. So we have two logos, one behind me and one behind Mike. It's kind of how things have evolved within the brand. That's Telerik and Kendo UI, and now we are all Progress Software. Yeah, we can keep that up. And if folks who are just joining us, if you want to tell us what that sign is, we might do a quick quiz. So tell us about what you see when you deal with like web technologies with our customers. Like what are some pain points? What do you talk about the most?
Yeah, I mean, I think, going back to what you asked about a minute ago with the sort of where Kendo's gone, it's, it's all React and it's all Angular now. There's a lot of the legacy applications still being supported elsewhere. And, of course, there's new development everywhere, but React and Angular are the big front runners, I think. And, really the pain is creating sort of the robust components from scratch, where certain aspects that we may have thought of and we may have parsed out over the years, may not come as first nature to some of these people developing for the first time. So being able to plug and play and take it from there really helps.
Yeah. And I've seen actually this trend quite a bit in the last maybe 5 or so years, and it's maybe reversing a little bit. So a lot of Microsoft shops, like enterprises that just did .NET, right? And that's all they have done for years and years. They started looking at their web stack and they're like, we are not competing as best as we could, because a lot of ASP.NET that you see, it is still server-side. So they wanted to do JavaScript. They wanted to do all of the fancy stuff. And maybe over time, like they hired more and more developers who could do that stuff. Maybe they trained their internal folks. So a lot of .NET shops actually switched gears to be like .NET in the back end. And then they did Angular and React and Vue and other things in the front end. So I think that's where like you see a lot of the pain sometimes coming from, because maybe folks are still learning, or maybe they already have like expert developers who know how to write JavaScript.
Definitely. I mean, I spoke with a team this week. Actually, was a group of like legacy VB.NET guys, and are now having to make that transition to learn some of the newer JavaScript areas, and that certainly is a learning curve for sure.
Yeah. And then sometimes like when we like go out to tech conferences, when we are like looking at stuff on Twitch, we think like everything is bleeding edge, but that's not how things work in enterprises, because you want that stability. You want at least a few years of a framework baking before you have the confidence to jump in and put X number of dollars towards building up your new project. So yeah, enterprises take time to move, and it's good to be able to support things. Things are coming around, though. I think you and me both know about Blazor, which is a Microsoft framework for doing like a Razor-style syntax. You primarily started out doing it server-side, but now starting this May, we have gone Blazor with completely client-side, which is WebAssembly. And that's a great solution, because now you're doing like C# front and back. You're not struggling against JavaScript's performance. So do you see a lot of interest with Blazor?
Tons. I mean, even if it hasn't made it to being fully approved to be used in a production level, it's pet projects everywhere, and people can't get enough of it, is what I'm seeing. Consuming everything they can about it.
Yeah, there is a ton of excitement about Blazor, and I mean for good reason, because like what it does and the speed of performance that you get, and Blazor is not just for web though. I mean, we are starting to see things for desktop, things for mobile built with Blazor. So this year we're going to see, I think, just the Blazor excitement kind of skyrocketing. What else? You're obviously into dogs. You said you have two.
Oh, yes. Yep, I have two. I have Roxy and Daisy, two undersized boxers, two little babies.
Oh, nice.
Do you have any pets, Sam?
No.
No.
But we are talking about getting one. We have a 4-year-old, which believe it or not, keeps us super busy because, well, that's what toddlers do. But we are hoping, like in about like 1 to 2 more years, he can take care of a puppy. So mom and I can kind of hand over some responsibility. So we're not having another child on top of this one that keeps us busy. So yeah. Now you went to our offices in Waltham for the longest time, right? Or
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Waltham,
And,
now Burlington.
Burlington, yes, yeah. So for folks on the call, like our HQ is actually in Boston. We have like 3 offices. We're trying to bring them all together, but Burlington is a very cool office. So you go into work day in and day out every day. So how's been this transition for you of being work from home?
It took a little bit to get used to it first. I know you've been work from home for probably about 10 years now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this is not the same though, right? This
Yeah.
feels very different. So yeah, let's talk about your experience.
It just, at first, I think we all had a very shortened timeline of it. At first I was thinking, 2 weeks, I can get through this. This is easy. We'll make do. And, coming forward thinking now, we've flipped the whole house around. If it wasn't nailed down, the furniture's in different spots to accommodate. My wife is also working from home too. So, setting up 2 little offices, and you take for granted some of the things that you just have daily access to in an office.
Yes, yes. While we're talking though, Trevi taught in the chat room. Yeah, finally somebody else also saw that's the old Telerik logo. And yeah, people used to ask us like, how do you say the name? Is it Telerik? What is it? And so yeah, I mean, do whatever it fits. It's actually started off with the name of, and then we have Ivana in the chat room who lives in Sofia, Bulgaria. So I might be misquoting, but it's it was the name of a king, or maybe how you address somebody who comes from a royal background. Maybe that's how it started. Yeah, that's true. So thank you. So we say Telerik, but again, say however you want to say it. So, but yeah, that used to be our old logo, and that's how we transformed. So Telerik is a big brand of products, and we are part of Progress Software now. Yeah, so folks in the chat room are saying the puppy might help take care of the kiddo. Yes, and kids and dogs grow up so well together. It's just we have been burnt with just how much a kid takes over your time, so we're just a little cautious of taking on more. But yeah, maybe in another year or so we can dive into having something else. So yeah, things that, I mean, I've been remote for a long time, but like there is a certain productivity aspect of being in the office, right? I mean, if you need to talk to somebody, he or she is just right there. And yeah, I think that's something like I missed when I first started working from home. And obviously this is much different because everything is at home. And I think when everybody switched to work from home, like the number of meetings and the number of commitments we had through the day just went skyrocketing, because like everybody is trying to compensate and move things forward. So that was difficult. Yeah.
Right. No, and exactly. Just being able to turn and talk to someone to your left or your right sometimes you miss it. But I do think it's been eased by everyone else having to be at home too. So, previously where an interruption in a call may have been a big deal, everyone gets it now.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, we have a hockey thing coming up. Sarah. Yeah, Sarah is a big hockey fan, obviously, and yeah, we are talking about the Pittsburgh Penguins, but obviously the Bruins are big. So we don't know who wins, but clearly it is something that begins with a B. Yeah, so to me, like what has been challenging in a work from home thing, and I've also seen the triumph side of it, I am actually amazed by engineering teams, like folks who are product managers and folks who are project managers who drive a product forward. That takes a tremendous amount of collaboration. Like I would not be able to do that unless I had a set of folks around me that we could go and draw on a whiteboard real quick. So I see us doing it, like not missing a beat with our releases, and I see other companies doing it. And that is amazing, because work from home is easy for certain job roles. Engineering and product development is not. That is very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. We're fortunate to have not missed a beat in a lot of regards. And like you said, just the wheels keep on grinding even with the change.
Yeah, absolutely. And the tricky part to like working from home sometimes is like when you have we amongst developers we have this thing about like the headphone rule. Like when you have, and it's true for everybody else, I guess, in the tech industry. Like when we have our headphones on, we are working on something. So do not disturb us because you can take us out of the flow. And when you're online, yes, you can have some of those like do not disturb things on. It's not just the same thing. So people ping you all the time, and I ping you all the time for asking random things. So that's hard to just kind of keep pivoting and having a cutoff between your work life and your social life. So yeah.
And then, working with my wife, we're on different schedules too. I've joked around about putting one of those radio on air right outside my door. If it's on.
Absolutely. I need to get one of those things because I mean we do a lot of streaming, obviously, and it's funny when you see like folks being interviewed on BBC or CNN and the kids walk in. It's just the reality. It's just hard for kids to sometimes honor that you are on air. But yeah, what do you do? So what about stuff outside of work? What do you do outside of work?
Something we've really dove into hard is the landscaping yard work side of it. We've really taken on a lot of plants during this. You're home all the time and you really confined to that area. So we've added a couple things like a lemon tree, an olive tree, and a lot of flowers. And we've really dove into that hard during this sort of elongated break here. What about you, Sam? What have you got? Anything new?
I was seeing a funny meme the other day where somebody was asking, "Oh, you were in lockdown for X number of months. What new hobbies have you picked up?" And parents with like little kids, they're like, "Yeah, you know what this means for us, right? Like kids are not going to school and they need to be entertained throughout the day, and you have to take turns and you have to juggle meetings." So for us, it's been mostly just like binge watching things at the end of the day. I do love cooking. It's just, I was telling the other guest that, I mean, my enthusiasm is starting to lag a little bit. I'm craving some outside food eventually. And then we can do that. We should support like local businesses, but we're just a little cautious. So we wanted to make sure like everybody's following the guidelines before we go out and eat. We have cooked a lot. Do you like to cook?
Here and there, I have a couple good dishes, but I'm not the best at the other areas. No. What if you had to cook one thing? What would it be?
So I come from, and I'm born and brought up in India. I've been here for like 20 plus years now, but I do like bringing in some of the Indian flavors into stuff that I normally would make. So any like chicken or beef or anything, any of the dishes, I like to sprinkle on a little bit of Indian flavor. So I love making like chicken marsalas or other lamb dishes, Moroccan lamb dishes, but with a little bit of a flair for some of the Indian spices, which I like.
We have tons of lamb. I come from a very Greek family, as you can probably
absolutely from your name.
Yeah. So lamb is very much a part of that cuisine.
Sweet. Now, what did you have for like lunch when you used to be at the office all day, and what do you do now?
That's a big change. At the office, I probably should admit this. I went out as much as I could. I tried to get out just even for a minute or two, grab a bite just to decompress for a few minutes. But it's, that is a big change now. I'm making lunch most days if I can. And for me, it's hard to disconnect sometimes. I'll work right through it and realize at about 2 to 3 that I haven't eaten lunch yet. So.
Yeah. Hey, our good friend Joe is seen me post things on Twitter about things I'm making. Yeah. So I like plating. I think it's a big part of being a chef, and I like. So thank you, Joe, for pointing that out. I like plating. I like entertaining guests if and when we get back to doing that. For you, like I miss what you're saying. Like I mean, Boston has such an amazing assortment of restaurants just everywhere. Like even in some of the suburbs where like we are, it's amazing. Some of the food options we have. So you got to miss that during lunch.
Oh, there's even within a 5-minute drive of that Burlington office, we probably have 30, 40 different restaurant choices.
Yeah.
So you can try something new every day. And actually, they did just open a new Indian and Greek restaurant.
Nice.
Yeah. So next time you're in the area, I'll have to take you.
Absolutely. So how's your team doing in the middle of this pandemic? How have some things that you have had to like adjust to make things work?
Yeah, it's definitely weird working with people every single day and then having to go totally remote. I think it's something that most of us are comfortable with now.
Yeah.
We've adopted a lot of online platforms to ease where we would have had to do things in person before.
Right.
Teams has been a godsend for us in a lot of ways. I don't think we could get by without that.
Hmm.
But it's become a lot of I guess you realize a lot of things that were in-person meetings before now become, like you said, a quick ping here, quick ping there from people, and it just takes another level of organization.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely does. And I think like you're saying, like we had this technology. I think we are just learning to just like being forced to use it
Right.
and be innovative in how we work with customers and all that. So yeah, good for you and good for the team that we are able to keep on running our business the way we are. And I think like everybody else, like in this bigger like software industry, like when this first hit, we all kind of like, oh, this is big, let's just like stop everything and just focus. But I think like we are seeing that, I mean, this could be a long-term thing. So a lot of folks are getting back in the groove of things. The projects that may have been like paused are getting back put back into action, and enterprises are figuring out ways to keep their business moving. So I think this may be something we keep on doing. 2020 has been a remarkably yeah, I think folks are talking about like what you're going to remember in 2024. It's a lot of different things, but the good news is we have just lived through half of it.
Oh,
But the remaining
just so
half
much
remains.
longer.
Yeah. Quantum said in the chat room, an hour commute from work and management. Yeah. So I see pros and cons. Obviously, an hour obviously is a long. My wife actually has an hour commute each way, so that takes up a big chunk of the day. But you get to listen to podcasts and other things, which you don't anymore since you're at work. So, yeah, hopefully our industry, this may be an impetus for all of us to wake up and realize that we can do a lot of things online, and maybe more and more companies can go remote and support remote workers. I mean, there's always a place for us to collaborate, be in person. Some things just are hard to do without being in person, but a lot of it can be worked out online. So I think that's what we are learning.
It's definitely caused some innovation leaps where people have been forced to solve problems that weren't available or weren't present to them in January.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and so nice of you, Quantum, to say that you get to watch us instead of listening to podcasts. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Twitch has been amazing to kind of see a developer community kind of completely switch gears from in-person stuff to doing stuff on Twitch. And it's kind of like watching like a chef at work, and you see them struggle. Like I'm sure, Quantum, you have joined us for like the other streams. I don't struggle. I mean, my code is rock solid, man. You're not going to see me look up stuff on Google at all. But anyways, we are humans, right? And we struggle. A lot of professional software development is copying and pasting and struggling. I cannot go through some of the things that I've built without the chat room, because I literally hit a wall and I don't know what to do. And that's what the other developers come in and say, no, do this and that. So it's been very collaborative. It's great to see that we can all kind of learn from each other and move things forward. So yeah, Twitch and just the whole moving things into the online space and actually seeing folks do what we do has been great. Now, you are a gamer, are you?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. Okay, nice. So you are. Have you been into Twitch like before the whole like all developers wanted to go on Twitch?
It's interesting. I've actually watched. There's a good section for live music on Twitch too.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I can't think of something to listen to, I find myself going to Twitch and just seeing who's streaming live music. So actually, more on that side than gaming, if anything.
Yeah. I used to be a gamer too, and then like life happened. But I'm slowly getting back into it because like kiddo is 4, he's getting into Marvel things, and we're starting to play some Lego things. And yeah, I mean, I've never actually streamed a game. It's been all like code stuff, but I'm open to it now because I mean, this is such a great community of folks to hang out with, and people don't judge you because like you are going to see a lot of failures, and that's part
Right.
of the game. Yeah. So.
Does he watch streams of like you said, Lego and Marvel now, or?
He likes to, yes, because like he's learned shortcuts. Like whenever he's stuck, like, can I just go to YouTube? Like, no, just like try things out first. Because he likes to take like shortcuts to beating a level that he's stuck in, which is normal. Yeah. So
He's figured
Mike,
it out early.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So let's see. Yeah, Quantum quoted me. Thank you. Yeah, life happened. Yeah. All right, and yeah, that's the charm of Twitch. We are seeing things in real life, and as we are going into this. Yep. Okay, so folks, we are closing up on the hour. So, Mike, any parting thoughts on what you are looking forward to after the pandemic ends? Like, what's the thing that you just want to do?
Restaurants. So simple as that. Restaurants. I just want to be back and have to sit down with around people and have a menu in my hand and have a choice of it all. What about you?
A lot of that. But I actually took a step out yesterday, something that I have not done in 4 months, and I was a mess. But I just took a risk as safely as I could. I got a haircut.
I have not yet, so that's And actually, Sarah, I see you typed sports. I'm dying for sports too.
Yes,
dying
and sports. Absolutely. This is who we are as humans. Like we love this kind of stuff, and if you take it all away, it hurts. In like how we feel passionate about things and our like side things that keep us entertained. So yeah, it's been a hard few months, and hopefully the rest of the year gets better. But let's all be safe and move things forward. Different parts of the world are in different states in how we are getting back into the new normalcy. But hopefully you and me, Mike, can have a drink and share a meal soon enough.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you, Mike. I know it's super busy for all of you. Thank you for taking the time to come and hang out with us. So I appreciate you a lot. And thank you. And folks in the chat room, thank you for hanging out while I tried to bring on a few guests and have some semblance of entertainment during the lunch hour. But I think we are ready. I'm seeing the core group of folks that you're here to see come back on. So I think it's time for us to call it a day here for the lunch hour. You're going to see me back on this channel tomorrow. We do like a chat show, and then starting next week, it's a holiday weekend here in the US, but we're going to get back to our regular kind of streaming schedule for throughout the week. So, Mike, thank you again. And,
thank you, Sam. Have a good holiday weekend.
Yeah, thank you, and you too. And I see TJ and Alyssa back. So, are you ready to take things over?
Yeah, I'll just add myself back in because I can do that. So
there you go. All right, I'm going to drop off, and thank you so much, folks.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, bye.
Appreciate it. So let's bring people back in here. Let's play with things. Alyssa,
hello.
Are you back? Or are you?
I am back. I just am like no video, so I'm gonna figure that out while you introduce our guest of honor.
Yeah. So while Alyssa is figuring out why she's not here, you're here in spirit. I'm gonna add to our stream our special guest for today, Erik. Is it Guzman or Guzman? I feel like Guzman. I should know this.
Guzman.
Oh, we're not getting you. Oh, there we go. Guzman.
Guzman.
Well, thank you for joining us today. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, yeah, sure. So my name is Erik. I guess if you want to do it with an accent because I'm Hispanic, it's Guzman. But what's just the origin of my Twitch handle, which is Talk to Me Guzman, because Guzman, so it's like a play on words. But yeah, I'm a full stack developer at Coding Zeal, and I am also a Twitch extension developer and third-party developer on the Twitch platform. And I guess that's why I'm here today, to help you guys out with your endeavor for the poll extension.
Excellent. Yeah. So my first question is, like, how did you get into Twitch extensions? Like, did you have like a personal need for it, or like why that versus, all the other various things you could potentially work on?
So like if we rewind back all the way, like, oh God, 2+ years ago, I wanted to do web development outside of work, and I was already watching things on Twitch, and I was like, hey, why don't I stream web development on Twitch? And this was like really early on, and like it's great to see like just everyone starting to stream on Twitch and doing development and talking and doing talk shows. And I was like, hey, why don't I do it on Twitch? And then that's when Twitch started to do developer day, like did the first developer day. I went to that and they introduced extensions and API and like some changes to the API. And it's like, I know what I'm going to do. On my stream, my theme is going to be anything Twitch. So that's where I got it started. I'm like, okay, well, let's learn the Twitch extension APIs, how to build Twitch extensions. Let's build the Twitch extensions. And, like 2+ years later, I have 5 different extensions on the store. So that's kind of how it started. And it just synergizes really well with what I do. Is I already do full stack web development. So doing front end and back end, it just works really well. And I can experiment with new technologies and just have fun and share it with others.
Yeah, I got to say it's very meta, but it's a perfect fit for this sort of thing, like for like exactly what we're doing today, right? Because these things just tend to come up in the Twitch community because you want to add little bells and whistles to customize your streams and such. So very cool.
Yeah.
So maybe we could start by like, at least I know. Really, all I know about Twitch extensions is what you told me when we like talked briefly a few weeks ago, and like sort of skimming the documentation. Could you give like a brief like overview, and then maybe I'll share my screen and we could start to dive into this. But just before we start like coding, like what is the like high level way you build Twitch extensions? Because there's a couple different types of extensions as well, right?
Well, and keep in mind, the key question is, how wide can our Twitch extension be?
Yeah.
So a Twitch extension in a nutshell. So you guys were already building a little web page for a poll, and a Twitch extension is just a small front end web app. So it's all just the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript hosted in the cloud in a server, uploading it to like an S3 bucket, and that's all it is essentially. And then from there, you can get a little bit fancy. There's different flavors of a Twitch extension, which is just the different presentation styles. And one is, so you have to target these different it's like targeting different platforms. If you want to do desktop or mobile, in this case for Twitch, it's like, oh, do you want it to be displayed on the video itself? So as people are watching us now, do you want to display it as a video overlay so it displays over the video? Do you want it to display as a video component? And that's like these little tiny squares on the right side of the video. I'm not sure if you guys have one of those. No, you don't.
I don't think we do.
Yeah, and they're like little squares on the right side of the video on some streams, and if you click on it, it shows like a little tiny box of video content. So in this case, it'd be like a poll, so people can see it right there. And I forget the exact dimensions of it, but it can't be more than like, I think like 300 or 500 pixels wide.
And that's like the one on screen.
That's the one on screen. Usually, I think the video component and then there's the one that goes below the stream.
Yeah.
And then that one is their panels, and they match the same width as your current panels, and then so they can live down there as a panel extension.
The way that you said that makes me think my panels can be any size I want them to be. No, like I could set my panels to be 1200. No, so that's not how it works. Okay.
No, yeah, the panels are limited. I think you guys have beautiful panels. Like I was looking down there, I'm like, oh hey, you got like so much information down there. So as wide as those images are, that's as wide as your extension can be.
Okay.
And then it can be like 500-ish high, I think. Like you can get a nice vertical rectangle, basically. And then you can display that on mobile too.
Okay, yeah, because the images, that's the one nice thing about we have some pretty talented designers at Progress, which is handy for things like that, right? Where you need something that looks pretty nice, because I have none of that talent is coming from me personally. So it's a nice resource to have. So if we're going to do this, right? So maybe what is my first step? Do I have to like register this? Like is most of my work going to be to start off like in the Twitch like settings, or where am I going first essentially? And maybe should I just share my screen at this point?
Yeah, so we'll want to go to, so the way I like to go is we'll just go directly to the Twitch dev developer portal. So it's dev.twitch.tv. So fairly easy.
All right. Yeah, 1 second while I am getting the correct screen shared. All right, let me get this out of the way so it doesn't get too meta here. And what did you say the URL was again?
dev.twitch.tv.
Okay,
and then you just can log in with your Twitch account, and
Okay.
you might need to go through some, depending on where you are with the setup, you might have to go through some additional steps.
Yeah, I trust Twitch, I guess.
Okay, great. We're logged in. Now you can go to so your console, yeah, right there on the top right. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
So then the first step is just to create your Twitch extension.
Okay. So we need a name. Alyssa, what do we name this?
And this is going to be the name everyone's going to see of your Twitch extension. So
no pressure.
Like progress survey or survey maybe, or poll or progress poll, or
yeah, like maybe we should put like, because it's for the panel as well, right? So like
Code It Live panel poll. That's like really can you have, is it say
spaces?
please use your, yeah, can you like that, make it look like it's just a little bit bigger? I want to see please use your name, blah blah blah, extension.
Oh boy.
Okay, so you can use spaces?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you can use spaces, since these is just the vanity name of the.
Okay.
Let's just do this. I think you crushed it first time there, Alyssa. So.
It's like the 5th time, but we'll say this first.
Okay.
All right. So we have our extension.
Yep. So you have your client ID. So you'll have to use your client ID. Don't have to worry. Everyone can see that, but that's just your global ID for that. So that we'll be using once we have a server set up, you'll be using your client. This is the client ID you'll be using to do requests to Twitch.
Okay. Quantum said, "Let me steal your client ID." I'm assuming this isn't super secret. Otherwise,
no, it's actually your official URL for your extension, so you don't have to worry about it.
I mean, even if someone does hack it, it's kind of like a sign that at least someone cared enough to like follow along and go through the effort.
Anytime something like that happens, me and TJ are like, we're not alone.
Yeah.
And then if your secret was leaked, like you can refresh your secret. I know sometimes I've come across platforms where like they don't let you refresh your secret. Like once it's leaked, you're like, oh no.
Yikers.
But yeah, so here is the create your version. So
at any point in this process, is there something we should hide? Off screen, or are we good? Oh, okay.
You'll be good. If you need to get your secret, you have to show secret. There's like a button that says show secret, so you'll know.
Okay.
Okay, so we want this to be a panel extension, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the ones down here.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Version number, that seems fine.
That seems legit.
Summary, presumably we can change this later.
Yeah, you can totally. I don't even think you need to fill in that stuff, so you can just say to do or hello world or whatever.
Okay, yeah. So let's see if it'll let us do it just blank. All right, excellent.
Yeah, I think once you try to go into to throw it into review, it'll get angry at you and be like, hey, you didn't fill any of this information, go back and fill it out. So
Gotcha. Yeah, and I think like for when I was talking with Alyssa and I was chatting about this too, and I think like there's a reality where this could be like a reusable thing that like we actually submitted and such, but I think for today's purposes, this is just a day. Getting a hard-coded thing to like show up for a minute, like that's gonna be brilliant. That's gonna be success.
Brilliant. Yep.
Beautiful. That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing? This is local test, and then we have what am I even looking at? Assets.
Yeah. So this is the status of your extension. So right now we're in local test. So the local test uses, so basically if you were to try to go to your extension right now and load it up on Twitch, it would, the URL it would hit is the base URI that's listed right there. So it would go hit your localhost 8080. HTTPS localhost 8080, and right now it's configured that if you went to the panel view, it would attempt to load the localhost 8080 on a panel HTML, and then if you were to go to the configuration view, it would load the localhost 8080 config.html, and we can go ahead.
Okay, so because we were wondering about this too, because we were wondering where would like the admin section of this go, because like presumably like there would be screens for creating a poll and then one that viewers saw. So would you put is this more or less like the admin bit of this?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And then
And
there's also the live configuration path, which is not set. That's another spot. And I can show I can show you where exactly the config page is if you want to go along that path right now, or we can talk about it a little.
We can do that like later if we get to it, because I think that's going to be considerably more work. I think my question is, because we were wondering about this too, does Twitch do anything to enforce like authentication for you for this? Like, how do you make sure that only like owners of the channel are able to do things on the config part, or does Twitch do that for you?
Twitch does that for you. So
Okay.
one of the requirements for building an extension is you have to include Twitch's JavaScript helper.
Okay.
And then that JavaScript helper has a I think it's called unauthorized callback that gets triggered. So when the user's authenticated or just verified, kind of like even if they're not logged in, the authorized call comes back, and that gives you a JWT and information about the user. So in that data, it'll actually identify this person is of type broadcaster.
Okay. All right. And so then I had one related question. I'm trying. What was the other hard problem? Oh, so the other thing we were wondering if Twitch could maybe help out with is like ideally we would have only one user submit this poll like one time, right? And like if you try to enforce it at the server level, it gets really wonky. Does that same JavaScript SDK, like the Twitch SDK, help at all with that, or?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
Like
Yeah.
my best idea was, hey, we just cache like the poll ID or something, and then if they have that poll ID cached, they can't submit again. So it would only like work for device, and if they didn't clear out their cache, but like it was a quick and easy way of being like, you've already done this poll, no more for you. What are your thoughts?
So when they submit, you'll have to send a little web request to your server. So you know their ID. So you'll have access to a ID. There's an obfuscated ID that you have access to. But what you can do for the poll is you can require that they give permission for their user information, because since we're living in the world of GDPR, you can block them being able to use the poll until they've gave extension access to their UID, their user ID.
Okay.
And then when they click that button to submit the result or submit their vote for the poll, you send their user ID, and then you can just store that, like you were saying.
Oh, that's brilliant.
To make sure that they can never vote again.
So this developer rig that I'm looking at, is that like a Twitch IDE?
It's like a Twitch sandbox. So it's not exactly like an ID. It's like a sandbox that gives you tries to give you an environment that your extension would run in. So it tries to emulate the Twitch website with loading the JavaScript helper and passing in unauthorized information. So it tries its best to emulate the Twitch environment without you having to do all your work with.
Do you personally use it, or do you use just? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so we're just throwing you with a barrage of questions here.
Sorry.
So if we want to, because I'm wondering what this gets into what the end goal of today is. If we're not gonna like submit this, if we don't want to put this in the marketplace or whatever
we might
name
one
is,
day, like tomorrow.
But like, can we put it on our own personal Twitch channel without going through the review process, or do they even review ones that you just want for personal use?
So both are the first question is yes, like in different degrees. So you can put it on your own personal channel without submitting it, but only whitelisted users can see it. So you as the creator can see it, and then you would have to like go through and whitelist each individual user on this dashboard on this website in order for them to be able to see it. And then if you wanted to actually officially release it, you can release it and restrict it to your channel only. And then Twitch will still review it, but usually they're a little bit more lenient on the review of it because it's only specifically for your channel. But you still have to follow some of the guidelines. But you can restrict it to only your channel, so you can hard code all the URLs and all the information all you want.
When you say guidelines, do you mean like code guidelines, or do you mean like code of conduct guidelines?
There's
or
some, yeah, all those like code of conduct, code
all,
guidelines,
just
you
all
know,
of it?
not
Okay,
use
cool.
all, yeah, like basically all the terms of services that Twitch like I guess forces upon you. You have to follow, plus some code of conduct for development.
And would you say, like you said, they're more lenient for ones that you want just for your channel? Is the turnaround like months, days? Like, what's
Everything has I think all reviews have an SLA of 72 hours.
Oh.
So if SLA is basically just they're gonna start reviewing it within 72 hours and then get back to you whether they accepted it or rejected it for whatever reason.
That's actually pretty reasonable, just for the software world in general. That's 72 days. I'd take that. I've dealt with worse, let's just say.
Oh, 72 days.
Or, I'm sorry, 72 hours. Yeah, no, 72 days would be bad. No, I just remember I submitted iOS apps for a while, and they've gotten better about this more recently. But it used to be you'd submit them, and you might not hear back for, weeks at a time. It used to be the average was like 10 to 14 days. But yeah,
dude, I love Google. I'm a GDE. But my husband, he works for a company that makes software for hotels, and they yesterday just all their apps wouldn't deploy to the Google Play Store, the updates, and they submitted a bug, and the bug was closed with, "Oh, try logging in," and they just like closed out the ticket, and like their whole company's on standstill with the Google Play Store right now. So at least with Apple or with Twitch, there is a process, and it's like more defined than like yikers.
Well, we could get into this because Apple is
they gave the equivalent of turn it off and on again.
Yeah.
And then they closed the ticket. Sorry. Anyways, back to this. TJ, are you going to download the rig? I'm dying to know.
So should my next step be to what is my step? So this is it's hitting some URL, so it's basically expecting this to exist. So is this going to help me do that, or I guess what should I do next?
I think downloading the rig would be the next step. The next step.
Okay.
I think so. Since I saw that you had the Kendo UI stuff already running, or not the Kendo, sorry, the poll already running on a URL.
So yeah, is this bad? Well, like
No.
as in like we have multiple. Does it all need to be in one file? Is this bad as far as setup?
I think for the localhost testing, as long as you point it to the URL you want it to use, it should be fine. Okay. So I think you might be able to just take the URL that you have the preview running in and throw that in and update the configuration to replace the localhost.
Do it, DJ, use the URL. Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Yeah, after everybody watches me install this app, so let's see. I'm actually very curious what this rig is like. Like I didn't actually expect. I almost expected to like upload files to Twitch for testing.
So when you do hosted testing, that's the next step. So when you're testing, when you're uploading it to their CDN to do the actual the sandbox kind of like staging, hosted testing is basically staging testing. You uploaded it to their CDN, and it's going to run like it would on when you fully release it.
And I guess that makes sense too. Actually, come to think about it, just because. Otherwise, testing would be a nightmare if you constantly had to upload these things. Let's see, and I think I have to.
You are like navigating security preferences like a pro, because you should see me. Like anytime I'm like, this app needs permission, I just like I stare at system preferences. I'm just like, what do I do? So I'm just like amazed at how you're whizzing through this. We need to do an episode where TJ walks us through Mac security preferences.
Well, I've got it down because like this is the most annoying part
fast.
Of. So yeah, we are in the developer rig, and I can begin my extensions journey.
Don't do it yet. Wait. Okay, plug in our StackBlitz link. I just want to see if it works, and then rig us up. Rig.
I think I need our credentials.
You do?
Yeah, you have to log in, so might as well pull this off screen.
Yeah, this one I think I will hide.
Just in case.
Alyssa, do you want to run a poll or something? Because
I absolutely want to run a poll. Okay,
dig this up.
So we are about to do another jQuery trivia question. Everyone prep yourselves. I'm going to put the question in the chat, and first person who answers correctly is going to win a $25 Amazon gift card. Ready? Get ready. Everybody prep yourselves. Here's the question. How many times has jQuery been downloaded in 2020 so far? I get that this is like a, wow, you want the exact number. So I'll take it within, and I'm going to regret this because I'm giving away kind of the answer, but I'll take it within the million. So yeah.
Is this going to be like Price is Right? You can't go over, or like?
Oh, I love that rule. Yes. Can't go over. I'll take it within the million. Beautiful. First person. So, I mean, really, you could just be like typing in random millions at this point, or you could be Googling, but
$1.
32 million. Nope. One. Oh, that would be sad. 1 million people. Come on, guys. You can do it. I believe in you all. Hello. Hi. Welcome to the channel. Today we have that. Should I call you Erik or Erik Guzman or some sort of Guzman gamer tag version of yourself? What
You can either call me Erik or you call me Guzman.
Okay,
it's whatever you feel.
We have with us Erik the Guzman today, and we are talking about Twitch extensions. And right now we're guessing how many million, I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there, times has jQuery downloaded in 2020 so far. Hint, it is none of you have guessed high enough. And except for Nadar, I don't even know what that number is. Because if that's 20,000
million,
I don't even know what that number means. That's too high. It's too high. 20,000 million is too high. The chats would like us to hydrate, and pop does not count as hydrating. We say pop where I'm from. What do you guys call it?
It's pop here as well, actually.
Soda.
I can't believe it's pop where you are as well.
But I think pop, we're in the definite minority, though. Sodas, for the most part.
Sierra, we are guessing for how many times jQuery has been downloaded in 2020 so far. Okay, so this is rough. I
think you got to give a range of like maybe 10 million.
Okay, the range is between 30 million and 100 million. First person to guess without going over wins.
And I think we're allowing guesses multiple times here at this point. We need somebody to.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just like enter away. $25 Amazon gift card could be yours if you guess correctly. No, 350 is too high. Under 100 mil. 40 too low. Come on, you guys, you can do this. Oh yeah. Okay, so 86 million is the closest, but Quantum got it with 80 million. So apparently it is 84 million so far in 2020, which I think we're like halfway through. So Quantum, whose name I learned is actually Sam, wins it again. And we've got like 10 more trivia questions throughout the day. And then we also have a survey that is floating around. I think it actually might be in our description. And if you fill that out, you could win a Twitch Switch Lite. Why do I keep doing that, TJ? Like, what is wrong with
I mean, they are just one letter off. And they're right next. They're right next to each other in the alphabet too. So.
Oh my word. Okay, so did you get logins happening?
I did. I'm very happy that I got in. Yes.
All right. So since we already created a project, you can just go to the top left for add a project instead.
Okay.
And then open. I think open a project will get us there. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe create a project still. It's been a while since okay, here we go. Okay, drop down.
Yeah, an extension.
There we go.
Okay.
Click on that. And then.
All right, so I'll select the local folder. I can do that bit at least.
Yeah.
And then do I need a template?
So, if well, you guys already technically have a template going on. If you want to try to look at the boilerplate, we could just do that and just create one.
Okay. Interesting that it defaults to React as well. I'm sort of curious what the default is going to look like actually.
Let's do it.
We'll try this out. Did I hit the button? I think I hit the button.
You hit the button. It's just thinking really hard.
Yeah. I wonder if it's letting me. I can't up the font size in here. So hopefully this is big enough, and hopefully it's actually creating this. It's probably doing like create React app under the hood or something like that. I don't know. Actually, I was kind of curious. Like I know you'd mentioned this to me before that you could do like Angular and React and such. When it's actually running, is it like, are basically you just uploading the built files up when you're actually ready to deploy this thing?
Yep. Yeah, you're just uploading the bundled front end assets. So just like as you were to be deploying a a front end only React app like to an S3 bucket or to Netlify or something like that, that's all it is. So your front end code and your back end code are completely separate because since you're putting it on a CDN.
Gotcha. Oh, and actually, maybe I shouldn't have do. So I went in here and I said open in VS Code. Was I supposed to have like created a separate folder before I created the project? Because this is like got an entire like folder structure here.
That is, I think that just opened up that directory or
Yeah.
there's all your projects in it. I mean, opening up the VS Code thing is
Eric's
just
like,
a
I'm
shortcut.
pretty sure those are your files.
Yeah. Well,
I think you can reopen it back into the extension boilerplates. I think it just kind of just opened it whatever folder you were pointing it at.
Yeah, because I selected because when it asked for a path, I just gave it a path to like the random folder that I put all my dev stuff. And it looks like it probably wanted me to create a brand new folder because it looks like it just put these files in and just mixed it in with everything else I had. So, but we could just roll with this, I guess.
Yeah, you can just shuffle around the stuff and you can reconfigure the directory. So you can create like a brand new directory and just all the new files, just shove them into.
Yeah. Okay, and hopefully this doesn't confuse.
We can repoint where the directory is.
Okay, so what did we call this? Code It Live. What was the name, Alyssa? I should know. It's right up there.
Panel Code It Live panel pull. Yeah.
Let's call this, and then so I need to panel pull. So I need that. I need probably this JSON file. I should probably say don't ask me again because that's kind of annoying. Probably this thing. Yeah, don't ask me again. I know what I'm doing in VS Code.
How dare you, Joe? How dare you?
Yeah, don't question me.
Where I'm on the other side of things, I'm like, ask me everything, please.
All right, and then I want dev, and then not. Oh my gosh, maybe I should be having them confirm me.
Do you mind if I ask one more question? One more question. Okay. This is going to be an easy one, or at least easy in my mind. So $25 gift card. First person who answers it in the chat. Who is credited as the creator of jQuery?
We do need the Jeopardy music. Sorry,
you can keep going with the app while I really thought this would be like an insta win. Thank you, Quantum. Nadar, you almost got it. Oh my goodness. It was.
So you can change that open folder directory path right there. So I think where you sit. Oh, actually, I know where to change this. Go back. If we go back, there's like that file to VS Code. There is this file, that JSON file with all the horrible stuff in it. Yeah, there's a directory structure. There's like a directory that points somewhere in here. There's a setting for the directory. Oh, I guess not. Okay, they changed things.
I wonder, so if I try to do it again, is it gonna?
Yeah, it's gonna do that. This part's not as well.
I mean, if not, we can kill this and start it back up to.
Yeah, what we can do is like you can close this project. Go to the project actions. I think you can close this here. Yeah, close project, and then you can just re-add it.
So let's do. All right, so I want to kill.
You can keep all this stuff, and we can just point it at the generated file too. If you want to refresh, like fully refresh it instead of it doing, yeah, you can just point it at the our folder, and then none. I'm using.
Oh yeah, because we are. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, now we're in business. Now I should say this, and it should be smart enough. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got a link.
Okay, so with the Twitch boilerplate stuff, I think you should be able to just say, like, they have like this like special stuff in here on the scroll when you scroll to the bottom about how to run your extension. It's like, oh, you can like click these buttons and I'll know how to like start things up. But I, being an old school developer, I like to just look at the the package JSON.
Yeah.
And just figure out the commands and just run them in the terminal.
We have a redeemed hydrate, y'all.
I'm gonna run out of water here.
Now who's laughing at my gallon jug, huh?
Yeah. All right, so do I need to just basically start at this point to load this up?
Yeah, I think you might need to generate a cert because it's all set up to run HTTPS. So
okay, well, I can run this and see what happens.
Maybe I have to do npm install.
We've also
oh, you have to go into the extension boilerplate folder.
Yeah, we've also discussed how we need something on the stream that can run during like npm installs, or really just any sort of long running tasks. I don't know. Do you have anything you use for like when you have something is going to run for a few minutes?
Are you talking about like disco music or what? What are you getting?
I mean, disco music would be fine. Just like something so it's just not, like, let's all watch npm install some stuff together.
Yeah, I have a great one. I just awkwardly stare at the screen. And just...
Yes, I love that. That's like a classic. You can't beat that. What is npm?
I guess we don't have to run just do the cert. Yeah, we can just
npm.
It looks like it's going ahead and
it'll probably just be like, oh, cert whatever. But look, we have an up and running example extension. So now in the dev rig.
Oh, in the dev rig. Oh, okay.
In the dev rig, we can actually see this. So now go to, on the left margin,
wait.
extension views.
Fritz says the npm install train runs across the bottom of the screen. Is this a real thing? Like,
I think it needs to exist if it doesn't.
Oh my goodness. Also, we had a question about what is npm, and it was legit from a new programmer. So if you guys could explain that, because I don't know if I'm able to.
Basically, it's so npm stands for Node Package Manager, and it's essentially a way of distributing bundles of JavaScript code. So if you have something like jQuery and you want to, let's say you build something like jQuery and you want to distribute it so everybody can use it, npm is basically how you distribute these little bits of, I mean, they could be small, they could be large, bits of JavaScript code. And so the package.json is usually, well, it is the spot where you configure which of these packages you want to use. And as you can see, it can get pretty complex, but I guess the simplest view of it, it's actually quite simple. It's just bits of JavaScript code. You can distribute it, and you can use them in many different applications.
Sierra said, so nothing for Python. Does npm exist for things like Python and Ruby and those things?
Yeah, I mean, they're like .NET has that ecosystem has NuGet. Ruby has one that I can't remember the name of.
Yeah, Ruby Gems.
Ruby Gems! Yeah, look at you.
I
think all of these systems.
Do you write the Ruby, Eric?
I write the Rubies and the Rails.
That makes me so happy.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's my day job at my company, Ruby on Rails.
Oh my god! And are you like so good at it? How long have you been doing backend? Like forever? Oh, that's awesome. Okay, I'm sorry. I totally distracted us. We're in extension views. And I don't know what's next.
So
Sorry, guys.
so now we create our view.
All
Click
right.
that button. So because we connected it with our app, it knows like, hey, you selected you wanted this to be a panel, and then there's also the configuration view. So now we just panel, and then you could the view labels like for testing. You don't even have to fill that in if you want. Like you can just
Okay.
And then you can configure it to look like a specific type of user. If there's like certain like enablements, because like extensions can like do things with bits, can do things with chat integration, can do things with subscriptions, and then also with the frame properties, you can like I said, like have it look like a different type of user that is using this extension. I guess it doesn't matter right now. We can keep it as the current user. And then remember how I was saying before with the authentication type, it can tell you whether they're a viewer or the broadcaster that's currently looking at the extension. That's what that viewer type configuration is also. So
Okay.
if you wanted it to like think you're the broadcaster for special options.
I see, because so essentially here you could configure like views being like I mean, I guess it makes sense, it's developer rig, but you're creating like little like almost like testing views, right? Like so you could have multiples of these. Like I want to see what this looks like if I'm broadcasting. I want to see what this is looking like if I'm logged out. Okay, it just clicked for me.
Exactly.
So
it really clicks once you click save, and you'll see it.
Okay,
we're just looking at a modal, and like so.
I guess in this case, this stuff doesn't really matter.
Gorgeous
right? Like
modal.
they're good to just keep the default, I assume.
Yep.
Okay.
So go ahead and click that save button. And then this is because the cert, we generated a whatever cert that's not officially certified, so you could just click allow. And
Okay.
then you have to like click origin or URL. I always forget which one's the best one. So
which one's the right one?
So you have to, it looks like yes, try URL instead. I don't know. It's just gonna. But hey, look, there is
I see.
There is the Hello World extension.
Oh, and I like too how they just have something in there by default that just says, "I'm a mod, so here's some special thing that I get."
It's not. I'm confused. It's not on our page yet, right? Like
it is. It is. Yeah, it's just living so the dev rig is emulating the Twitch website, and it's doing a request to what you had configured as your local development base URL. So then it did a request to your local host server that's running. So it's not running on. So it's not visible on Twitch or anything like that. It's just running on your dev rig, which is why I say like the dev rig is just so beautiful for making testing easier in a sandbox environment without actually having to go on Twitch and manually testing on Twitch itself.
You know what's funny about all of this to me is that we sort of the reason we wanted to bring in jQuery for all of this is because we thought jQuery would probably be like if I'm just thinking in my head when Alyssa and I chatted through this, we said like, well, if we're just building like a little poll, React and Angular seem kind of like overkill, right, for that task because there's not much to it. And it's sort of funny to me that after all of that, like the default template, the thing they like point you towards it's a React app, of course. So in a way, like to get the jQuery work that we did, we almost have to undo the work of the default template, which I think is kind of funny.
There are other default templates too. It's just kind of funny that they give you the React one and a thing, but they have a GitHub repo listing a bunch of other ones too.
Okay.
But in order to get it started with the dev rig, obviously using the one that they give you as an option is the easiest way to get started.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is funny. So how do you swap it out? Like if we just wanted to do, I don't even know if jQuery is an option. Do we have to start with one of their templates, or can we from scratch be like, here is my thing?
No, you can go from scratch. I think if we go to the HTML file.
Sorry, I was just
it's doing the hot module reloading.
I just wanted to confirm that's actually kind of cool. And I assume too, like if I created multiples of these, I could change my code and like see all of them updating at the same time, sort of deal.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that right now, so you can see the magic happen. So create another version. And then,
okay, so this would be like if I wanted to see a logged out viewer, and I saved that. Oh, nice too. And then okay.
And then you can see right here, I have not shared my ID, so it's like telling you that these are a logged out user. You haven't gotten any permissions to see their user ID.
Yeah. Oh, very cool. This is actually that's kind of useful. Actually, I can see why. Like I was wondering in my head why you would sort of need this thing, but that's actually kind of handy. Like I sort of it sort of reminds me in a way of like almost like a storybook type thing, just because you can it's like storybook is a way of like testing little components of your app, so you can see, like, it gives you a way of testing it in isolation, so you don't have to view your component and like your entire app sort of thing. It sort of reminds me of reminds me of a little bit, because this is pretty nice.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I got off topic there. You said to open something, and
we can try to go to the base HTML file. I think it might be under
templates, maybe.
I think the public. Oh yeah, I guess it might be templates, because this is using Webpack, so this is like way like super configured to do all the crazy stuff. But the public, so this is where you would if you wanted to just blow away everything. This is the index HTML file that should get loaded up.
Well, I'm guessing though, if we blow this away,
blow it away.
Well, but my gut tells me this won't affect anything, because won't Webpack just go in and just say no when I try to do this?
It might. Let's
say
find out.
No. What is that? What does Webpack saying no look like?
Well, I guess in this case, it's not saying anything, probably because I'm guessing the hot reload is.
Yeah, can we open up the file explorer again, and let me take a look. So it might be targeting. There you go. It's targeting the HTML panel, because remember how we have these specific HTML views for the config page for the panel page. This is where Webpack is targeting. So if we get rid of that script tag right there, it's gonna just put whatever you want in there. Yeah, there we go. And then since this is Webpack, it's not gonna do the let's refresh. There you go. So here. Okay. Here, this is where we can just drop all your jQuery code in here, and then completely just delete the React folder.
All right, that's actually kind of okay. It's refreshing. Let's just do that. So this is going to get messy, but so I'm going to drop this below, and then.
Sorry, I just had to stifle your mom joke. I'm such a child. It is retro day, right? Those are retro.
So I think I want to keep these three.
Okay.
You definitely want the Twitch header. That script tag for the extension files Twitch, that is the Twitch helper, and nothing will work if you do not have that in there. So.
Okay.
I don't know if this gets used at all, but it just feels like a obligation to change that. And so then I've got my doc type. I don't need that in twice.
Right. And you do still have the Twitch script tag he was talking about?
Yep.
Yep, I think so.
Yeah, it's right there on line 7.
Okay.
And then we're gonna. I guess we could put this in separate files, right? So I'm in here, so there's no reason I shouldn't be able to say like. Style.css. Yeah, this is like totally retro, because
I love it.
Well, we were talking this morning of like, when's the last time you wrote a style sheet by hand?
Yeah, what is this link rel style sheet thing that you're doing?
Yeah, I know.
He had to walk me through it. Like, seriously, I was like, I don't feel cozy with this, TJ.
This brings me back to my GeoCities Angel Fires days of building websites.
I still have. I was actually surprised. Angel Fire, believe it or not, at least as of like a year or two ago, still kind of existed in some form, which blew my mind.
What is that? Is this something in GeoCities?
So there were competitors back in the day. So basically, just ways of building like small little websites online.
Okay.
For free. Like,
for free!
Like the original Sandbox type of thing.
For free, but then they would like auto inject ads into your site.
Oh.
Which, but
those beautiful like long banner ads like that go down the left and right margin.
Yeah,
top
and then
and bottom.
and then over time they got like as business got a little hairier for them, like the types of ads they would inject would get a little hairier as well.
And you're
So,
like, that's exactly what I wanted on my site.
yeah, exactly. All right. I think let's see if we did this.
Random question. Guzman, are you in the States?
Yes, I am. I
So-
am in San Diego.
So are you doing anything for the 4th?
Just indoors. We're having the city of San Diego is having a virtual fireworks show.
No, no.
I don't know what
Fun.
that means. Yeah, but they call it virtual. I don't know. Maybe they're just gonna do a pre-recording of like old fireworks shows and just play the Star Spangled Banner or something. I have no clue.
Oh my goodness, that's excellent.
It'd be awesome in the future of doing like AR fireworks shows, like just like
Sarah said that every time she hears someone say San Diego, she thinks of Anchorman.
oh yeah, the whales. I have that voice line on my stream that people can do the command for it.
Okay, Pinkie Pie's face is way too big.
Well, look, so the CSS didn't load.
Did you do the thing where you wait? No, that's just a stack blitz thing, right? Are you trying to not use the import in JavaScript right now? Is that what you're doing?
So yeah, I was trying to bring it in through link and script tags, but I'm wondering, it looks like it just didn't take these. I'm wondering if I need to just inline that, or if there's any way we could debug to try to see. Maybe I could try.
Did you name it style or style?
I think try .. I think because of the way the routing works,
You
that
did name it
/
style.
might do the trick.
Let me try it on here too.
I'm starting to think link tags are made up.
What's interesting is it got the Kendo stuff because it was able to turn this into like a radio button. So it got the stuff from the CDN. It's just not getting the local files for whatever reason. So I could inline it, but
that's fine. I mean, I'm fine with it being inline, especially if we can just see it and then I don't know.
There.
Yeah, because Eric, whenever you do this, do you have multiple files, or you just like slap it all in one, or do you use React, or what do you do?
I use React.
Okay.
I think for one of mine, I slapped it in. I think I did a separate file because I did one that is not React based or anything like that. It's just raw JavaScript because it's just a simple countdown timer thing for when voting happens. I can look up. Let me try to look up that and.
I'm curious if it's possible what we're doing wrong.
Well, I'm wondering. My gut is telling me that it might be Webpack, like something about the development server not allowing these files.
That could be it.
Oh yes, I want to see your Webpack file. What is happening?
But I don't know.
Style loader, look, that right there. The test and the style loader and the CSS. Why are you so unhappy with us?
Well, so this is the part of the Webpack config that's saying take any CSS files you find in the source folder, presumably the source folder, and run these things against them. But I was more interested in the server bit because this is the bit that's creating the web server. And I don't know enough about Webpack's dev server to know enough about what this is actually doing. But that's my only guess, because there's no reason this shouldn't be able to find, not this one, but why this shouldn't be able to find these local files. So like something's excluding them either at the server level, or I think it's got to be the server level, because I don't know why the dev server wouldn't be able to pick that up.
Yeah, let's try actually open up the server in the browser. So just go to localhost 8080 in a regular browser and see. Maybe we can do a little debug that way.
It's a good idea.
HTTPS. Maybe that's be a little nitpicky. Hey.
Yeah,
Okay.
there we go. Oh, don't. Man, it's funny. You get on such autopilot. It's like this is how like you get to be the victim of phishing attacks, right? You just like, oh, big button. I click.
Big blue button.
Big blue button. Yeah, it's always blue.
Oh, because then okay, hold on. It's the panel. Okay, so
we can check the sources. Oh yeah, there's so I couldn't find it. That's
straight up 404s, which is interesting. So is it
a route is interesting on that style sheet though. If you go back to the preview or to the headers, it's loading tab strip / styles CSS.
I know what the problem is actually.
What?
It's this stupid thing that the tab strip is asking us to do for a base tag.
Why is the tab strip doing this?
All right, let me see if I had. Okay, so it's got our CSS, but our tabs no longer work.
Wait, were the tabs working? Did you get the JavaScript? Oh yeah, it was because of what we were doing before. Well, can't you just, since it's looking under tabs, I guess we.
I'm actually now we're gonna go down a rabbit hole here if we want to get this, but
saucy. You know how I feel about rabbits.
Actually, no. This is only there for the demos so this is saying base all URLs off of this, like basically use this as the base URL, and so that's why it was a good catch, Eric, because it was basically trying to do this and then append style.css to the end of it, which we don't need to do, but that's making me so when we refresh this now, we have this and this is working, but our tab strip is no longer working. And
I wonder if we should just do like as a median, like do a full blown resolved URL to the style CSS. Since we're hard coding everything, why not just do localhost 8080 to the style.css?
Yeah, I think it's bringing it in though now actually.
It's just the JavaScript that we've lost.
So the hold on one second. I'm doing a few steps because I'm just trying to figure out what's going on because otherwise, okay. So I think I got it. So problem one was that base tag. Essentially, it was in the Kendo demos so that the URLs would resolve in relation to the demo, but we don't need that for this. And then the other problem was the JavaScript wasn't actually running because StackBlitz made us do this earlier. Because StackBlitz doesn't support link tags. We went down that rabbit hole this morning of like, why isn't the link tag working here? It turns out StackBlitz just doesn't support it, which did not expect it to end that way, but
twist ending.
And actually, Alyssa, I don't
full circle.
Since we know Twitch has a different page for this, we can probably just get rid of this tab, right?
Okay,
because
I'm gonna need you to explain that because what?
Okay, so which part?
Well, so Twitch having a different page, there's no way Twitch has a different page for that. Twitch's different page for that would just be go and edit your markup, right?
Well, so for creating polls or editing polls, Twitch has a different, basically different files for those purposes, right? Am I putting that correctly, Eric? Like there's
different
like
pages, so we can see it. Actually, let's look at it.
I don't understand.
Go to the create new view option in the rig, and then let's click configuration view, and then just click save, and then scroll down because it's there. You go. So that is the page for your doing settings on your poll.
I'm just confused at how it links together.
Well, it doesn't directly.
I mean, like eventually, like so. For instance, this is the page that I would put inputs that could change, like the title of our poll or something, right? So where does that connection happen? We just manually do it in some JavaScript file, or I don't. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. Do you like? So, okay. Yeah, no, that's actually a really good point. So if I'm viewing this as like an admin, would you put in a check that says like, if you're an admin, link to like config.html, like?
So that's a good question. And so the configuration view is only visible by the broadcaster. That page is only visible by the broadcaster. But if you're looking for like mods to be able to configure the poll, then having that extra tab there for the settings is probably beneficial, so that mods can go down to the panel and then have that extra edit survey view for them to do, because
How
the
will
configuration view.
how will
Oh,
it
go ahead.
look for like, so I don't think we would necessarily need mods to be able to do it. I'm just sort of curious, when you say the config view is visible, is it like visible by default? Or do you have to like if I'm the like we deploy this, I'm the administrator of Code It Live. For my panel view, do I have to make some way of getting to the config, or is Twitch going to automatically give me like a little cog or something without me needing to do anything?
You'll have to add a link, or in the Twitch dashboard, you'll have to navigate it through the extensions page. So it's in a whole separate section of exists for the Twitch administration stuff.
So could we do it where like we left this here, but like through essentially like an if check around it? Like if you're able to do this, put it in there.
Correct. Yeah. And in that React boilerplate code, there had existed a check, I think, that says like, oh, you're the moderator, or you're the broadcaster. So, and because in that
I get the feeling TJ's gonna go and redo this in React.
No, I just find it funny. Like we tried to make this as like simple as possible, and it turns out the simple way was actually React, which I think is just hilarious.
Okay, I'm gonna put Ivana's plea up on screen. So from what I understand, whether or not we have that tab for mods, we can still make the configuration tab available to mods. Like we can whitelist them, or no, that's not a thing.
Yes, you will be able to, because it's possible if you know who the user is.
Okay, cool. Because I think, TJ, that would be the cleanest way, and we might even have like a round 2 where we redo it in React and like maybe build out that functionality where we're going to whitelist our mods and make that possible. I think that's a really cool step to take next after we get just like this working. And we would probably want to use something like React, just because it sounds like the template already has stuff we need.
So what we can try to do is we can try to play around with this idea of like knowing who the user is, because we already have the extension loaded up and we're playing with it. So now we need to make this start to come alive. So let's start to get familiar with the JavaScript helper, the Twitch JavaScript helper. So let's head back over to dev.twitch.tv and let's dive into the documentation.
Let's do that. All right.
So we'll scroll to the top. And yeah, right there, and we'll go to docs and extensions, and then side, and then expand the side, the hamburger. It's really throwing me off that the hamburger is on the right side.
Yeah, that's really strange.
It's okay. I remember mobile view is really bad in this page.
Yeah, it's because we're
that's awful. They like take away your options even.
Yes. Okay. I came across this one day and I was like on my phone. I was like, oh my God, I can't help somebody. Okay, so then let's scroll down. So there's a little description about the Twitch extension helper. I wonder if they improved that. So there's in that side nav, there's extension types, and there's a link to extension helper.
Okay.
I'm curious to see how.
It's a JavaScript library that runs an extension.
Okay, so let's go to the
it's highly descriptive.
Yeah. So in order to find out more about the Twitch extension helper, go down to the and the side nav. There's references at the very, very bottom. References.
come in.
Or at the on the guideline in the sub menu for extension, and then there's in the side down, and then right there, references, and then there's the link right at the top, right at that top for extension helper.
Okay.
So this gives you, these are the various type of capabilities that the extension can do. You can check feature flags, bits. You can store some configuration information into that Twitch can store for you. So if you have like some user configuration about certain settings, maybe not necessarily the poll, but like certain settings that they chose stylistically for the poll.
You're saying like if they have dark mode or something.
Yeah, if they have dark mode, if you want to store, if like this was like a global poll and they wanted to configure like with custom banners and branding and stuff like that, the configuration can do that. But let's go into let's just click on, I guess let's just scroll down to look at everything actually. I'm about to say literally close. So unauthorized is our magic one. So this is our gateway to loading the extension. So usually the best practice is that you listen to the unauthorized, and after it fires, then you load up your extension. Since your poll needs to know about the user, maybe you don't display the poll, you show like a loading screen, and then once the unauthorized callback triggers, you display the poll, and then explain the poll, and then you can go from there. So we can copy and paste this this example code into our jQuery.
Yeah, into our jQuery. We need that part, so let's try this. And then theory.
So this is where coming into the dev rig comes in handy. So that unauthorized won't trigger on a regular web page because this is like Twitch extension logic.
That makes sense, actually. Okay.
So it's since we're in this dev console thing, you can use Twitch's special logger method to show on the bottom view. So if you show at this gray area at the bottom, they have this window extension rig.log. So instead of using console log, if you use that whole long blob of log statement, that should
I see it.
Blob of log statement.
That like super duper wrong. Window.twitch xt.rig.log. All right. I also like to, I'm sorry if on the stream you have trouble seeing this on the bottom, but they don't let me bump up the font size. So I'll try to be good about reading what I see down there. But it did work. So I have a token, I have a channel ID.
Mm-hmm. So the fun part about this is, I guess the interesting part is, and the fun is debatable, that this token's a JWT token, so it holds all the information about the extension, and it's off. And so when you're doing the web requests to your server to submit the poll results, you can just send this JWT, and then you can validate this JWT on your end using your secret token, your secret key that you have configured on your server. So you can verify that, hey, this poll actually came from Twitch, and then you can unwrap and the nice thing about JWT is like JWTs have a bunch of information inside them. So when you descramble them, it'll actually say what channel this is from, who this user is, what the type of user they are. So so not only does it validate that, hey, this request came from Twitch from your token, but also you can unwrap this token and get the information needed in order to like submit the results for the poll, like the user's information.
I'm curious, does Twitch try to help you with that at all as well? Do they have any like templates, or is there like a preferred server side? Because the thing is too, I think for these, like the backends of this, usually you don't, you'd want to build a pretty lean backend, right? Like you don't need some super, so I'm curious, what do you typically use or recommend for that sort of thing?
So they do have some examples on their, on the GitHub repos, but what I've used personally is I originally used Firebase function.
Woo!
And then there's a JWT library that the JWT consortium or website like suggests in npm1, and there's just clear instructions like, here, set your secret, pass in the JWT, ask for authorize or decode or whatever, and then it'll error out if it's
Can
not
we at least
authorized.
route to these instructions so that we have them for like it's just on Firebase functions docs or something, I'm assuming?
It's
Just like
so
I just like
it
Google.
won't be on the Firebase function docs per se. Let me try to see if I can look that up. I can link
so
to
cool.
Verify admin or verify ID tokens. Yeah, it's one of those things that like everything you said there made sense to me at a high level, but there's a gap between hearing the like that and then like knowing the specific
That's
steps
like,
to take that actually do that.
that's like one of those, all of those words individually made sense to me.
Well, that's why like I've never authentication and like authorization is one of those topics that I've been like kind of involved with doing, but I've never had to like implement the server side of that personally. I've done the front end of it. I've built login forms a bunch of times, but I always just send it off to a magic server where magical things happen and I get back like a token. So the backend stuff always scares me a bit, but the like Firebase functions, like serverless functions makes that a little more doable.
Yeah, so I'm gonna throw a link into the chat of like this boilerplate I made probably a year or two ago using Firebase. So it's severely outdated, but the code, it speaks for itself in terms of, or hopefully speaks for itself of what it takes just to verify JWT.
And I like Trebitat.
Sorry.
No, it's magic servers are the best. They are. It's my favorite part of working on the front end. On Alyssa, we've been doing this all day. There's the software we're using for streaming. There's a way you can click on a chat message to highlight it, right? Which is super handy and nice. But Alyssa and I both have the power to make these show and hide.
And it's like so fast that you're like, oh God, oh no.
We're like in each other's heads because we hit it at the exact same second
every time. And so I take his down and he takes mine. It's like so funny. Oh man. Okay, I'm sorry.
Like a little debounce in there, like a little delay, so you know.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that would so fix this problem. Okay, so one brain, Sarah said. So yes, we're checking out those docs, and
so this is the code right here to verify a JWT, like to decode it or verify it. So
I'm so excited. Not that we're gonna have time to do such marvelous things today.
Yeah, this is probably out of scope for today, but I like having the link here so that later on you don't have to try to track this down, just because it seems like another bit of fun to this.
Thank you for sharing that. Oh my goodness, yay.
Yeah, because we had talked for a while too about how, regardless of how far we're going to take this today or in the future, like our naive approach of this was that, well, the easiest way of doing it is just like some super dirty check of like set like a local storage thing of like the person's already done this sort of thing.
I mean, your dirty is my everyday, TJ. So yeah, whatever. I like slap it in a cookie.
But I mean, much less securing the backend itself, right? Like prevent people from maliciously sending, just spamming votes for Pinkie Pie repeatedly, just sort of thing. So
I actually I might only allow spamming votes for Pinkie. All the other ones are blocked. I actually have a quick survey question, if you guys don't mind a teeny tiny pause. So we're giving away Amazon gift cards. First person in the chat to answer this wins. And
Quantum, I think you've won a few times already, so this time maybe let's spread the wealth a little bit.
Manning Publications published jQuery in action, jQuery UI in action. Who was the author? You would think John Resig. You would think.
I believe it's someone much cooler, actually. That's if I remember correctly.
I was so excited about this. This makes me like. I was so surprised when I found this out.
Hey, I think
How do we say it? Trey
TJ.
Trebitot. Yeah, it was TJ. It was TJ.
I have to show you all something funny. So this book is now a few years old, and like it had like a perfect 5-star rating, which I value my self-worth off the ratings of this book. And I thought it was hilarious though, because I had all these like really nice reviews, and then I had this one come in when I checked this because of this poll question, and like Dragos said it was wish they wouldn't have bought it. Stuff wasn't very useful. So,
Oh no.
which I was just laughing at. Like, this is just terrible.
Very outdated. Could not download IE8.
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe not the best time to buy a jQuery UI book, but I don't know. I've got the swag to show for it too. So this is some vintage stuff here. So.
All right, back to it. I will make sure I get the emails though from our winners today. So
all right. So what do we want to tackle next here? So we've got this unauthorized check. I guess what's the next sort of logical step we want to take? Actually, I know one question I have right away is height going to be a problem of this thing? Just because I know in the developer rig, I have to scroll quite a bit to see this.
Yeah. So that's a great question. Let's dive into the settings for your extension now, because we kind of went with the default stuff. So the settings are going to be back on the developer portal. So we'll have to go back to dev.twitch.tv and then go to your extension, go to the extension settings.
Okay. I can probably close this. Let me just get it in a new tab. TV. Oh man, the mobile view of that is really awful. And in here.
Yep.
Okay.
Click on that, and then here's your version dashboard, and then you can just click on your version next.
Okay.
So then, yeah, let's explore this view a little bit. So this is like the main view of like give you the scope of the world of what your state of your extension is in. And it just links to different sections. So if we scroll up, there's the tabs. So let's go to version details first. So this is where you're going to put your summary, your description. So before I let us through about setting all this stuff up without having to actually explicitly save it, but this is where you go back and update all this information. And I even think this is where you upload all your images on the bottom. Yeah, categories, image, branding, everything's down here. So that's where you can update all that information. The next tab, I believe, was the capabilities tab or monetization. So this is if you want to do like for them to, like, let's say first vote is free. If they want to do additional votes, they have to use bits to vote some more. So this is where monetization comes into play. So this is where you can enable. This is where you go through the onboarding of putting in all your tax information, because you're going to be theoretically making money off of this. So we can ignore that.
I gotcha.
Well, I mean, maybe
it is a pretty happening poll. So.
Yeah.
So this capabilities is for the request identity link is the capability to ask a user to, if they want to allow you to have access to their user information. By default, all extensions don't ask for that information. You actually have to click yes to that if we're gonna, if we need to know the actual user ID. Again, through GDPR stuff. If not, you get, as it says on the details, you'll get an opaque ID, and that opaque ID does not guarantee consistency forever. So you can try to use the opaque ID, but if they clear the browser cache and stuff like that, or go on a separate browser altogether, their opaque ID can change.
Okay.
And then chat capabilities also lets you send a message. Through the backend server. Let's say when the poll closes, you can actually have your extension send a chat message saying like, "Hey, poll closed. This is the result." So that's something kind of cool to do too.
Gotcha.
And So files, I think so this is where you'll upload your final bundled assets of all the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for hosting on Twitch, and when it's prepping for release. And then asset hosting it's kind of, I feel like the name's not that obvious, but this is all the settings for the way your extension is going to be displayed. So here's your base URI if you're going to be changing that. You can add on additional capabilities if you decided I don't, not only on the panel, but I also want this available on mobile. And then right here, panel height, you're already kind of hovering over that.
Yeah.
So we can update that to 500 to get it a little higher.
Did we enable point usage, TJ? Is that something
we did not.
we had another ask for that? I didn't know if that was hard to do or if that's easy.
That will be, so there's no official well, I think there might be an API for channel points now, but there's no, I'm not sure if they just released an API for channel points, but once that API is available, then you can probably do channel point.
I just didn't know if under the monetization it was just like a checkbox
No,
or if
monetization is purely bits.
Gotcha.
And how slick is this? Like if I update my height, is it smart enough to like
You'll have to update the so you'll have to go back to project details in the rig. So on the left margin, project details, and then you'll update your version information. So where your version is, update that. So it'll refetch the configurations from the server or from Twitch, and then you might need to recreate the view because these views were created with the assumption of the old sizes, I believe.
Okay. Well, let me clean this up anyways, because technically we only need one of these for our purposes right now. It's just generic view. It looks like it still has the...
Yeah, it still has it. That's strange.
Although, interestingly, I can't scroll now.
Is that 500 pixels?
I don't think I can open the dev tools in here. That's fun.
Yeah, you can do that instead. And you can look at all the console logs and stuff like that instead.
It's probably just Electron, right?
Yeah, it's just an Electron app.
It picked it up because it says height 500 pixels. That's
okay.
It's probably super tiny for you here, but this says height 500 on the iframe.
What's inside of the iframe? What's its bounds? It's the next element.
Next level.
Yeah, like who is actually the height that we're seeing? Because somebody is cutting off.
Oh boy.
Keep going, man. Keep digging. Or you could use the little grabber to grab one of the smaller elements.
Yeah, and sorry if you can't see this, but I have no like realistic way of making this bigger for everybody. Oh, there we go. Maybe I do have a way.
Whoa. She's big. Okay, so let's see. If you're just now joining us, make sure you fill out our survey to win a Switch Lite.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's got actually what's weird about it is since I can't scroll, I almost wonder, I don't know what would have broke that very suddenly. Yeah, but
because I want to see if it's like one of our elements, like if we just need to tell, or if it's actually the view is being, because why is it being cut off there? Because it says that the iframe is 500. Is it just the extension's view that's like lying to us, or do we actually reach our limit and we don't know it? Like, I'm wondering if that's 320 pixels, TJ, or like whatever, like what is that we're actually being limited at?
What's funny is it looks like we're not, because this thing, our pole is 443 pixels tall.
Sam,
let's try the on and off again, off and on. Let's just close the rig and open it up. Maybe for some reason the rig itself is caching the height of the extension stuff.
Yeah, so we'll go to the view.
And then let's delete that. Yeah. Hopefully this works. It's still giving the square.
The scrolling part is the part that really confuses me, because before we made that change, I could totally scroll the thing in
I
this
think-
view. At least I
yeah.
think I could, couldn't I?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, just take it back. Just take it back.
Yeah, I wonder if like the poll is 500 like fits the 500 iframe, but then because somehow it's cutting it off the scroll, like
yeah, like it's almost like if you set the overflow to hidden, for example, you would get this because it would say, well, would you like it would only do that if you had something like set to 320 pixels that hid the overflow. I don't know.
We should be able to go into our tab strip and give it like
hard
tell it to
code the
scroll.
heck out of this. Like,
Well, no, I was just gonna say like give it the ability to scroll inside of the what is it? Overflow scroll. Overflow scroll, I think is a thing. Does that work? No.
no. See if we just started giving things like
so
Okay.
I'm curious. So let's do something interesting. So right now we were testing in the dev rig.
Yep.
We can also test this directly on Twitch.
Yes.
So and this is how you would kind of do local testing anyway, or when you're doing the staging testing. It's just that's in a point to our localhost URL. So only you're going to be able to test this right now. But if you go to your Twitch stream dashboard, and we'll try installing this extension. So go to status. Actually, go to status for.
Oh wait.
We can link straight to it if we go to the status tab, and on the top.
Okay, yeah,
Right there. And then scroll to the bottom, and then view on Twitch and install that button.
Oh, okay.
So here is our poll, and you can see we have absolutely no information, but we can install it.
It's successful.
And then if you click
Is it?
configure, that would load up the admin page. So this is the thing that we were talking about earlier about as the broadcaster, you could see this configuration page and make all the changes here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let's close that. And so it's not enabled yet. And then so we have it installed, and now let's activate it. And then we'll put it in a panel.
Set as panel 1 or
put it in a new panel. Yeah, because we don't want to
kill anything. Yeah.
Google one. Okay, so now if you go, so only you are able to see this. So no one else should be able to. No one can see this. So
I feel special.
Yeah.
All right, it's gonna get meta for a second here because we're loading ourselves. Oh, and the volume comes in too. I gotta kill this.
No, we can hear ourselves. Oh god.
Why isn't the volume here, Twitch?
Oh, it's being blocked by that profile. That click away that notification of new profile image take. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. God, that was.
they're. It's funny because they're actually what do you call it? Violating their own UI standards, because when you make
By
an
covering
extension,
that up.
because when you make an extension, when you're making a video overlay, you're not allowed to put anything on the top bar and the bottom bar, like a certain amount of pixels, because that's what the controls are. But they did that.
Well, what's funny too is I heard you kind of telling me that, but because I couldn't mute the video, I couldn't really hear what you were saying. So that was really trippy there for a minute. But yeah, we have a poll,
oh
right?
Oh my word! Click on it. This is so cool. What?
So my guess was right. It is properly being configured, but for some reason in the rig, everything fits in there, which is why you're not getting the scroll bar, but it's like chopping it in the, I don't know. There's something weird at the preview.
Yeah.
When you inspect that in the rig, there's like 5 different iframes you're looking at. So like.
Yeah. No, it's funny too, because we could actually use this like knowing that it's 500 pixels, like I'd almost might expand this out a little bit more, right? Like I think we had 320, but
oh, okay. How hard is it to change? So, like if you go and you change 320, actually just get rid of it. I want to see, can you just like remove our max width on, I think we put it on, what did we put it on, the tab strip?
Oh, so actually that's, so I take it out and that is what it does. I wonder if we like, if just picked one.
Yeah. Be like, yeah. Does it move?
Oh,
Wait,
but it screws up.
is it moving?
It
Oh,
is,
we're
but
probably just outside of. I was wondering, like in the CSS itself, like what is the flow? Like, do you have to reinstall it once you modify it?
So this works exactly like the dev rig does. So this is just a view to your local host. So if you just have to do a refresh. So you probably have to right click it, or like you can right click the iframe because it's Chrome. Chrome has like a shortcut.
Shut
oh,
up.
like in the
Really?
browser itself.
Yeah, in the browser, reload
Oh,
frame.
yeah,
There you
reload
go.
frame.
What?
So after you make a change, you just click.
Yeah, go make a
click your
change,
vote frame.
TJ. Go make a change.
So this was the old way I had done development before the dev rig existed. Like install it and look it directly on my page, and the dev rig
Yeah.
made it simple, so you don't actually have to install it on your page and like
Okay.
have your stream open and stuff.
So it definitely took the height. I'm curious. We might want to dig into this later, Alyssa, of like why this isn't affecting anything, and like why when you make this bigger, it breaks the. Because you would think, isn't it? We're going off the rails here a little bit, but isn't it like what's the thing that tells Flex to center it?
Are you talking about like justify content or align items?
Yeah, which one is it?
Well, both. They're centering on different axes. Says center. Are you even display flex? Yeah, you are display flex.
I am display flex, and it's because I want this, that if I give it a width, there we go. So that's what I wanted. It's really, I don't know what we'd want the margin to be, but
I'm just worried that we're going to hit, like, for instance, if you look at live that's right next to it and then code it live right next to it, like they're all, like, what is that width? Is that 320?
It looks like it's like 3. Man, this is like a super deep.
Yeah, what is that?
302? It doesn't seem.
302, you gotta love it. So what I'm worried is that no matter what we do and play around with in the inspector, because you can do whatever the heck you want in the inspector, I'm worried about whenever we make the changes that we want to our style sheet and then reload the iframe, that Twitch is just going to be like, no, you will be 302 pixels. Like,
well, hold on, because we did. So we should be able to test this, right? So that would be in here somewhere. So we said, what was the parent of the tab strip? So K tab strip wrapper. Come on.
Yeah, Quantum is saying that panels are 320 by default. 32 rems. Yeah, I think that's what I'm worried about. I think we're going to be locked into that. Have you ever made a really, really wide one, Erik?
As wide as you can get.
So you have made one bigger than this. It's possible, or no?
I made it. So I made it. I used Flex, so it just like, because you can actually pop out these extensions, so it can just be its own standalone page.
So is it actually looking at localhost? Because I tried to make a change, and
so you'll have to reload.
I did it right.
You'll probably have to do the right click reload frame.
I thought I did that, but
oh, it looked like it got. Did it look like it adjusted? Like it got big and then it got small.
Let's see. Cab strip wrapper. Oh, so it did pick up on those changes. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some of the Kendo stuff is resizing it, because it was wide and then it snapped to fit in.
Yeah, you might be right. It might be that some of this is getting overridden.
You know who loves digging into that stuff? This girl. We should totally, you should not dig any further. This is like the most fun.
Save it for later.
I want to do it.
Okay.
Dibs.
I think for the purposes of what we were trying to do, we confirmed that we do have the taller view did work. So that's good. And actually seeing it here is kind of nice. So I can see the benefit of the developer rig, but this is also kind of handy to see it in context as well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
and then I was mentioning the pop out thing, so you can see like there's a little link at the. So if you wanted to go wide,
oh
like
wait,
this
is it
will.
working? Did it work? Confused. What's the point of this view?
I
Can
think
anybody see this view or just you?
Once the extension's visible to like for the calendar one, they can
Yeah.
pop it out.
They can.
I guess they do that just for maybe people so they don't have to be at the bottom of the page because you can still watch the stream. If you pop it out, you can still scroll up, watch the stream, and
Right.
interact with the page.
And I've also done it because there are some extensions. Like I've used the calendar one we have in this way because a calendar widget doesn't suit a like 300 pixel wide thing super well.
Not really.
So
yeah.
so sometimes this is kind of handy to pop out and say, okay, I want to see this in a little more detail.
Yeah. So one of the extensions I built is a closed captioning extension. So like I
Can we
added
see it? Can we show it? Can we pull it up?
Yeah. So go to stream. Well, actually, I have a site for it. So if you go to stream-cc .gooseman the goose.
Not good.
Yeah.
Make it a goose.
.codes.
I didn't even know dot codes was a thing. That's awesome.
And the discover streamers at the top yep. So all these people are using it right now. So if we just randomly click someone that seems appropriate on stream.
Yeah, we're gonna hope this is appropriate. Going
That's
randomly.
so cool.
I'm curious too how you got how you get a list of people that are actively using your extension, because that's kind of slick too.
Let's see. There we go. So if they had it configured as a panel, so I have this configured as you can do it as a video overlay or as a panel. If they had it configured as a panel, they'd be able to pop out the closed captionings so they can watch the streamer and then have the closed captions in a nice big resized window.
Oh, okay. So
this is an example of a video overlay. It's just like right over the stream, and then like I can do controls. And
so you made this extension and you made it available in both a panel and a video overlay?
Yeah.
Did you have to change the code much to suit?
No, the code is almost identical because that box right there is I stick that code that displays that box. That's a React component, and I just stuck it inside a panel view. So this person doesn't have it configured as a panel.
Right.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
That's so cool. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. So is there an API that you can use to find out who's using your extensions?
So there is an official API to fetch who's using your extension, but that only gives you who has the extension installed and who's currently live. What's more relevant is who has the extension installed and who's actively has that closed captioning active, because there's a lot of people that just install it and forget it.
Right.
And I have basically because they have to log on to my website in order to do the captioning, the voice to text capture, and I have basically a timestamp of the last time I've seen them, last time they sent a message.
That's clever.
So I query the database for who's got a timestamp in the past 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
And then I do a request to Twitch to get their live information. Like, so I gather all those channel IDs, do a request to Twitch API to get their live information, all their live information, and then display that right here.
I have some questions about this one.
Which one?
Bonsai Baby is great. She builds lots of great stuff. She's absolutely lovely.
Awesome. I have to say that like it's an art to writing it. Like of all of these, that's the one I read, right? So
she's partnered for a reason.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So I can't believe this is amazing. So on that site, we can find everything you've ever built. Yes.
That one only. I have Gooseman codes, my main website, and that's like my streamer site, and that links to a bunch of stuff I built.
Beautiful.
Plus like clips and learning resources.
Oh, that's awesome.
What are some other just kind of curiosity? What are some of the other extensions? And I'm also curious if you found it like what is your most popular extension? Or do you have like any stories of things that have worked and haven't worked, just out of just straight curiosity?
So the closed captioning one is the most. So there's two. I guess they compete. The closed captioning one's definitely the most popular. Like there's lots and lots of people that use that, and because it's just so visible, and people like are just accessibility and inclusion's really big now. So more people have been using that. And then another panel I have is one that's just a panel, and it just displays your team, like if you're on a Twitch team, or you can build your own. So you can have like a little team of people. So that's been great. The one that I think is the least popular, which is my my Go Vote extension. All it is it's just an image with a countdown. You just install it. It installs as a video component, and it just says #Go Vote, and it has a countdown to election day.
Oh,
That's all it does.
nice.
So that's the least popular one, because that one's, I guess kind of like sort of political, and that one.
I mean, is it political if you're not taking a side? Like, I guess
So that's the
count.
thing I had to do. I had to be very, very generic. If not, Twitch wouldn't have allowed it. They wouldn't have approved it. It had to be 100% generic. And all I couldn't even link to the official vote.gov website.
Oh wow! Because that's so useful for like finding out how you can vote or register.
That's like it, because of the guidelines and rules. I couldn't even like mention that. So all I had to do was.
But it's a government website. Okay, that's weird.
So it just says #Go Vote, and then it has a count, and it uses like Moment.js to do a countdown to election day.
Oh my goodness. So let's see. I want to.
So Alyssa, while we have Erik here, are there any other like Twitch specific questions?
Well, so Quantum just asked, if I understand it correctly, you could let people create their own countdowns using the config page.
Not for mine. Mine's just purely American elections, the American election.
But if you wanted to, we could take yours, modify it, and have a config page where people could create their own countdowns.
True. Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
That's possible. I mean, the extension's like super bare bones, so it's like you could. It's not even. I think it's not even. It's just using standard JavaScript. It's not even using any jQuery like that. It's just like 50 lines of code and to just inject time into it. So
I guess the confusing part is that you could technically make it political once it's approved, and then you go to your config page and you edit it.
So you could.
But I guess it would only be for your channel. So
yeah, I think they would be a little bit like they put some certain restrictions on what users can modify on an extension, and also they don't like you linking out to CDNs for assets. So if you were to submit this right now, you would have to locally you have to locally install all the Kendo jQuery stuff bundled it all together. The only things that can be outwardly linked are images, Google Fonts, and Google Analytics.
Okay.
I think, and then you can do requests to the server to fetch information, but they really don't want you to do too much dynamic things with it. And you could get a little creative, but they try to check for all that type of stuff to make sure you're not gonna swap out for malicious stuff.
Okay. Let's see. That I'm like overwhelmed with information. Is there anything else, like for instance, similar to the Firebase functions with the JWT token? Anything else if we wanted to go and take this and just keep adding to it and add authentication that you suggest we look into, or did we pretty much cover everything?
We covered everything. There are a lot of, I think there's a good couple in the community. If you look on GitHub, there are some boilerplates for like backend implementations. So to set up a serverless function to just do JWT validation and stuff like that. I have a lot of my extensions are on my GitHub are listed, and you can kind of just like peruse the code. So
love it.
Let me try to throw that in there. So if people are kind of curious.
Beautiful.
So those link out to all my extensions right there.
Go vote.
Yeah, go vote. I really need to update that one because it's a screenshot of during the stream and like all those little tiny things at the bottom of the screen. I have like those are sprites of every person in the chat.
Oh.
This year,
It's
GitHub.
Talk to Me Gooseman.
Somebody took your
Yeah.
uh,
The number 2.
oh man, I'm gonna just keep screwing this up. You got it.
Okay, do we have time for a chicken related jQuery trivia question?
Yes.
Okay. Prep yourselves, audience. First person to answer in the chat is the winner. What is the name of the little jQuery plugin that randomly loads images from a client-side array? Hint, it has the word chicken in it.
I don't know this one.
$25 Amazon gift card to the first person who guesses or, correctly names the jQuery plugin with the name chicken in it. Chicken.
Do you know this one, Alyssa? I didn't know this was a thing.
No, but I'm looking it up after this because it makes me so happy.
You do know the answer?
I know the answer for sure. The answer has not been spoketh.
Need somebody to Google this.
I know, right? I believe in you. Anywho, we can keep going while we wait on the chat. Leave that up. So we have image chicken.
Fucking silly.
Oh, Ed.
But yeah, I think for the most part, for the UI stuff, you guys are pretty solid. You just have to do the functionality. I think the next step is just setting up a server, like a serverless function to submit that information.
Chicken dinner. Everyone was the name. Congrats, Turtle.
Winner, chicken dinner.
I know, right? Chickendinner.js. Yes, just yes.
Okay, hold on a second.
Hey, here's the official link. It is Steven's.
Yeah, maybe I should use the official link for this.
I don't know what that search is going to give you. It might be I'm
not gonna lie, I'm starting to get hungry thinking about chicken dinner.
jQuery loads images.
You're dumb.
Oh my goodness, Ed.
Okay.
Yes.
So then I think then my only other question, I think we've kind of covered this, but basically it sounds like when you are ready, you have your sort of built assets, you basically just fill out everything here and then just sort of submit through here, right? And then that sends you into like the approval queue and such, or the review queue.
That's correct. So what ends up happening is once you're done, you'll upload your assets. So you would whatever your assets built to. So I guess in this case, in the public folder, you will zip up the contents of the public folder, not the folder itself, the contents of it. That's a common mistake, and you upload that. And then it'll give you the option to switch to hosted testing. So like there's the grayed out button right there on the screen under current status of local test. It says move to hosted test. So that'll light up once you've uploaded assets. And when you click that button, the base URI or the URL will switch from pointing to a local host to the CDN version of your extension. So then if you were to go to the Twitch channel page and look at the panel there, it would, instead of trying to load your localhost page, it would load the URL to your uploaded assets.
Gotcha. And that would probably be to catch, like, just in case you were pointing at anything locally that you shouldn't have, right? Like instead of the like local server references and such.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, like if you zipped it incorrectly, it wouldn't find the assets, or if like whatever build pipeline you're using wasn't properly configured and with paths and such, it'll because I know certain build pipelines will like do absolute URLs to files. I think as we've played around with the style sheets and stuff like that, you have to use relative styles and stuff like that. So it'll tease out any sort of issues you have with your assets. And then you click submit, and then you'll get a modal dialog that you have to put down every single detail about your extension, what it does, how to test it. The full description of the extension, and then how to test it, whether it's whether you're the broadcaster or the user, all the expectations. And then you'd say what channel to test it on. So you would install it on whatever test channel you want to use it on, and then they would go and test it. There's some extra steps that you have to do if it's a video overlay. Unfortunately, you actually have to have a live channel because video overlays only show up when you're live. So, but with the panel, you don't have to worry about that.
Actually, okay, that is interesting. So how do you test that? I mean, we're not going to get into that, but does the dev sort of thing, developer give you a way of like, does it have like, can you like upload a video sort of thing and like make it like live in air quotes, or
it'll load up an iframe of basically, it loads up an iframe of the Twitch embed frame.
Okay.
And then it does the overlay over that. So it tries to emulate like you're streaming, which makes it really easy for video overlay testing.
Okay. But then like the hosted version, probably then to make sure that totally works, you have to at least use it once during like a live stream just to make sure it's going to work in that mode, essentially.
You could test the hosted version inside the dev rig. You would go to the project details, and then you would update the version, like how we did when we were trying to update the 500 height.
Right.
And it would swap everything. Basically, it just copies whatever's configured on the server on your dashboard. So whatever, if you're in hosted testing mode, it will fetch the assets from the Twitch CDN and not localhost.
Awesome.
Love it. So if people want to hear more from you about Twitch extensions or other things, obviously your Twitch channel, yes. Is there anywhere else they need to be following you on?
So Twitch, Talk to Me Guzman. On Twitter, Talk to Me Guzman. On GitHub, Talk to Me Guzman. And I think those are the three major ones. And then just reach out to me if you ever have any questions and stuff like that. More than happy. I'm also in the Twitch developer Discord.
Is that what this links to here?
That's what it links to. So I'm in there also, and there's plenty of other brilliant people that are there to help with questions and stuff like that. And there's a long history of people with probably the same mistake that you've had. So
actually, I guess that's one final question I have is like, do you see efforts from Twitch to try to build more of an ecosystem around here? Like, are they actively sort of investing time, money, development time into this sort of, like, are you seeing it improve over time?
There's been small incremental improvements to the extensions. I guess there was I think they added some capabilities about 6 months ago, but right now they're focused on the API side of things, updating the Helix APIs and updating the webhook stuff. So a lot of the stuff that would help drive the extensions in the backend perspective of things. There hasn't been a lot of changes on the Twitch helper / the UI portion of things, because since it's just a page. And most of if you want to get fancy, most of the stuff you'll do is on the backend server stuff, and they're actively working on adding more support through the API to help support and facilitate those things like channel points, like webhooks and stuff like that. But nothing on the front end specifically.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I think that makes sense because to me, like, being the expert I am after the couple hours we've spent here, that to me still seems like the biggest barrier. The hardest part of this is all of that integration and what to do with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, one setback to the community was that with the requirement that all Helix endpoints, all their new API endpoints must be OAuth authenticated before you didn't have to authenticate and provide a token with it. That prevents new extensions from using the Helix endpoint, just doing requests straight out of the extension. Instead, you have to have a backend server to proxy and authenticate requests to Twitch. So there was a small setback on that with the invitation or the requirement of having to authenticate with Helix. Because before you were just able to just in the Twitch survey in the extension, you were able to just do direct requests to Twitch.
Okay.
So there's been some improvements, and then there was one setback unfortunately for people that need a server now. You need a server now. So that's and like you said, that's a barrier of entry.
Yeah, it's just one additional, not especially trivial step.
Mm-hmm. I'm just glad serverless functions make things a lot easier.
Yes. Yeah, otherwise, like I said, I pretty much wouldn't literally know what to do.
I am really excited for adding to this, and I just can't thank you enough, Erik, for coming on and sharing your expertise with us. It seems like you know absolutely everything there is to know about the Twitch extension. So.
It's a lot of fun, and you learn a lot. I mean, before doing the Twitch extension stuff, I never ever worked with anything with serverless functions or Node.js servers. I always been a Ruby on Rails type of guy.
Yeah.
So because of this, I learned serverless functions. I learned Node.js, and figuring out how to do all that stuff. So it's been a lot of fun, and it's great that you guys are experimenting, because that's the key to learning is experimenting. Through failure comes success.
Yeah, and really that was the goal today, was just to get in and get your feet wet, right? We knew we weren't going to build like a production ready generic polling solution in a day, but like this. It's funny just going through the API, seeing what exists. It gives you some ideas of like the sort of thing you could do, that if you really were committed and you saw some either opportunity or just something you personally wanted to exist, sort of thing, that it's actually a little easier than I was expecting it to be. And there's a little bit more of a ecosystem there than I was expecting as well.
Especially with the dev rig. I was not expecting that.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to. It's a great addition.
Well, are there any closing comments you'd like to give before you hop off?
Just have a lot of fun building the extension, and I hope to see. I hope to see plenty of you guys, and you can always reach out to me for any help. Anyone, you guys, and anyone in the chat, you're more than welcome to reach out to me. And if you're curious about Twitch extensions or just opinions on, I don't know, anime. So.
Yeah.
Or maybe politics, as it turns out, like with your overtly political extension. All right. Well, thanks so much. We really do appreciate it. We would not have got this far without you. So appreciate the help.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erik. Bye.
Bye.
So TJ.
Alyssa.
There's like about 20 different paths that we could take at this moment, this juncture in our lives.
We could, and I think I'd open this up. So I think why don't we summarize, I guess, what we've done today so far, and maybe we can open this up to the chat to see what they're interested in, because you
watch out. Chat is going to vote for the thing you don't want to do. They're going to be like, JWT token authentication, buddy.
Oh man, that's like the last. We'll be here all night.
Okay, so yeah, we this morning got started, and I'm actually going to reshare your screen. Can you pull up the
poll
blitz survey? So this morning we built out for a couple hours some UI with Kendo UI for jQuery. Just created a little poll. Of course, we used My Little Pony to populate it. And there's a results page that has the chart that will like display basically what was voted in the survey. And so that was in the morning, and then we had a lunch break with Sam and friends. And then after lunch, we just came back for a couple hours, and we worked with Erik Guzman, who is a Twitch extension developer, and basically took this jQuery goodness and put it up. It's not live. We haven't gone through the vetting process with the Twitch people, but you can see it on ours right now in developer mode. Basically, we put it in a Twitch extension. And so it has a little bit of functionality. I mean, like, you can click on one of the options and then vote, and then it'll take you to the results page, but it's not actually keeping track of any votes. And so there's multiple ways that we could go with this. There was a configuration panel that we learned about, so we could like figure out how to basically edit the poll in the configuration. We learned about authenticating with JWT tokens, which apparently TJ does not want to do, so don't vote for that one. We also did, like, what else could we do? We could plug in with Firebase, right, to make this actually live.
We could. So I think the direction I think what we could do with this is we could make it so you can actually vote in this. Like, even if we're not doing the full JWT authenticating, we could make it super insecure or whatever.
Yeah.
We could make it so people could actually vote. So maybe like we could end the day with, you go to StackBlitz, we can share the link, and we can do a pony vote sort of thing.
Do we have to do that authentication step in order to get their user ID, or are we getting that anyways? So we could technically just be like, you can't vote anymore. Like,
we're getting a what they call, I think it was obfuscated, like OID, obfuscated user ID, which is not guaranteed to be unique. I think
it's
so.
Not?
Erik said that no, because you have to take like an extra step to get the truly unique user ID, but we could use the like OID to do like a kind of good enough sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, and then you could like at least see the like it's grayed out or at least unselectable like from that point. So we get the idea of once we have authentication in place what that's going to look like. So
yeah, or we could even just we could take this too and just implement the quick caching thing too with like local storage and just
that's true.
Or we could just make this spammable also. We've broken Firebase before on these streams.
I was going to say our only problem is breaking Firebase, but I don't think people can actually
that should be fine.
See this, right? Like there's no way.
Well, we've got 2 hours, right? So I'm gonna switch to headband mode too. Good.
Oh, I love it. Oh my god. Okay, hang on, real quick. I want to take a screenshot with you and me and our headbands. Okay.
Yeah.
Silliest face on 3. 1, 2, 3. I need it one more time. I'm sorry. I got to do what you're doing. What are you doing? I want to mimic you. I'm using my right hand to screenshot. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much, darling. So, yeah, let's get into it.
I like.
Sarah said that makes her so happy.
Ivana's vote is let's break Firebase again.
Oh gosh, yeah. Do you want to tell people like what were we working on? Oh, the Gong app.
So in a separate stream we were working on a Gong app, and which sounds silly to say, but basically you would ring the gong, and we wanted to keep track of how many times the gong was rung.
There was like no limit. You could just keep clicking and it would keep counting.
And then we had the additional idea of like, let's store the names of people that hit the gong.
Yeah.
And for some reason, because we implemented it wrong or something, but
we hit the max Firebase limit for how many times you can make a call. Like,
and it was the limit
within 5 minutes.
The limit's like 50,000 for the free tier too. So there was some questionable code.
It was like, how did we reach that? Even if every single person who's watching the stream was like spamming the gong, we're not entirely sure how we reached that. So
it's either like questionable code or like overly enthusiastic viewers, or maybe a little bit of both.
So, but no, yeah, let's do Firebase and get it to where you can vote so that like it's actually representative of some data, any data.
I think that makes sense. And I like the idea of like, so we've got 2 hours here, And I'd be happy if at the end of this, we could just get a pony vote to end the day, right? Like settle this once for all with like cheating fully enabled. Like if you feel strongly enough to rig our My Little Pony poll,
Question.
then that's your right.
How will they see the poll?
Probably Stack Blitz.
Okay.
Is my thought.
Oh yeah. Can we like stick to Stacklets and hook in Firebase and then eventually like add it to Can you hook in Firebase to Stacklets? Is there any problem with that?
I don't think so. And I think like, I mean, it only took once we figured out the quirks of the testing environment. Basically, all we did is copy this code over, right? The only thing I think we changed is I removed this. So if we want to continue working on this in this environment.
And then we have everybody vote once it's hooked up. I'm so excited. Okay, TJ, teach us. What's the first step in Firebase world?
Can we get this? Okay, so we have 2 hours. This seems doable, right? Like we just need to.
Yeah. I mean, like as long as you save time to like draw for the switch light.
Yeah. Well, I feel like okay. If we do this right, we've got 2 hours, right? So we could draw for the switch light, and then we like push this out to a URL so that we can all vote, right? Yeah, it should be okay since you don't care about user auth. Yeah, and I think too that if we get because eventually, so long term, right? The solution we talked about is we'd want a Firebase function that's going to do the auth bit, the JWT bit, to sort of make sure you're okay to post these things. And then we would update the database. And what we're saying is short term, let's just put the database there and just let people straight take all the locks off. Just let people straight in the front door.
And if Pinkie Pie doesn't win, then we will make sure that we edit the database so that she does. But I just want you to know, TJ, if you want, like, next week, I would totally do a JWT authentication stream with you. I know it sounds painful, but it also is like, I want to know how it freaking works. Like, I want to, because the way that Erik said it was like, oh yeah, just do that. Like,
yeah, well, I would lean pretty heavily. I bookmarked his template because off the top of my head, like I've wrote Firebase functions before, so I would go in with at least that knowledge of like.
You could basically do this in your sleep. I don't know why you're blinking at it. Goodness, he's written a function before. I haven't, so like. Also, I was wondering like if we wanted to use a Firebase function later on, we're cool with using Firebase now, and they're like gonna be best buddies.
I think so because the actual the data structure won't change at all because at some level we're gonna have to store. Here's where the votes are. So it would probably be like. And in fact, we might as well just start building it. But to answer your question, like I don't think we're going to be losing much work taking this approach. Okay. The only thing we would lose is in here, the code we're going to have to write for Firebase.
Yeah.
Here will be like something we'll throw away in the future because long term we would just call the Firebase function. So the code we write here.
But that's where I get a little confused because in my head, like Firebase function is like a thing that Firebase offers that you can like wrap functionality in, like that would normally be on your backend, but now it's in the cloud and you're just calling this cloud to do your backend functionality, but it's not storage. And that's my understanding of it. Is it storage ?
It is not. It's just running in the cloud. But you can access your storage in that environment. So I don't know if that made sense. So
Ivana said, so we're not recycling because you said we're throwing away our code. Sorry, that tickled me. Okay, show us the Firebase. Let's do it.
Okay, so hold on. To answer your question, so here's where we have the vote,
Guzman
right?
says they have Firestore for storage.
Yeah.
So, I got hella confused whenever they came out with Firestore because I was like, this does the exact same thing as Firebase. And everyone was like, yes, and more. And I'm like,
so because there's two different approaches. So long term or when this is done like the way we were supposed to do it, we'd say like, and I'm making up this API, but like my magic cloud function, and you pass it the vote, right? You need to know whatever they voted for and like the user ID because we need to make sure that's correct.
Yes.
And then you'd say something like, okay, well then do the switch tabs, right? So, and
right. Yeah.
the logic, basically, this is just invoking your function that's running in the cloud.
Is it like an observable or no?
Not really. I don't know what they actually use, if it's like a promise or an observable, but it gives you some callback. It says do the functionality in the cloud, and when you're done.
Okay.
So regardless of what that API actually is, if it's .then or dot whatever, right?
Well, who's saving? Is the cloud function, is that where we say and then save it to Firestore or Firebase?
Exactly. So this would take in the vote, and then on the cloud function, it would do that. So this is what we would do long term. So short term, this what we're going to have to instead do is say Firebase dot it's like dot store dot polls, and like we're totally going to hard code this, right? Like dot add vote for Pinkie Pie or whatever. So instead of doing it in the function where we're going to enforce authentication and such,
right,
we're instead just going to say manually, like here, straight up, we're going to open Firebase up, our Firebase backend up to the world, say everybody in, and just allow directly for this app to just ping up a vote, just so we can see numbers going up, essentially.
Although I just realized that we're advertising for Kendo React accidentally.
Oh, that's clever.
Because we're using Stack Blitz, and that's one of the options for ads. So that's funny.
Yeah, we have it almost, that's like a happy accident, right?
I know.
We didn't even plan it that way. All right. So what do we call this, Alyssa? Is this our
Code It Live poll panel? Or Code It Live panel poll? Whoa! It has to. So no spaces in these. I assume.
Does anybody in the chat have like a hipster title for like so here's a bad example, right? Like that.
Oh,
that's
okay.
like a not cool example. Does anybody have
poll beat? Yeah, give us your most fun poll project name, please.
Yeah.
The best poll project name wins an Amazon gift card. How about that?
You have the power, so polled.
You got polled.
Yeah.
Okay, and and poll.
I don't know, something about this. I really like this.
I know. I think Ivana should get the gift card, honestly. She's wittier than all of you.
I could totally see, like, honestly, like, it's not that hard for me to envision like a totally hipster like marketing page for like polled, and like there's stock photos on it of people holding up with bar graphs and stuff like that.
Sarah said that she gets it, so we're done. Right. It's polled, man. It's polled. Okay, so honestly, I love this name. It's beautiful.
This is better than Code It Live panel, poll panel.
I love this. Anytime we're doing code and we're just like, man, what should this name be? We just have to ping Ivana. That's the answer, right? Like, she's so good at it.
Yeah.
Poor Ivana.
All right, we have polled. We need
what's the next step?
Wow, let's see, what is the next step? We need a database. We don't need we need a this is Firestore, yeah. So let's create a database. Start in test mode. Yeah, because we want people to be able to write right away. Sure. So we'll set this up like to be, we'll try to set this up to be real-ish.
But explain your ish.
Well,
isn't it going to be real? Let's think about it.
Well, we won't, like, for example, we put it in test mode because that's going to enable us to send write requests without any sort of auth whatsoever. That would be one thing. The second is I'm trying to think through in my head what the data structure for this is going to be, because like we could just, what would you have? Would you have like a list of polls, and each poll would have like options, like just thinking of how we would have this long term.
Yeah.
You have to help me set this up in a way that's sort of.
We definitely want a list of polls, and each poll, I think we're going to need some kind of unique ID for the poll itself, and then the name, and then, like you said, an array or something of options, which each option. This is my question to you.
Shoot.
Okay, so I'm person. I go vote on poll. It's Pinkie Pie. What gets sent? Like, is it a string that says Pinkie Pie? Is it an option ID that matches up to Pinkie Pie? Like, that's the part that I get a little confused on what we're.
Yeah, and we could make
doing.
it work. It's probably going to make sense to do it based off some ID, because I think the way it would work is, so long term, right now everything's hard coded in here. But long term, I think you would, like on your config screen, you'd say, let me create a new poll. And you'd have to pass the poll, what are your options? And then we would store all of the options in a sort of a list associated with it. So each poll has a list of options. The options each have IDs, and the options also have a vote total.
Yeah.
And so then when you load this, you'd say, oh, I'm loading poll with this ID. And we'd make it call the Firebase and say, okay, what are the options? Because normally, right, we wouldn't have these hard coded. We'd have to go get these from a server.
Yeah. Okay, so on the outside, the outside of it, you've got the polls, like just it's basically a list of polls. And inside of the poll, you have an ID, a name, and the poll question and options. So 4 things, right?
Oh, yeah, because the poll, okay. Yeah. No, you're right. Poll needs to have a All right. So there are polls. The poll has to have like a title, I guess is what I'm working
Title.
for, right?
Yeah.
So you have an ID and a title.
Okay.
And then you would also need to have a list of options, right?
Yeah. So the title, options, ID, and I forgot the last one.
So this is what you would normally. So, okay, hold on a second. So this would be like, so what would you call this field just for like this text here? It would be like option, like the text you're showing.
Are you talking about like option A, B, C, or are you talking about, I'm confused.
So here's what I'm thinking.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's like the value, right?
Yeah, so does this make sense? So okay, let's back up here for a second and walk through the whole thing.
Can you create an ID for those two? Or do they already have an ID?
They should. Okay, let's check that in a second. So we have polls, and then within the polls, we have a single poll right now because that's all we're working with.
Yes.
And that poll has a title.
Yes.
And then that poll also has options. Is options the right word? Probably.
Sure. Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
And then you have each individual option. So yeah, this is the ID. It's like the just the generated thing.
Okay.
And Twilight Sparkle has 0 votes. And
yes. So I think that's all we need, right? Because you have the number of votes, and then if IDs are already created with each of these.
Yeah, and actually, technically, we're just going to hard code this so these won't be used, but the votes will be used. But it seems worthwhile to put this in here. So Twilight Sparkle. Okay, Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie. Do you want to do, I'm going to have to just manually type 4 of these in. Do you want to do another trivia question?
I would love to. I'm going to pick out a juicy one. Da, 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 making it juicy. Okay, so this one is not jQuery related, but we are using Kendo UI. So first person to answer with the year in the chat wins all the beans and a $25 gift card to Amazon. What year was Kendo UI first released? I thought this one would be.
That one.
I thought this one would be a little bit easier since, like, it kind of gives us, it wasn't in the 1800s, and it wasn't in 2020.
You're really limiting it down there.
Okay.
Careful with the hints there, Alyssa.
Hey, I already got zapped for my earlier. We have 2012 guess, 2008 guess. Keep guessing. I will tell you, you are close. You're close. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, guess again, everybody. You can guess multiple times. It is the first person. The only rule is the first person in chat to type it correctly. And you're close. So I would just be typing random years at this point if I were you. Keep going. Not 2010. Not 2009. Oh, you're so 2011. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Cable Guy. You were like circling it. You were like right there. Oh man, good job. Good job. All right, how goes it with the typing of the names with the manually?
So we should be good from a data structure. So now the question is really to make this happen, all we should have to do is send the option. And actually we should take, I guess one thing we should do is these
what?
So these options Stack Blitzes. There we go. I just wanted to see.
Oh my gosh, right now I want you to look at what is happening. Oh, you just fixed it to your your radio inputs. 2 of them were unknowable, but only 2 of them. Yeah. Sorry, it gets me. Okay, we can fix that. Don't worry. But I also don't know if we're ever going to go that small. So
yeah, that's like probably wasn't tested, because why would you put a radio button in like an under 100 pixel container? But
okay, so we're gonna basically populate this, you said, with
we're just gonna need to grab the values of this. So how do I? Is it gonna let me like copy?
I know, right? Ivana's like, where is this coming from? Why only 2? That's the funny part. Only 2 of them are doing it. And it's not like the first 2 or the last 2. It's like 2 random. That it just gets me. It makes me giggle. Okay, sorry. We're done diverging.
So, okay. We have Pinkie Pie. All right. Rarity. Oh my God. So what I'm doing at the moment is basically, so those, like I said, this would normally be something that we're just getting from the server dynamically.
Oh, have you forked it so that you can save?
Oh, I have not forked it. Was I supposed to fork it?
Well, no, it's giving you the option right now to fork, and then you like see in the top where it says fork. The only problem is you're going to have to sign in with GitHub.
Oh.
But basically, you can keep doing this and you can keep previewing it. But if you refresh,
it'll go away.
Yeah, unless you fork and save.
Okay. So we should do that because we don't want this to go away. I don't use Stack Blitz a ton. Well, I use it, but just like for quick testing that I throw away.
Yeah, yeah. Like I just live in Stack Blitz, so that's all.
Which is handy at the moment, because otherwise,
I'm like, who needs VS Code, right? Like,
let's see, Applejack, and then one more, and then as soon as I get this, I'll figure out how to save this so we don't.
The label. Oh, that is brilliant. Thank you for looking into that. The label overflowed to 2 lines for those 2. Oh my goodness. Now that I see it, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty obvious. Thank you for telling me and looking that up, because that was really funny.
I said fork and it's spinning. What's happening, Alyssa?
Oh, well, you're not signed in, so that's weird. You know.
If I go to like another tab and sign in, is it going to be smart?
I would definitely just like command copy all of the index.html and then just like, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
If that tab is still spinning.
Oh.
No, I actually know the two gentlemen who created Stack Blitz. Originally, it was like, I think it was just for Angular originally, and then they expanded it, and it's like really, really two really intelligent people. I just was amazed. I'm like, whenever I like talk to people who like they're like grassroots, like just getting started, and then you look at like the product or the thing that they were making, and then it's like so polished and it's so popular now. I'm just like, wow. They made it look so easy. It's like whenever Guzman is like, oh yeah, you're just like JWT authentication with a Firebase function, and then you're good to go.
Exactly.
Oh, just do that.
So, all right. So I logged in a separate tab.
So we copy paste the index, and then we're good.
So this probably both indexes, right?
How many indexes do you have? Why do you have more than one, TJ?
one HTML and one
oh, JavaScript. I'm with you.
JavaScript.
I was like, why?
All right, so I got my HTML. I'll grab my index.js, and then we're gonna reload. And
I'm confused. Oh, there it goes. I gotcha. I'm with you.
So let's see if it got. We'll know it actually has the changes if it's got the ID, the values in there. So it does not. So it was a good thing that we did that.
Yeah.
So let's replace this. And then we'll replace this, which has the values. And then we will hit fork. Why is it saying this?
Hang on, did it?
Okay, it did it. Okay.
Okay, I was like, is it gonna wipe it out?
After all that. All right. So we're now saving this, which is nice. That's always good.
It's good to save your work. And not just live at the whims of the electricity. Okay, so seriously though, did you really just replace those names? Are those coming from Firebase?
No, but what I should have now is we should have the. Oh man! Since we're doing jQuery, we should do like.
How do you do it with jQuery? How does one do this with jQuery?
Oh man, getting the value of an input right there. There's just old
inner
school.
HTML. Are you just gonna be like dot inner HTML and then give it the text value? Like,
I need to know the radio button that was selected, and it's in like the crap. Man, I feel bad. How do you get so you do this and you hit vote, right?
Yeah.
How do you get the value? Isn't it like
isn't it attached to the submit event?
That's what I'm wondering. I feel like I've done this a million times, so I should know the answer to this.
Googling, baby.
Okay, I think that's it.
Wait, did you really just figure it out while I'm looking it up? Action method.
No, I didn't because it's not working. Because this is just getting me the value of the first one. It's probably isn't it like maybe like this?
Sorry, I'm coming back. I'm looking.
No, that's not it. Oh man, I'm embarrassed that I don't remember this because
checked. Yeah, Turtle Guy said checked, which I know it's.
That's what I thought too.
Wait, try colon checked.
And yeah, because that's just gonna look for the attribute. That's right. You need the like pseudo.
Shank your turtle. I was hoping you were watching.
That is it. All right.
He knows how to jQuery.
And actually, we don't need this part either. All right. So this is the bit that we need to send to the server. So just checking it. I keep doing that.
What do you do? What are you clicking?
I have a magic mouse, right? And if you do gestures on it, you can move like back and forward. Oh, you got one too?
Yeah, but is yours black? Is that a thing?
It is black.
Is it new? Like, how new is it?
Well, it's the one that has the charger that makes no sense, right? The one where you have to charge in the bottom of it so you can't use it. Do you have that one?
No.
Does yours take batteries?
Yes.
So are you familiar with this? Because otherwise,
No.
so right. The thing that sucks about the old one is it's battery driven, right? So
you just have a plug on the bottom? Like, what
it's
is that
on
even?
the freaking bottom.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
you do this, right? But then like no one thought this through because it's like you can't use it because the whole point is it's supposed to sit on the ground. Like they didn't put the port like on the top or the bottom.
Wait, is there a new one that they did move the port?
As far as I know, no. I think this is the most recent one. I mean, it is nice that you don't have to use batteries, right? Like it recharges itself.
It's true. Yeah.
So that it is actually quite nice, and that's why I wanted to.
Do you have to charge? Because I'm wondering. I've been thinking about updating the mouse. Is it like daily?
No. It lasts a surprisingly long time. I'd say like every few weeks, and like it fully charges in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you see this comment?
Yes, I do. That's the Apple way, right?
Well, okay. So every 2 weeks, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just annoying. Like I have had it go out for me on like video calls, which is super annoying, right? Because then you don't have much recourse. So I basically just have to say, hold on a minute, and I go get my old school wired Dell mouse.
Oh, cute.
So
I don't even have one of those. I'd have to go get my other old Apple mouse. So
well, see, you do have two, so you can swap them out. So you're living the dream.
You know how painful connecting Bluetooth is. And if you're like mid call and you're trying to and it's an old mouse and you're like, where is it in my Bluetooth? Like it's like that's why I'm like impressed that you have like a plug-in one, because that's like legit. Like okay, so you got the Firebase.
Well, okay.
Well, so far we have the Firebase,
right?
We have the Firebase created.
So we have here's the dots we need to connect. We know now when the user selects one of these. So you pick Pinkie Pie and you hit vote. This is the ID from Firebase. So essentially we need now the Firebase code that's going to bump up this vote total in the back end.
Why did you know the Firebase ID? Did you just how does it how are you giving it the Firebase ID? Sorry, I didn't do that.
This was the part where, like, when I was doing the stuff where you were running the poll, basically I tossed all those IDs. Okay. So I didn't. I mean, if we end up with a bunch of time that I don't think we'll have, we could get this from Firebase, right? Like, we could say read.
Walk me verbally through what that looks like. We basically say, hey, Firebase, give me the latest poll or whatever. And then we populate based on, like, you're literally with jQuery, you're saying like this elements.inner HTML, or we build out custom.
I think we would probably totally inner HTML something with our current approach, because we'd probably have to say, build up an HTML string. Like, this is why the original like JavaScript frameworks and libraries came to be, because this sort of stuff got annoying to do with just raw JavaScript. Right. But like, for example, like underscore has a template method, and like I'm assuming Lodash has the same one. So you could say like underscore.template and essentially get it basically gives you some like convenience functions, so you can do like what Angular and React give you without needing like a full framework. So you could do something like that, so that you're not
about like binding and like having the template variable, or
no. So not that far. Actually, let's.
Yeah, I want to know what you're talking about, because I don't know. Underscore JS. Can make it bigger. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, they use like by default like a
12 pixel font.
Less than that, even, I think. So yeah, compiles JavaScript templates into functions that can be evaluated for rendering. So
You're saying we would store HTML in Firebase?
No, you would have like, oh man, now I'm trying to remember this stuff. But yeah, so it looks like there is like data binding built into this.
Cool.
So you have a template, right? So this creates the template. So you say, and this is where you could pass it like something more complex. And then when you call the function, you pass in your data and it basically slots things into place for you.
Oh.
So this is like a primitive way of like starting your own JavaScript framework.
I've ever appreciated Angular more in my life. I'm like looking at this and I'm like, oh my gosh, life had to be so painful before like full-blown frameworks were invented, not just libraries. Like,
and you could like so this bit here you could store like with a little bit of sort of code, you could store this in a separate like HTML file, so you could like basically dynamically get the sort of markup you're going to render, and then when you call this, it would sort of template it into place. But it would be super manual, because then you're going to still have to like, you'll get that templated markup, but then you're still doing like an inner HTML call at the end of this.
Okay, so that still happens.
Yeah, because at the end you get the thing that you need to throw into the DOM, and then you manually throw that in there.
I don't know if I get the point of this template like call. Like, if we're still calling inner HTML, why did we just do all, like, what is this saving us? I don't.
So that you don't have to build up like an entire, so if we go back to, oh, it's just the other tab. So this is pretty like, imagine you're building up all of this, because this is the part that would need to be dynamic is basically all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And then this would be in a loop. So this is the part you'd have to build up. And if you were doing this, just building up a string like normal, you'd have all these awkward like plus this bit, plus this, plus this, because these are all the variables. So what this gives you is that instead of,
because there's no like in G4.
Exactly. So you could like kind of like with modern JavaScript, there's like template strings built into JavaScript. So you could probably use that.
What? Template strings? Hang on, I gotta Google this. Template
literals is I think the
template literals. What does it do? Is it the exact same thing? Explain. Oh wait. Yes, it's kind of the same thing.
It's kind of the same thing. Yeah, you would do something like this.
Okay. But still, I'm thinking we're calling inner HTML, right? And then we're plopping that in.
You are, yeah.
Okay. So right now you just plugged in those values, and whenever you click on a poll option, we're getting that value of the checked radio button.
Correct.
And then what do we do with it?
Now we have to figure out how to tell Firebase about that.
Because basically what you want to do is say the option with this ID vote +1, right?
Yep. Yeah, exactly that. So that's how I ended up on this page, because I'm trying to get the thing from like probably a CDN, since that's what we're using for everything, from the CDN. To include only specific products, add the following scripts to the bottom of your body tag, but before I use any Firebase services. So I think we need this. And, okay, index.html. And so we need Firebase. I don't think we need Firebase Analytics or Firebase Auth. I think we just need Firebase and Firestore.
Imagining like one of those monologues or montages when they like cut to the end and they're like, "Oh, we needed it."
Yeah. Okay, so then we need firebase.initialize app.
Where are you going to put that? And how are you using? Did you look up the jQuery version of this, or does this work for everything?
This is just general JavaScript.
So, like, if we had a React app, would we do the same thing?
Probably not, because you would have to bring this in. You wouldn't use a script tag in Angular or React. And I think so. I picked from the CDN. So I think we'd need to say like node apps. So you could get like require import. Yeah, like this.
Oh, okay.
So you would do it this way.
I guess my question is, how did you know to look under the CDN tab? Because, like, what about CDN tab says jQuery app? But
I don't know. We're using CDNs for for Kendo. For Kendo, we're using it for jQuery. So it just seemed like, well.
I love it. I love it. It just seemed like you came to that conclusion too easily.
Well, the thing is, like, honestly, if we were building this for reals, we probably would want, I mean, it depends on how serious we wanted to build this. Like, this is kind of a performance no-no, even in jQuery world. Like, you probably want to like, just like tossing in a bunch of scripts here.
Hi, Manning Publications. Hi. Oh, so
we're doing some old school jQuery.
jQuery Throwback Thursday. Woo.
Yeah.
Okay, no, but seriously, why is this a no-no to have these script tags?
Well, because just performance reasons. So normally you'd want to group, like, for the reason that like Angular and React sort of automatically bundle all your JavaScript up into basically one file and take care of all that for you. This is doing a bunch of different HTTP requests to get these things.
Okay.
And I think you get some savings from, if with everything in one file, you can obfuscate the files a little bit better as well.
Okay.
And some of this too, I think this would be like, this is kendo.all, which I remember from my jQuery days is like all of Kendo UI. And that's since Kendo UI is like a lot.
Right. No, definitely we'd want to go through and like only install the parts of the library that we're using. But for this, I was like, if I want to throw in a bubble chart, I want the bubble chart, right?
Yeah, so I want my bubble chart now.
Yes, we are. For those of you just joining, we are building a Twitch extension, which is a survey or a poll. And right now we are on the part of plugging in some Firebase logic to get the poll functioning. And earlier we had Erik Guzman on, who walked us through just the initial steps of creating a Twitch extension. So Guzman, talk to me, Guzman is his username. Check him out if you need more Twitch extension goodness in your life. But right now, yes, TJ and I are just checking out the Firebase and getting our poll working.
All right, trying to. All right, here we
go. And it's Throwback Thursday, if you didn't know. So that's what the retro goodness is all over us.
All right, here we go. Okay, so I need all this stuff.
Okay.
For those of you that are looking to hack us too, this is the part you want to steal. Actually, I think this part just gets shipped with the app. This isn't like the secret or anything.
TJ, why would you... For those of you who need to pause and take a screenshot, now's the time. Now's the time.
Don't worry, like stick around. Our social security codes will be up here later. So
they're coming. So
okay,
where are you putting this? Just in the bottom of our.
It's all in the head. Just scripts. Okay. We're just going wild right here.
Do it.
Tags. Doing it like it's early 2000s here. Just
I was gonna say 1999, but maybe that's too soon.
Well, jQuery, that even predates jQuery, because jQuery is like 2005. Like
is
I don't
it?
Even, isn't this one of our previous questions?
I don't know. I don't think so.
2006 for 1.0. So probably the early versions were like into 2005 and such.
Okay, so not 1999. Wait, so what did they do? Just write JavaScript? Barbarians.
It's like we wrote JavaScript like animals.
Like animals. Oh lordy, I can't even imagine. Like selecting an element is painful enough in JavaScript. I don't even know where you go from there.
So what are we doing, Alyssa? So now we have we need to
Iterate on that number, right? There's got to be a simple like.
Yeah, and actually, what I might end up doing is just
Plus.
stealing code from what we did for the Ring the Gong.
How did you? What is the word I'm looking for? How did you +1 the gong count?
We should just bring that up.
Yes, please.
The gong. So let's see. Let's play a game called Where Did TJ Put His Code?
I know. Looking at your code files earlier, I was like, this is kind of personal.
Yeah, we'll go step through my file system later.
Oh man.
Oh man, this brought it up. Like, look at that. It was
that's awesome.
That file was open.
Okay, so Firebase on snapshot collection doc. Where is the one line that says ++?
Oh, here we go.
Wait. Increment count. Yeah, you said .increment 1 on field value. Cool.
So what happens if I just do this?
That seems eatable.
All right, let's make this bigger. And okay, so we don't need to log this anymore. So we have the value.
Tomorrow. The answer is tomorrow. Manning Publications wants to know when we're going to do a Manning and Code It Live collab event. That'll be fun. Like seriously, tomorrow. I want to do this with you. So.
By the way, since Manning's here, since we brought this up earlier.
Oh my gosh, I know! One of our trivia questions was who's the author of jQuery UI in Action? And of course, it was our very own TJ Van Tol.
And I'm just going to say there's only 3 left in stock. So you might want to get on this. Free delivery by Sunday. So
I know tomorrow's a hot Sarah. Make it happen.
So there you go. I am a Manning fan. I am a Manning author. So
bye to cable guy.
All right. So what's going to happen when we do this, Alyssa?
Right.
We what are we? Is this called options?
Yes.
Options.
To plug in the ID and say votes.
So collections, options. And then this would just be the, how badly is this going to fail?
What the heck is selected?
What's that?
What the heck is selected?
That's the one that Turtle Guy helped us get the checked
You
value.
set it to a variable?
I just moved it to a variable.
Oh, it's right there. On line 8. I'm like, what? You're making up stuff, TJ. Okay. So it's our own variable called selected.
If this works first try, I'm going to lose it. I don't think it did, but
I'm confused. How would this work first try? Because you're not drilling down ever to votes. You're never saying votes increment. You're just saying.
You're right. This would never work. So that brings up a good question of why didn't this crash?
Why is everything still running?
So good catch. First of all. That should be votes, but now I'm concerned that straight up didn't
even call
die. All right, we have to.
How can we tell if it's actually going to Firebase? What? How do we find out?
In theory, we do this.
I always have to make sure my dog is not under the table so I don't like roll into him.
And my dog made it in this room somehow, and I don't even know
it's like
how that happened.
He loves to sleep on my feet, and then I forget he's there, and then the tail and the rolling. It's very dangerous. Okay, so yes. So, what's the way we just look at the network tab and see if something if our call went out?
I mean, I guess. So
do it again. Press the button again.
Okay, there we go. So something happened.
Channel
How in the world did this not do? Oh, okay. Hold on. I have an idea. I think this gets like .then .catch.
Let's see.
See if this. Okay, there we go. So there was an error. We weren't catching it. And Firebase error not found. All right. That's at least an error. So it successfully tried to go to Firebase. So that's something.
Okay, let me see your. Can you show me in the docs where it talks about doc.update? Like, do you have that up or no?
I do not, because we grabbed it from the other project, but I can try to find it. I'm also wondering whether the problem isn't something about how the first collection we get is actually probably polls, because we have to start top level here. And actually, I wonder if you can keep, because we need to drill down actually several levels that I didn't think about before. Because we go into this document. I don't know. Did what I typed there make any sense at all?
I was looking at the docs. Win?
Wait a second. Who did I vote for?
Don't remember. That one.
Pinkie
Yeah,
Pie.
he's got one. It's got a one. Wait.
Okay, hold on. We got to vote again, right?
Did you even look at the docs? I was looking through the docs and you figured it out. What did you do?
So the only thing we were missing is that because I copied this from the Ring the Gong, I just had it set to this, but we actually need to start with the poll. So this is the poll. This is the specific poll for the pony poll.
Okay, so we're pretending that the word collection means array.
You can think of it that way, or table, maybe.
Right.
Table
So,
is like probably the more databasey way of thinking of it.
So you've got the polls table.
Yep.
And then doc is the word for ID. What the fudge is with these words? Do they make sense to you? And I'm just like,
only because I've done Firebase a few times, because like at least my brain works in terms of like a relational database. So that's why I think of a collection as a table. Okay. And a doc is basically an individual entry in a table.
Okay.
So when I say collection poll, so it's basically saying, give me all the polls. Then it's saying, okay, now give me this specific poll. So this is the ID of the pony poll here.
Right.
And then it's saying, okay, get me the options. So the options that live
Drill
within.
Down to the options. And then you're saying, here's the selected or the ID of what I voted for.
Correct.
But then what?
And then this is the bit that I don't totally understand that I just straight up copied.
Okay.
But this is the bit that.
So doc.update, and then it has within it Firebase.firestore.filled value increment. So it's the increment call.
Yeah, it's just saying increment the field by 1.
On this field. Okay. 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 So I think .then console.catch. I think this makes perfect sense.
So at this point, then we probably need to show so we could load this stuff dynamically if we wanted to. But that sounds like that might take more than the hour we have here. But I think if we want to actually run this poll, the thing we 100% have to do. Oh,
What?
did I just reset this again? Jeez, I can't be trusted, Alyssa. Hopefully I didn't break this. So if I vote for Twilight's okay. There we go. But we absolutely have to make this use live data.
Oh, okay. That sounds hard. Let's do it. Okay.
Otherwise we won't actually see the results of this unless we
No,
could send this out. And
you're totally right. I think the first step is going to be updating votes because we have 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, I think. So like in the Firebase table, I would go and like give random numbers so that we have something.
So we can see something. That's
then
a good idea.
When we pull it in, hopefully we see something. I don't know. I was capping around 1,000. What do you think is a reasonable? I guess we don't need to cap. Although I don't know what we set I guess we would set the table. I don't remember what the word was, like the series limit or whatever. We would set that to whatever the highest vote was, maybe, or the highest vote plus 10, so it has some margin.
Yeah, I think we could probably come up with something to hard code for now, and then long term we would probably need to do what you said and make it actually dynamic.
How do you do that? So we would literally have to query, unless we stored it on the outer one, because I thought about like on the like outer, like right underneath the poll ID, like we could have attached like highest votes, but I guess you can't really do that with Firebase, can you? Because it would have to be like dynamic too. We'd have to have a Firebase function that like overwrote that or something, right? To like the highest vote.
So
I shouldn't have.
Yeah, what's funny, I didn't take down because we might actually need to steal code from this as well for basically this is the code that gets a value and gives you a callback every time that it changes. So actually we could use the same approach to make the poll live for people as well, so that you're constantly seeing the most up-to-date results of the poll.
Okay. So I guess the first step is to get the poll results and plug them into the chart somehow. Painful.
Yes.
Okay. So
all right. So at this point, we know it worked.
The vote worked. I guess you want to get it. We want this to happen initially when the document loads, right? Like on document.ready, we want to know in case they traverse directly to the results and they don't vote. Yeah, or we could make the results like Twitter only available if you voted. Either way.
I like this. So load votes, right? Yeah. So I'll just paste this in. And actually, we shouldn't need to.
What?
So I'm just. Vote worked. I don't know. No, what I was thinking is that if we do that, I like your idea that if we do it on load and we watch for it, we shouldn't actually have to do anything. So basically here we say, switch to the second tab. So I am in here, I vote for Rainbow Dash, I vote, it takes me over here. But in theory, we shouldn't have to do anything because if we have a watcher in place, this should already have the most up-to-date results.
Right. I think so. I think that'll work. The only thing I'm wondering about is with something like React or Angular, the two-way binding is for free. So this watcher that you speak of, wouldn't that be built by us?
Yeah, so this will be
AKA when you vote, I'm gonna go and update the chart by one.
How much time do we have here? So we got an hour. I think this is doable.
Wait, which part?
Like actually showing the results and like getting them to update.
Okay,
I think we can do this and have enough time. And actually, we should. So, just if anybody's just joining us, we haven't sort of set the context in a while. Basically, we are building a little Twitch extension here. And earlier today, Erik Guzman joined us to talk a little bit about incorporating this into the actual Twitch environment. And like somewhere here, I think I've lost the screen, but we did get it working in sort of like a local testing sort of way. And at the moment, we're just trying to get the poll itself, because Twitch extensions are just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, trying to get it working in a StackBut's little testing environment, with the idea being that we will then be able to port this stuff over to Twitch and ship it from there. And we've been on the air for a while now at this point. And we've been giving out prizes periodically, and we have one more big prize at the end of our stream, which is in about an hour. We are giving away a Nintendo Switch Lite. And so the link to sign up for that is in the chat. So if you do that, you sign up, in an hour we'll do a drawing for that and be giving one of those away.
Beautiful recap. So currently in our codes, we are in the StackBlitz. TJ got us a Firebase set up with our data. So the next step is to actually change the chart so that it's updating with live data. I don't know how live this is going to be. It's going to be live, right?
We're going to get this. I mean, worst case now we have a poll that people can vote on. So even if we just ended here, this is okay. But I think we can actually get this to be a graph that's going to update when people vote. I think we can pull this off.
Beautiful.
So we have load votes. So we have the poll. We get this specific one. And basically, we need to know when any of the options change. And when they do change, we can do stuff here.
Can you explain on Snapshot?
It's basically it's almost like an on change, but just using Firebase lingo.
Okay.
So this is essentially saying something changed, Firebase detected something changed on the back end, and we're going to give you now the opportunity to do whatever. Okay. And actually, we should be able to test this. And we might need to look up, let me, on our code over here, Git Gong Watcher. I'm going to steal the code that we broke Firebase with the other day. Yeah, I commented it out because we broke Firebase. I don't know what this does, but let's just straight up grab this.
Snapshot dot changes for each console log the change. Okay.
So let's just see what happens, because I'm not sure what we're gonna see.
I'm excited. The vote worked. Wait, shouldn't we have gotten more than that? I'm confused.
Oh, we never called it.
That's time number 4. That is the 4th time today we've expected to see something that we never actually called.
Okay, so
what did we get?
So this was on load. We see this, right? And then when we vote, so let's vote for Pinkie Pie. So Pinkie Pie's at 121. So see, we get that the vote total changed to 122.
Okay. Oh, this is perfect. That's like exactly what we needed, right?
It is. So now the tricky part
what
is
the tricky part?
Getting this into the chart and updating the chart on the fly.
Well, so we just have to give the chart. I'm assuming we can just slap IDs in the chart, right? Like say it's like right next to name, we say ID, and then we give that ID, like, and then whenever we're actually like, we could have those as variables that we're getting from Firebase, but right now we can hard code it, and those IDs match the Firebase ID, right? And then we could maybe, or I guess series actually needs to be an array that we're plugging in and that we're modifying elsewhere, right?
Yeah, and so what I'm wondering about, because I'm on the same page as you, but it doesn't actually give you IDs here, which is weird. But you
I
might not
remember
even.
this. I remember this. That one time I was trying to use Firebase, and I was expecting to have the printed out ID like that, and I was super confused as to why it didn't. Is there a way to add it to like as a field?
I don't know.
Or do we just need our own IDs of 1, 2, 3, like that we work with internally?
I'm wondering if we even
Need an ID?
if we need an ID or.
I'm just going to use the index.
So okay.
I'm all about using the array index, man.
Okay, so this is going to be.
Or are you actually talking about matching strings? What is your suggestion?
I don't. Okay. Here's my suggestion, and you can tell me why this is a good or a bad idea. So there's going to be my first go at this is I just want to see if I can draw the chart without the hard coded bits.
Okay.
Forget the updating parts.
Okay.
So here's my thought. So I logged each of these, right? And that's going to be these 6 things right here.
Okay.
So my thought is let's push those all into an array. At the end of this, we'll call create chart and we'll pass it that array. So at this point, we have an array with these 6 things in there.
Okay, so go down and then change series to
build it based off that array.
Oh, yeah. I was just gonna make series that array. Does it?
Well, so
I don't know
actually,
if that would even work.
we need it to be okay. So data is this, and then so we need to match this format. So it's an object where the name is data.text, and the data is an array of data.votes.
Mm-hmm.
And then in theory, this goes away.
Wait, don't you have to replace it? So like down there, you have to say, I'm confused. Because, you already said series : changes. Okay, cool.
Okay, so I think that did it. At least for the first go around.
Okay, go back up and show your code. Yeah, right there. I want to see changes.push. Okay.
And this, I was just copying this format from what the Kendo chart expects.
Right, yeah. Wait, since when is .push is just built in? I feel really dumb now. Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
We should address this though, because we were talking about this earlier. What do we get? Like, we need some JavaScript wizards. What if you have an array and you need to get like there's probably some slick way of getting the largest item in the array and then maybe adding something to it.
Googling.
I mean, so I'm going to do it an awful way, and then somebody can probably. So
max?
The biggest number, and that no, it can't be a const.
Reduce can be used to find the maximum element in a numeric array by comparing each value.
That sounds right. Although it's not a numeric array, because the thing we need is like deep within the array.
I just assumed we'd have to make a numeric array in order to run a method like this, because how else is it
it's like, oh man, this is where I wish I knew JavaScript better. Someone smart should save us because it's like you can do something like map to get like just the numbers.
Guzman said bigliest number.
Bigliest number, and you pass in something.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
So there's some slick ways. So the way I was thinking of doing this, and maybe I should just be verbose about this, because I was thinking about just saying let the biggest one equal 0, and then just say loop over all of these.
And if it's greater than
its
existing state, then overwrite it. Yeah. I love that. I think that's perfect.
Item dot data is larger than the biggest one,
Yeah.
well, then the
biggest one equals item.data.
I know there's some slicker way of doing this, but
I love this.
It is what it is.
Okay, is it going to yell at you for semicolons? Are they even needed? I don't even know.
They are not needed, but I like semicolons. Where did I miss a semicolon?
Like on 55, do you
Right
need
here.
that, or is that
You
optional?
don't. You
Okay.
don't. It's optional, but
Okay.
I'm on team semicolon, so I will fix it.
So Guzman said array.sort, then grab the last one. Oh. But we still have to have it in an array.
Yeah, array.sort.
Of only numbers, right?
Yeah, that's actually that's smart because, well, okay, let's get this part right, and then we might come back to try to make this slicker. Okay, so for the max, we need the biggest one. How should we change this number? Because like we probably don't want the biggest one to go all the way to the end. Should we add like some arbitrary amount?
At least 10, maybe 100. Yeah. I feel like at some point, oh, it's unhappy with you.
Why doesn't it like me? It changes. Oh, because, well, wait a second. Oh, did I call?
Are you allowed to do that math right there? Does it need to be in like a variable or something?
What are we breaking this time?
It happened whenever you put the biggest one plus 100, right? You take off the 100, does it fix it? I don't know if you can do that right there.
Let's get this working again, and then we'll do this one step at a time.
Okay.
That was all the stuff that was new.
Is it fixed? No.
It is not fixed.
Sometimes StackBlitz does this where it's not
Not actually showing me.
It's not updating. So you have to like Command-Shift-R, do something. There we go. Biggest one is not fine.
Oh, because, okay. There we go. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to break as soon as you add the plus 100 right there inside of the object.
Where did I? Biggest one. Okay. I think that just works.
Did it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Like,
I have no idea what broke before then.
We should be smarter about this though, because
what? Well, so it should be relative to the number of the biggest one.
Yeah.
Is this where we use modulo? Okay. So we need to figure out a way to add some padding to the number, but it needs to be relative to the number itself, our padding number.
Yeah. So like plus
somebody put something smart.
One divided by something, right? Because that'll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's perfect, actually.
I mean, there's probably a more comprehensive way you could do this, but okay, so that did not work.
So, wait, it didn't work?
It did not work.
Are we sure it's not just StackBlitz yanking our chain again? No.
No, it did not work.
That worked.
Okay, so now we just need to get the divided by 5. This is how professional software development is done. That looks right for our very specific test case.
Are we missing our right border?
I think we are. I'm wondering if it's because
whenever you had divided by 2, I think we got our border back. So I feel like it's our.
And I think that's just because the numbers happen to line up on an even.
Oh, you're right. No, you're totally
honestly,
right.
Like,
it's just what are those called?
We could write an entire algorithm for this because I think we probably want this max to be an even number as well.
Okay.
So like
Modulo.
We have to like modulo this. I don't know if we want to get in the weeds or just call this good enough.
Dude, I'm happy with it right now, but if somebody wants to write something that would work much better for adding a bit of padding to our biggest value on the chart, then knock thyself out, because we have about
Would it be like mod 10?
35 minutes.
Am I doing this right? No, I'm not doing. Okay, so
So modulo gives the remainder of division.
don't I need the opposite of that? I need
The remainder of multiplication? What? What?
We've been on too long, Alyssa.
I know. I've been up for a while. The cold brew has worn off.
Yeah.
Add 10% of the max. Add 10% of the max. Right, which would be just multiply or plus the biggest one.
Divided by, that's actually where we started, right? 10% of the max. But
it looks like too much, doesn't it? Like when we go 10% just looks too big. Maybe not.
It's like,
it's fine.
I think this is right. It's just that the border gets cut off because
I'm actually not convinced that the border's getting cut off, TJ. Like I don't even know if that left border exists or if it's just one of those legend lines. Like, can you see up at the top where it says legend visible true? Can you set that to false and just like see what the chart looks like? Up higher legend. Oh no, that's the wrong legend. What's it called? These lines?
I think it's called line.
No. Is it? There's gotta be. How are these lines happening? They're just like by default.
Okay. I wonder if we just like, so the value I think we'd want is something like 140. So I'm curious if I set it to this, if it just looks right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So 140, what's the top number?
I think we need, so here's the math part of this. We need this to round up to like the next multiple of 10. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I just read the comment that there is no border and I heard it in like a Matrix voice.
Yeah, there's
for some reason. No, a Star Wars. These are not the borders you're looking for. Okay, so anyways, I'm here with you, TJ. Math me up. Let's do it.
How do we round this number up to the nearest multiple of 10? Because I'm guessing this is something like probably like 137 right now, right? And if you want to take a number, you have a number, an arbitrary number. What's the equation that says take this up to the next multiple of 10?
A equals n divided by 10 times 10. Is that true? Would that do it?
Say that one more time.
I'm going to paste it in chat. A equals n divided by 10 times 10. Totally just Googled this. I'm wondering if that would work. In the chat.
We're going to look at this code in like a while and go,
like,
what in the heck?
Listen, okay, tomorrow's a holiday and we've been on for a while. I think we get a little bit of forgiveness for our math. But yeah, the biggest number. So A equals the biggest number divided by 10 times 10. Would that give it to us?
10, and then I need one more set of parentheses. I swear, if this works the first time, I'm just calling this good. And we're calling this good, and this conversation is over.
Okay.
Plus,
wait, this is really long. What are you doing? Wouldn't we just say, "Oh dear God, what is this equation?"
No, okay, I did.
Wouldn't we just say the biggest number divided by 10 times 10? Like, isn't that just the end of it? Like, you're doing plus that. I don't know what you're doing. Hang on. I'm going to do this math. 100 divided by 10 gives us 10 times 10. That's just going back up itself. So I don't know what I was thinking when I said that. So ceiling of, oh yeah, we could call ceiling after dividing.
But what doesn't ceiling though round to the nearest whole number, not the nearest multiple of 10 though?
Does it? I'm looking this up. Man,
because if you do like
JavaScript,
right? Because if I do clear this, so if I do the ceiling of say 147, that's going to give me nothing. It's math dot seal of 147. That's going to give me 147. That's for like handling numbers that have decimals in it.
Oh.
But I want like, so we have like an odd number here. So really we want the part that's Oh God. Oh, I think Turtle Guy has got what I was thinking about.
Of course he does. So round.
Because you, oh man, now my mouse, it's all falling apart, Alyssa.
Okay, so math.round. What the fudge? Why would that work? Math.round is doing, because I just looked up math.round. It's taking a decimal. This is all decimal math. Thank you, Mozilla. None of this is helping. Yeah, if you take math.round on 42, it takes it to 42. We were never going to be dealing with a decimal, right? Or I guess we could be dealing with a decimal.
Okay, so hold on.
Yes.
We're going to do the same. The biggest one is, we're just going to call the biggest one X. Yeah. It's like 122 right now, or like I think it's 132, and we want to solve, so this is like 140.
And so then we do 132 divided by 10.
Around X divided by 10 times 10 is 130 plus 10. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I think, can you put it in its own little variable? Not in line.
What's wrong with this code, Alyssa?
No, I just want it to be in a variable. That's all I want in my life. I just want you to say var.
It's
even biggester number.
What's funny is even at the end of this, it didn't give me what we wanted for whatever reason.
Throw up. Why can't I math right now? Okay, yeah. Ceiling will always round up if that's what you need. Yeah, everyone keeps saying this, but didn't we try this and it didn't work? I want to throw something. So seriously, you just did the math in the console and that did not work. It gave us 130, which out of 132. So then we would just be doubling our margin would be as big, almost as the biggest number.
Hold on, we have Exonery saying it has to be 10.0, and it totally. And now I don't understand that, but
do it in the console. Do it in the console. Do it. I want to see it. Yeah, I want you to do it right there. Yeah. What the fudge? Hang on. Math.cl.
I think we might need to move on and just call this good enough at this point.
Okay.
Because this is breaking my brain a little bit.
I still think Exonerate should get a gift card.
Yeah.
That is worth way more than no. Like I thought that worked. Didn't that work? No way.
It did work. I think it did work. It's possible. Like at this point, I'm not even sure what we're necessarily doing.
Oh, he said something brilliant. Or she, dividing by an integer truncates the decimal. Using a float preserves it. Hang on, I have to think about this. Dividing by an integer truncates the decimal. Okay. I still don't get it. I don't get why this math works. I read it twice. That's like the amount of. Okay, do you get it, TJ? Because I.
Yeah, but I think like it's harder when you have to actually explain it.
So 132 divided by 10.0 equals the root.
Because otherwise JavaScript, JavaScript does, I think it does integer division and floating point division differently. So I think doing this ensures that this stays a floating point number to then be rounded.
Which we need in order to get that margin.
Yes.
Because I think before we weren't getting any margin.
I think let's
a smaller number.
We're very close to the end of this. I think let's just
keep going. You got this. Okay, so we have our we have our margin now.
I think
what next?
So my only concern is that so what the only problem that's going to come in here is that let's just assume this looks great. The math is good. When I vote for Pinkie Pie again, that was really weird. But essentially, it the second time in is going to be the problem for this, and how it's going to like redo the chart. Actually, why did we end up with just one of these? I'm curious if we just say, what are the changes each time through? So first time through, we have changes with some data.
Yes.
And then we're going to vote.
And we just get the data that changed back, right? What? Oh my God, TJ, remember that time that we like totally went over our Firebase calls and we didn't know why? Is it because every time we do a call, we're doing 12 calls? Like it looks like we're making 12 changes instead of one change.
Why is that? I think this is why we broke Firebase and why we might be about to break it again.
Yes, it
because
is.
We should not be in here. Okay, so here's the one problem I knew we would have to solve is that when one of these things changes, we only get the one that changed. And so the second time we create the chart, we're only creating it with that single entry. So the bit of logic we need is one that preserves these changes. Like these have to live outside of the watcher.
Right. Which I'm wondering if that would fix our problem too, if we move that out. And then can we do the changes.push? Can we do all of that outside of the watcher too? Or do we need to do it in there?
It needs to. So this happens if we don't have changes yet. We need to do all of this. Or if changes is empty, essentially. So if it's empty, we need to do all this. The trickier bit is this in here. Is now we need to be smart about replacing one entry, or actually we just need to get the vote total. So we could say, so if we have changes, we can say, well, actually we still need, hold on, Alyssa, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, but you're basically just wanting to change only the one that's updated, right? Is the goal of this?
Correct. So basically we do this.
Which I thought at one point in the very beginning, when you were logging this out, initially when they uploaded, we got, boom, 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 like Twilight Sparkle, Pinkie Pie, blah, blah, and we got all that data. And then when you voted, we got one back. Like we got Pinkie Pie, like the one that you voted for. So I don't know what happened. Is it because I don't understand what happened.
The array that we send, the series array, we send it every time. And so the first time through, it comes back with all of the individual pieces of data. But then the second time through, it's coming through with just the one that changed. And so we need to be smart enough to say, when that one changes, just update the individual entry in here.
Okay.
And so this code, we essentially need to say, loop over the changes, or and this is really embracing the like old school, because every bit of code I'm writing feels like something I shouldn't be writing. Like there's definitely a better way of doing this. But so my thought is that you could say loop over the changes. And if this individual change, so we have our data, and if this changes, or data.text
because we're not getting IDs, so we're going to match on text.
We don't have those IDs, so I think we have to match on text because we can't match on votes.
Okay.
Is equal to the change text. Well, then
changes.push
is we can update it in line. changes of index. Oh, God. A data. Does that make any sense whatsoever? Or am I just making stuff up on the fly?
No, it does, but change now. Okay.
Can you change? Should we save this until after the loop?
What loop?
Does it? Well, because we're looping over changes and then we're sort of changing changes on the fly. Which I don't know if that's a good idea. Like change an array as you're looping over it.
I mean, wouldn't it just stop at that point and you could just return and stop looping? So if it's like the first one, we're saving processor time on our 6th loop.
You can return, yeah.
I just saved us 5 more loops. You're welcome. No, it's not good. You're right. Like it's not ever going to be a huge thing. So if you wanted, we could return like a variable at that point. We could say, this is the one you need to change.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking.
This is the droid you're looking for, and then outside of it, change it.
Yeah, but actually,
either way, I want to see if it works though. Like even
I know we're so close. This is like the very last thing. And I don't even care if it's crappy implementation. But so it totally broke though.
Wait, it did?
Oh, because okay,
What?
Okay, so we have our poll. So this is hitting the code that already existed. So that's not bad. This is the thing that's going to test this. So Pinkie Pie is at 124. We vote for Pinkie Pie. 124. So it didn't break, but we also didn't. Let's see if it got to Firebase. Go over to cold. Options. Okay, so it did get to Firebase. I wonder if we have like a race condition. If I say like Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie still didn't update. Fluttershy did not either. So this code is not correct.
So your if changes length is equal to 0, do this stuff. Otherwise, do this stuff. So can you console log outside of your snapshot inside of the else and see if the else is firing when we think it should be? Because I think, yeah, like it's. I'm just wondering what we're missing. Like, when is it firing?
I wonder too. I'm gonna just save this index and just say index equals index to change index, and then you're out of this. You say the index to change. Oh god, jeez.
Changes index data.
You'd also say you need to save the data. God.
What? We need to save the data? You mean the votes?
It'd be like new vote total. And then equals data.votes.
Right.
And these.
The question is when to push it though. Like isn't. Also, you're doing a lot of work just to like there's only going to be like 4 to 6 options in each survey. You're doing a lot of work just to override one option when we could just overwrite all of them whenever we know there is a change. Is that really, really bad and ugly and horrible of me to think these thoughts?
It's not if we actually had all the objects. Like,
well, so what I'm thinking is like get all of the objects, right? Like whenever we know there's a change, like as long as we know there's a change, get all of the objects, overwrite all the objects. But maybe that's really bad. I don't know.
Yeah, like so whenever there's a change, just go to the database and just go ahead and grab them.
As long as we have the right poll, just swap out the data and then it just updates everything. Because what you're doing right now, I think is only going to change. Like I vote for Pinkie Pie, I go over to my survey and I see Pinkie Pie change. But what if like half a millisecond before that you vote for Rarity? Am I going to see that Rarity change, or should I guess you are already looking for everything when the data changes, correct?
Yeah.
Outside of me.
Index is not defined. That actually makes me think that, so for each gets the change, and it also, this should be.
Can you do that for each JavaScript? Looking it up. Prototype for each method. Yeah, index is a thing.
Index.
Why is your index not a thing?
The change is undefined, interestingly. Oh, it's a constant. Wait, that shouldn't matter. Okay, so why this is, we might end up just scrapping this and doing what you suggested and going to get it, just because this is getting unwieldy.
But I do need to know if my suggestion is that bad of it. Like, will I be flogged at a JavaScript convention?
Well, the thing is, like, we almost need to bring in somebody who knows Firebase really well, because I think the answer kind of depends on Firebase's implementation.
Yeah.
Normally, it would be a bad idea to get data if you can already derive that data. But the thing is, like you said, I don't know what the right way of doing it is to make sure you have the most up-to-date stuff. So I don't know.
Okay. But it definitely makes a lot more sense. Like if every time we thought we were doing one change or like one snapshot call, we're actually doing like 5 or 6, it makes a lot of sense how like our Gong app got overloaded, because if every person clicking it was actually doing like 6 clicks, then I could see that. Like hashtag would be flogged, Ivana said.
I think we got this too. Oh no, come on, it's so close.
Okay, why is your index not working? What is it mad about?
Why is index not working like just at the very end?
Data, what line is it saying index doesn't exist on? Index 60 out of 25. Total data votes. I always get confused. Is it line 60 or is it line 25 that it's pointing to? Oh, it's character 25?
It's I think it's line 60, but the thing is, I think the StackBlitz is doing something funny to the file, so it's not the same. It's not a 1-to-1. So Pinkie Pie is 127. Pinkie Pie vote. Oh, come on. Why doesn't it like index? Oh, no, not this again. Hopefully I saved.
All right, darling. While you're debugging, I'll be right back.
Yeah. So Alyssa's gone. I'm just... I know this code is kind of nonsense code and probably not the greatest way of doing it, but I would think that this is a way that should work. Let me just refresh everything, because I'm looping over the changes. And for each change, I'm saying this. So I should, at this point, have a single match. And it's saying index is not defined, but I don't know what index, if I'm missing something obvious here. So like I vote for Twilight Sparkle. Oh, did that just work? Did I just need to refresh? If that's so, Alyssa's going to be mad when we come back if I just needed to refresh to get the whole thing to work. So let's see. Twilight Sparkle, or Pinkie Pie is 128. So we vote for Pinkie Pie 129. Oh, we just needed to refresh. So now, okay, hold on. One more test. So Pinkie Pie is 129. So now we come in here into the back and hack it. Pinkie Pie is 129. You're like, you know what? Pinkie Pie needs 200. It totally works. So, yeah. We just needed to refresh. The code that was in there worked fine, other than that one minor thing where I had index spelled incorrectly. I think what happened is that, so let's say it works now.
What happened?
I refreshed.
I told you. Did I not tell you StackBlitz has ghosts?
So what I think happened is the first time it said index cannot be found or index is not defined, it was a legit thing. There was actually a problem with it.
Yeah.
The problem is then when I fixed that, it never figured it out, right?
Yeah.
But check this out. So 2 things to see. So first of all, so the results, Pinkie Pie is at 200 right now, right? So you vote for Pinkie Pie, you come here, Pinkie Pie is up to 201. And then the other thing too is if we go in here and we hack this, right? We boost the vote up illicitly for Pinkie Pie in here. The chart updates itself.
Update! Woo!
So I think we have this so we can actually like zero this out and run this.
Zero it out. We got to share the link. And also, can we please give that chart a border? Like just.
We can. I might need some help with this.
Oh, I need it to have a border. I'm going to inspect this.
I wonder, so Alyssa, do you think our stupid equation we write accounts for every vote being 0?
Definitely not.
I wonder if something's going to, like, what happens when I get the last one of these set to 0?
Okay, this one. Sorry, I'm trying to find the right element that we
We'll
want.
set it.
K chart.
Oh, actually, okay. No, that did like what I'd wanted to do. It just sets the thing from 0 to 10.
Great.
All right. So how do I do a border on this? And then we'll figure out a way to run this poll. And
so go to the styles and just on, I don't know, are we already selecting? I'm trying to see if we're already selecting the chart. Like ID of chart or K chart. I don't think we are. So you just at the very bottom, go ahead and select ID chart. Let's try to add it to that. And then we'll do, whoa, where's the styles? What are you doing? I'm confused.
Oh, you need the CSS file. It's been too long of a day.
Sorry. I was looking at my code and then I go and look at the screen. I'm like, why are we in JavaScript? Okay, cool.
All right, I got my chart. What am I doing?
Just do like border 1 pixel solid light gray.
Yeah, it looks good enough.
I'm fine with it.
Like I said, I think there's room for like a separate stream where we go through and really, really polish this. But like, I think all things considered, we have a little
this
thing.
Is me being happy about your JavaScript. It's amazing.
It actually submits. I'm happy about the CSS you have. Like, I think that your idea for the material design was really nice because I think this looks really good. Like the Nintendo button, the radio.
I'm sad that like if I was doing the stream alone, I would have been like, we're just gonna rewrite the data all the time.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, like this is not going on my resume anytime soon.
I would be proud of that. Don't you dare throw that away.
I don't know. Like this is. I'll probably be able to sleep at night at least. But,
well, and also, not a lot of people can do this on stream, so that's something. Like, yes, it's not the most beautiful code, but we weren't doing it in the privacy of our own home with nobody laughing at us either. So
that's true. You know, too, like if we're gonna take the next step, if we want to turn this into a Twitch extension, like I think this is a pretty good starting point because really the things that we need to make dynamic is like anytime we're hard coding this stuff. All we really need to do is say, get this dynamically from the back end. And I think the only hard part of this is actually
the IDs aren't really
the authentication and such.
Oh, that part, right? Yeah.
So we have 20 minutes. Should we do?
Okay, first of all, I need
vote and giveaway.
Yeah, I need to see people vote for this. Also, if you're just now joining the stream, or if you've been with us for a really, really long time and you somehow missed. We have a survey. It's on the screen right now. We are going to do the raffle for the Nintendo Switch Lite, and all you have to do is fill out the survey for a chance to win. So please do that. We will be doing it very soon. Ivana wants more trivia. I personally need to see this poll vote happen, and I think it'll work if we just share out the StackBlitz link ?
Yeah, why don't we do one thing in jQuery trivia? And then we'll run the poll.
All right.
How about that? And then we'll do the giveaway.
Okay. I'm finding the most juiciest jQuery trivia. One moment. No that one. Not juicy enough.
And while Alyssa's doing this one more time, this will be basically your last chance to sign up for the Switch Lite giveaway, because we'll do this and then run the poll and then the giveaway. So make sure you get signed up. All right.
I think we're ready. And I will take any of the names, not like, so there's multiple. Any of them will do. Who were the hosts of the jQuery podcast? And there are, it looks like four. Looks like 4 names. So I will take any of those 4 names.
Do you ever listen to jQuery, Alyssa?
Is it still there?
Oh, I don't know if it's still there, but I'm just wondering if you listened to it back in the day.
I didn't even know it was a thing. Did you?
Yeah. I was a fan.
So first person to name a single host from the jQuery podcast wins a $25 Amazon gift card. And also our cheers. And
I wonder how Googleable
I know. I wonder that too. I'm just like, want to watch the chat though. You tell me how Googleable it is.
Yeah, because I didn't want to put it up on the screen. Okay, so there is jQuery.com exists.
Okay.
However, there's no obvious thing that says this was the host of these. So you might have to find
Sweet but a psycho, little bit psycho. One of these names is hella popular, and even today, keep going. What's the last name? Come on, you got this. Oh, I want you to win it. So type fast. Yeah, Paul Irish. Yes. Oh my goodness. GG. So yes, Paul Irish, Adam Sontag, Alex Sexton, and Rebecca Murphy. There were 24 episodes of the jQuery podcast in total, and they started with episode 0. That's just awesome and beautiful. Okay.
All right. Should we run this now? How is this going to work? Can I just share this URL?
I want you to share that URL, and then I want you to really, really fast pull up Stack Blitz so that we can see if it's working, because I'm going to vote the heck out of Pinkie Pie. So,
okay, yeah. So you should be able to do this, and I think hit run this project, because that's what I just did. So you do this and you hit run, and I'll bring up the results page.
Wait, did you share it?
No, I did not. I'm going to put it in right.
Okay. I was like, I don't see it. Oh, good job, Exonere. All right, pulling it up.
Right, I'm going to vote in another tab to make sure it works.
Pinkie Pie. I'm voting for Pinkie Pie. Oh, I voted and it's working. Oh my gosh. This is great. Oh, that makes me so happy. Yay.
Cheating is possible on this and encouraged. You just go back to the survey tab and vote.
Oh my gosh, I love it so much. TJ, good job, man. Good job.
Which pony has 0 votes so far? Because that's kind of sad.
I hope it's Twilight Sparkle, because I don't like her. I'm kidding. That was a mean thing to say. Let's see. Pinkie Pie, Twilight Sparkle, Fluttershy. Looks like we're missing Rarity.
Rarity? Okay, I'll vote for Rarity just because I feel that.
You're like, I get 1 vote.
Rarity has 1 vote, so.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this was fun. We have about 10-15 left. And I know that you, for some reason, aren't proud of your JavaScript, but I am. I am proud of your JavaScript, and that's all that matters. So
well, thank you.
Okay, so goodness gracious, it was a full day. We started with the UI, using Kendo UI for jQuery, and then had our lunch break with Sam and friends, and moved into our guest with Erik Guzman, Talk to Me Guzman, who walked us through Twitch extensions. So actually, I would love to see before we go. And then TJ and I finished out with some Firebase fun. Can you put the updated stuff in the Twitch thing so that we can see it? Like, is that
the updated? Oh, can we put it in Twitch?
Well, just like where we personally were previewing it. So it's basically, I don't even know what that consists of. I don't remember. And if it's too much to do in like 10, then totally don't tackle it. But I just wanted to know, like, have a refresh on that process again. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah. So why don't we take a minute to do this, and then we'll do our drawing. So I got to remember. Let's see. Where did I put this? Dev panel poll. We need to get our new polled name in there. So we have our index.js that changed. So let's comment this out. And need not this.
I just want to say thank you to chat for making this a fun stream. You all are awesome. Seriously.
Style.css. This. And then our HTML definitely changed as well. Okay, this is the part that.
Wait, why is this bad? What's the problem?
It's not bad. It's just a touch more work to get it in there. So
why is it not just copy paste all of it and then plump it in? Oh, because we
need like some of this. Some of this stuff was specific to working in here, so I just need to. It's still copy and paste. It's just copy and paste the
chunks, not the whole thing.
Yeah, but like just 2 chunks, not like lots of chunks.
Do you remember what was needed? Like if we blew away the HTML file, what was needed in this file? Isn't it just one link? At the very top. Firebase styles.
Do this and we'll format it. All right, so let's see what we remember. So if we just refresh this, right? We'll see if this just totally.
Or do you have to reload it or re-add it? Or you think? I don't remember.
No, we'll get this. We'll get this. This is. It was start, so we need to go into this. We need this running because we need the dev host going or the server going.
Okay.
So we'll start this, and
so we do have to have our local server running to see it on our Twitch channel.
Yes, I think it was running using that.
Okay. It's just weird needing a server to run when in my mind it's just HTML and JavaScript. So, oh my gosh, is it working?
Go. I think so. Yeah, because that's the live. Oh, is somebody beating Pinkie Pie?
Okay, that's not even funny. Who is beating Pinkie Pie?
Oh yeah, look at that. You got Twilight Sparkle fans in the chat. Alyssa.
No, I don't think so. I think they know that she's my least favorite pony, and they're just being mean.
All right, so now the question is, which of my now way too many windows open do I have?
You got it freaking showing up. Okay, so all you did.
Well, that was in the developer rig. So now my question is it going to show up in here?
That was the developer rig. See, I was fooled. I thought you were on the live site.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's totally working. Check that out. All right, somebody vote again.
Okay.
Because I want to see if it actually is smart enough to update.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho. I'm voting right now.
Oh, there you go. Check that out. Awesome. We probably would have to work with the Kendo team. That was a good idea. Because there's probably a way of getting it to work without the bars refreshing every time. But now somebody's really mashing the vote button because it can't even keep up.
I don't know how that's happening because how is that even happening? Oh, they probably just deleted the code that changes the tab and they're just like clicking it a bunch of times, or they wrote a script, I guess.
I think somebody's
TJ, make it stop!
Twilight's.
Oh my god, they did it for That's it!
It's an arms race. The thing is, we can cheat. Oh, Alyssa is the good thing.
I'm just gonna cry. I'm over here clicking Pinkie Pie one at a time. TJ fix it.
Here we go. Okay, this will be the last thing we do, and then we're gonna.
And then I promise
And we're gonna
we'll
do our.
the
Then we're gonna
drawing.
do our drawing. Okay. So we're gonna go into polls. We're gonna put this Twilight Sparkle voter in their place. So we'll go in here. Options.
Oh my God, Turtle Guy.
Pinkie Pie.
All right, Turtle Guy, did you mash the button or did you wrote a script, didn't you? I bet you anything.
I'm voting for Pinkie Pie 2,000 times. There we go.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, I knew it.
We
I
did
knew it.
We sufficiently did it.
Look at him. Yeah. Dang it, Turtle. Okay. So that was fun. We have like 5-ish minutes left. We need to wrap up, but
and I will I know some people were asking earlier for the code itself. I'm going to drop that in the chat.
The GitHub or the StackBlitz?
The StackBlitz, because that's going to have the most up-to-date stuff. So if any of what you saw today interests you, you want to grab some of that, that's going to be the place to go.
That's the sexiest link ever. That is clickable on your end, so you're good. You're good.
Okay.
But yeah, so wow, thank you everyone in chat for the really, really fun day. This was a blast from the past. And thank you again to Guzman for joining us and teaching us the ways of Twitch extensions. I'm really happy with how this turned out. I really, really am.
Yeah, it's fun. I learned more about, I didn't realize there was so much to Twitch extensions. I think that was the most interesting thing to me, is learning like closed captioning extensions and like monetization and integrating with like bits and chat and such. So like, it's actually like, if you're the sort of person that's interested in just a side project or something to toy around with, it's kind of a fun idea. And apparently you can totally use like React and Angular to do this as well. So you could do that, or
I know I'm really interested in looking at the templates like that they start with, like to see what all of the options are, because it starts with React by default.
I mean,
if you had only known. No, I'm glad we did jQuery throwback. I learned a lot. I had fun. Okay.
We should do our drawing.
Yeah, let's do it.
What were we going to do? Isn't there like, didn't we have something set up for like some sort of bot to pick or something?
We do have Nightbot now.
Sarah Nabana is going to have to help us out with how to do the drawing for this, because that part I don't know.
Well, so we have Nightbot now, but we can't use it for this one. So can you pull up the Google random, or I actually can generate random number, and then we just need to know the max, and now I will share my screen.
1 to 36.
1 to 36, and let's do this one, even though we're going to get Inception, and we're going to say 36.
We could do this as a Twitch extension, build this thing.
I know, right? We need to. 15 is the winning number, and now all we have to do is stop sharing our screen so we don't have Inception and find out who is number 15. Oh, and thank you all 36 people who joined and registered. Nader!
Awesome. Congratulations.
Congrats! You are the winner of a Switch Lite. Nintendo. I said all the words in the wrong order. Oh my goodness. Woo! So we've shared the code. We shared earlier the Guzman. I want to just grab the links again. So if you missed it, the part that we talked about Twitch extensions specifically, there is a man, his name is Guzman, and he is brilliant when it comes to Twitch extensions. So I just want to share his personal website again and say thank you for joining us. You can learn all about Twitch extension on his streams and his site. Check that out.
Yeah, and I'd say like we should give the marketing spiel too of, if you found any of this interesting in Coded Lives, we do a lot of shows. We do these all-day streams occasionally, but we have a lot of weekly shows. Alyssa and I are both on Wednesdays. That's sort of our day. So Wednesday afternoons, US Eastern time, if you want to check us out, we both stream those days.
TJ and I are here to help you get over hump day.
So what's the equivalent of Twitch? Like, comment, subscribe. I think you need to follow,
we need to
ring that bell.
follow,
Click
ring
the like
that bell, watch our schedule.
Yeah.
So lame compared to
The other thing I took out of this is we totally need an npm install train. Like I need like an actual train that goes across the screen for npm install.
I just had an idea. It's got the Kondoka. He's like the conductor hanging out the window, like giving you the peace sign as he drives the train by. Oh my goodness. Yes. I love that. And I actually, he said it doesn't exist, right? C# Fritch. I think
he said it doesn't exist. I don't think it's a thing, but the Kendo one definitely doesn't exist, but
it's gonna be. Oh my goodness.
Alyssa, I've got to grab some more water. I ran out, so it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you, everyone. And if you are from the States, happy 4th. Enjoy it up.
Yep.
All right. We'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Mwah.